The Eichmann Defense by John Walker Lee. Read by Oliver Hangton. Chapter 1. Mission.
Interior. Cockpit. X-45E Phantom, 2100 hours. Bushehr, Iran.
The cockpit lights glowed against the first glimmer of dusk on the desert horizon that cast long red, meaty shadows only visible from 20,000 feet. Visibility was clear despite a looming swath of cirrus clouds shielding the first twinkling stars from the night sky. A thin vapor trail spun aft of the right wing, but quickly dispersed against the craft's active stealth control surfaces. Targets on the green and white screen behind the control column glowed momentarily in powdery detail, flickered, and disappeared. Gabriel snapped himself out from the daze and checked the readout on the transponder. He had been flying against the desert storm for a shadow over 2 hours, and the ache in his joints was not lessened by momentarily letting go of the controls and shaking out his arms. The craft yawed right. His heart pounded, and he grabbed the control column and nudged it back. The ailerons obeyed, and the craft banked left into a stray column of cumulonimbus arcing south in the frigid wind. Moving from the dispersing veil of cloud to the next was part of flying stealth. Anything to assist the angled surfaces from being picked up by radar. The craft was otherwise invisible. The high-definition visor in Gabriel's helmet displayed an unobstructed 360 view of the outside, thanks to a high-fidelity head-tracking chip connected to the craft's array of external cameras, one of the many startling capabilities of the X-45E Phantom weapons platform. The seamless cockpit view made all Gabriel's previous missions look like fuzzy, underwater panty raids by comparison. But this was no recon mission. People were about to die. Gabriel flicked a black, powder-coated toggle. The screen snowed for a second and resolved itself into a closer view of the ground targets. 6 figures carrying Russian-made rocket launchers into a Toyota pickup. The tinny sound of his sensor operator came in through the headset as she confirmed new orders.
I'm Max Azimuth. Bring us round.
Roger. Heading 192. Gabriel feathered the controls, and the heavy-laden craft responded sluggishly, allowing the incredible 16-inch fluorite lens and the secondary nitrogen-cooled sensor array of the FLIR thermal camera to yaw into position to collect enough heat energy from their 4-mile offset. 4 miles, far out of range of anything the terrorists could throw at them. Gabriel had already launched an autonomous AGM-89C HARM missile at the radar truck on the mountain several miles back. High-speed anti-radiation missiles, HARMs for short, were virtually undetectable by radar, and the Mobile Forward Air Defense Unit would be toast by now. In about 2 minutes, there would be a coded squawk of confirmation by the E-2C Hawkeye, a near-vintage but reliable reconnaissance craft carrying a giant disc radar scanner above the wings and operations personnel below. The Hummer, as it was affectionately named, liked to stay far away from the action where gunfire could not penetrate the vulnerable hull, and also not to betray the distinct audio and radio characteristics to enemy ground stations. Where the Phantom was a ghost in the night sky, the Hawkeye emitted a ball of noisy radiation. The operation was a tight mesh of recon and attack. The X-45E gently interpreted Gabriel's orders from the stick instead of reacting to them instantly, not like his old bird that responded with a shudder to his touch. A dampened flight assist to preserve the security of the multi-million-dollar payload of optics and warheads, as well as a heavy, dragging payload of lithium-cobalt power cells generating the kilowatts of power the whisper-quiet electric turbine engines demanded.
I see them.
The sensor said excitedly.
Near the north water tower, walking towards the pickup. Do you have con on?
Gabriel watched as 6 members of the elite terrorist cell dragged boxes from their pickup and carry out their weapons deal. No identity, no history. His orders told him Ground Squad had confirmed all targets were wanted men and cleared for engagement. There would be no last-minute abort due to the threat of collateral damage. More figures, members of the Ain Mu'amaya resistance, walked into view, dressed head to toe in black. The words Ain Mu'amaya blinked briefly on the flight message system that decoded nearby transmissions, and the automatic translation printed blind eye before the message disappeared. Gabriel increased the magnification of the thermal display monitor. Roger, I see 10 figures next to the target building.
About to become crispy critters. Pew, pew.
Gabriel didn't like the sensor's brashness. She was too young. There was no rasp to her voice from 15 years of chain smoking and drinking herself to sleep. She treated the mission like a video game. Despite her age, she gave no crisp response like other sensors he'd worked with. Jittery and clipped from 1 year of boot camp, browbeating, she was like the craft they now piloted, a sluggish schism, separated from the mission by the distance her equipment afforded. Gabriel did not know the sensor's real name, and that was a first for his career. Operation Milkweed had been a black tape operation from the start. Months of work to find the arms dealers, and another month to plan the mission, all culminating in this precision strike. But there would be no piling into the mess room to share a beer like they did on his old ship the Blackthorn when they were stationed out near Korea. It was only a matter of time before entire missions were AI-controlled, scheduled end-to-end by some desk clerk using a point-and-click task list. Fighter pilots were a dying breed, replaced by acne-spotted computer programmers who would never know the heat of real combat. They would never know what it meant to take a life firsthand, and just how important the decision had to be. He tapped the console to open a radio channel to base, and took a deep breath. All targets confirmed. Permission to engage. And another deep breath. He fought off the instinct to evacuate his bowels. This never got easy. People were about to lose fathers, husbands, even terrorists had families. His CO replied instantly,
Confirmed. Engage all targets.
Another nameless voice betrayed only by an occasional cough. The sensor tapped a red button on her console, and the bay doors hummed open. The missiles lowered into the airstream, and only then booted up. A safety measure in case the arming sequence detonated the warheads. She read out the diagnostics generated by the software embedded in the missiles.
Engines nominal. UFC nominal. UFC nominal. Status bit is 1. All systems nominal. Birds 1 and 2 are ready to leave the nest.
Gabriel flipped the transparent orange cover from the switch next to the flight column and armed the missiles. Engaging target. He double-checked that the sensor's tracking box on the display was lined up and holding steady over the truck packed with weapons. He pressed the button. The computer took over, keeping the optics pointed squarely at the target on the ground. The laser indicator lit up, and the high-voltage laser mounted under the aircraft flooded the target with an invisible infrared beam, a bright spot visible only to the smart missile's sensor array for their guidance system to track. Warhead is hot. Target is lit. Gabriel pressed the thumb stud on his flight control, and immediately a whir-pop hiss of chemical propellant escaped the missiles as the engines ignited. The missiles disengaged from the bay, and a momentary puff of the lateral stabilizers oriented them before they sped off to their target 4 miles away. The missiles left long trails of milky, dim white condensation in the dank air. Strange. It never rained in Kavir. The Iranian desert was usually dry as a bone. Gabriel counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and closed his eyes. The sensor whooped in excitement.
Yeah, splash confirmed. All targets down. Good kill.
Good job.
His CO squawked on the headset.
Now get my bird out of there.
They'll be serving that mess up at Casa Bonita tonight.
The sensor laughed. Gabriel switched off the monitor without looking at the aftermath of the strike, the inevitable pulsing white jibs of still-living flesh littering the impact site, but not before seeing the afterglow of a man cut in two, crawling forward in one last futile attempt at life, before collapsing dead. Casa Bonita, Gabriel asked.
That's a place in...
That's nothing.
The CO interrupted.
No unnecessary radio chatter. We have a commercial airliner coming over. Get going.
Gabriel brought the craft around and climbed to max altitude, trying to find a path through the dark clouds rolling over the coast. Where the hell are we? It's black as pitch out there.
Just follow the yellow brick road.
The sensor said, referring to the dotted line on the screen that led back to the carrier. The wind beat against the wings. Gabriel jettisoned the spent secondary fuel cell and the craft lurched forward, free of another 200 pounds of weight. In some ways, the controls of the Phantom were more complex than his beloved old F-15. Despite the payload now 400 pounds lighter, minus the missiles and spent fuel cell, Gabriel suspected the modern craft could not outmaneuver the old Silent Eagle. He had once landed his F-15 at LAX airport in peak hour during a long-haul bioweapons transport, and had dodged hundreds of other commercial planes wrestling for first position. That commercial landing had been more stressful than landing at any military base under fire. He touched the control column, trying to probe for the real status of the craft, what the instruments didn't say. The Phantom felt sluggish. There was no direct control of the flight surfaces, no familiar rumble whine of the flaps slipping into position to keep the nose up in heavy wind, no stomach-churning roar of the afterburners. Even fly-by-wire was more responsive than the Phantom's guided flight system that handled most of the details, including the upcoming carrier landing. It was only the finer points of flight that were left to human hands, unless there was stormy weather. AI had yet to figure out the chaos of a hurricane and liked to send aircraft off into crazy defensive maneuvers to attack a high-pressure cloud formation, much like Don Quixote tilting angrily at a windmill. Gabriel touched the AI flight mode to make sure it was in the correct position. The Next Generation Air Dominance Program, or NGAM for short, could keep their AI autopilot where it belonged, off. Gabriel was not letting some half-tested algorithm fly his bird. The Phantom approached the aircraft carrier without pursuit, not surprising since the flat, angled, radar-reflective surfaces of the Phantom were undetectable to any ground station, and their altitude too high for visual confirmation. Not to mention the strike on the airfields the week before, crippling the radar, runway, and any chance of airborne retaliation. A lonely MQ-1 Predator drone circled the carrier and was slowly bleeding altitude to come in from the storm. Flying into enemy territory was only one aspect of a dangerous mission. No matter how many missions Gabriel flew, a night landing on a carrier was something that sent him into waves of anxiety. Night birds all too often took a swim in the ocean after grabbing the arrestor cable off-center, or, if they were lucky, ended up in the catwalk that skirted the flight deck, and leaving his CO with a $10 million repair bill and months of reprimands and embarrassing flight deck duty to scrape up stray seagull shit. Sometimes a panicked, full-thrust long bolter sent the crew scrambling for safety when the pilot misjudged the pitch of the deck and was forced to activate the flaps of shame and circle around. Too many landing attempts and the craft could run out of fuel and end up ditched alongside the carrier in frigid waters. Pilots called another pilot who sent his bird into the drink Captain Tang, a reference to one of the earliest submarines. Wasting millions of tax dollars by crashing a plane was frowned on by superior officers, not to mention the expensive funeral if the pilot misjudged the raise of the deck by a few feet, and the plane ended up smashing nose first into the stubby ass of the carrier. The more crude pilots, which was most pilots, called this form of dying eating ass and kissing grass. There were thousands of ways to die in the Navy, and most of them were not in combat. And there were even more ways to get a serious injury. More than one pilot had chickened the landing and was discharged from service in a wheelchair after an explosive ejection through the tough acrylic canopy. There was no room for error. Gabriel grudgingly activated the Autoland sequence, and the Phantom used its forward thermal cameras to align itself with the ball. A set of refractive lights mounted on the flight deck that assisted pilots in evaluating the pitch and roll of the deck. The craft pulled itself towards the flight deck, as if on a zip line, until the angle of attack indicator on the screen turned from orange into a thin green bean. The landing gear lowered just as a wash of rain hit the craft, and the Phantom lost track of the ball. In the rolling ocean, the deck pitched up violently, and Gabriel punched off the auto-throttle assist and grabbed the controls to bring the craft back into alignment. He anticipated the deck's movement, waited for it to drop back down, then increased power to the high-performance electric motors while simultaneously activating the air brake. The motors howled in protest as they reversed thrust, sending a wash of air forward and cutting the forward velocity of the craft in half. Gabriel pitched up, and the steep angle of attack of the Phantom's wings further slowed the craft to near stall speed. The angry stall alarm blared through his headset. He ignored it and focused on pushing the nose back down, and as soon as the Phantom matched the rolling pitch of the deck, he pushed forward and landed heavy, but within the allotted football field-sized square, big on the ground, but from the craft's vantage point, little more than a postage stamp. The craft squealed to a halt as the arrestor cable grabbed the titanium hook underneath the fuselage and pulled the craft to a standstill, almost centered on the deck line. Gabriel realized he had been holding his breath and took a deep gasp of air. He scanned the FD. The flight deck was eerily quiet except for the pounding rain. Not even a lollipop lady with a neon paddle welcomed him. The F-18s parked in the six-pack were dark. No one cheered the landing in the headset. No crew assisted bringing in the bird, not even a squawk of radio chatter from ATC or ground staff. He guided the craft off the main line and activated the switch to send the wings to ground state. The wings folded halfway along their length until the tips pointed skyward, ready for storage. He parked the Phantom inside the luminescent rectangle on the starboard lift, and it was immediately lowered into the pallid bowels of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Above the Phantom, the landing lights on the flight deck went dark. Gabriel unplugged his radio and wiped a stream of sweat from his forehead, unclipped his headset's data cable from the GCS, then jelly-legged his way out from the shipping container 7,000 miles from the aircraft carrier where he had just remotely landed, the X-45E Phantom, the most advanced drone in the world. Chapter 2. Emmy.
Emmy pulled her bright red Boston Red Sox Little League cap askew and licked her lips, holding her breath in anticipation of the pitcher sending his missile downrange. She shifted her weight side to side in preparation for the shot and anchored her feet in the dirt. She wanted to try out her patented new swing she dubbed the Moonshot. It would be unbeatable. She was 100% certain. San Francisco was her new hometown, but she still supported the Sox despite her school friends all being Angels fans and always flagging her about it. Angels, schmangles. It was Sox for life. She tightened her grip on the Demarini, a birthday gift from her dad, and oh so much better than the Louisville Slugger. The other parents always bought their kids out of nostalgia and slipped out a few test swings, catching herself from spitting just in time. Spitting was against the rules. Spitting was unladylike. She gave a tiny dry spit out of the corner of her mouth anyway. The beefy pitcher grinned through a chubby, sallow face. He paused for a second and looked up and gasped. Emmy instinctively looked up to see what he was looking at, and by the time her eyes had swiveled forward, the ball was already halfway down the pitch. The ball bounced once, caught backspin on the dirt, and shot up to lodge itself onto the wire face guard of her helmet. She fell back, landed on her butt, then immediately jumped up and screamed down the pitch at Kenny Sharif, who went wide-eyed with fright. He turned and ran, but Emmy caught up with him, dove him down to the ground, and laid in a solid punch. The first punch landed on his helmet, and she yelped in pain. The second punch connected with his chest before she pulled off his helmet to lay a firm fist across his cheeks.
"What the hell was that, you freaking towel?"
she yelled. "It was an accident," Kenny shouted while desperately fighting off Emmy's blows, but only defending around 50%.
"Accident, my ass."
Kenny's nose was fully bleeding before the umpire had scuttled over and pulled Emmy from the boy. "Hey!" Gabriel shouted as he sprinted onto the pitch. "Get your goddamn hands off my kid." He shoved the umpire aside and grabbed Emmy by the shoulder. Gabriel's muscular military frame and tightly cropped hair caused the umpire to jump back in fright. Gabriel knuckled down in front of his daughter. "What the hell do you think you're doing?"
"He did it on purpose."
Emmy glared at Kenny lying on the ground. Gabriel twisted Emmy's shoulders so that she was looking at him instead of the boy lying on the ground. "So what if he did? What did I tell you about fighting?" Emmy scowled and squirmed her way out of her dad's grip. She pulled off her helmet and threw it onto the ground before kicking at the dirt and heading towards the bleachers. "Excuse me, young lady, where do you think you're going?" Gabriel grabbed her shoulder once more. "Pick up your helmet." Emmy shrugged him off, intensely aware of the stares of the other kids on the pitch.
"This is so unfair."
"Yeah, well, deal, honey. We don't act like this." Emmy scowled, unconvinced, and Gabriel knuckled down onto his haunches so that he was eye level once again. Nearby, several adults gathered around the fallen pitcher. "Okay?" Gabriel waited for his daughter to make eye contact.
"Fine."
"Sorry, I didn't hear you correctly." He turned Emmy's face until she was forced to confront his eyes.
"Yes, sir."
"That's better. Now you go apologize to Mr. Sharif, do you hear me?"
"You can't make me."
"Oh, you bet your aching butt I can make you." "Are you testing me now? Is that what's happening?"
"But he..."
Apologize." Emmy wheezed under her breath and pulled out her inhaler. She took a burst and stamped over to Kenny, still lying on the ground. "Don't touch him. His neck might be broken," Kenny's mother screamed to the small crowd. Emmy pushed her way through to the front.
"Sorry I hit you, Ken. I was just angry because your stupid curveball hit me in the face."
She held out her hand. Kenny grinned through bloody teeth. "Get that monster out of here," Kenny's mother screamed. "Somebody call an ambulance." Kenny reached out and let Emmy help him up. "You're such a toad,"
"Well, you're a bigger toad."
she replied. One-ups were always an effective retaliation. "Stay away from my baby," Kenny's mother screamed. "I'm calling my lawyer." "Just calm down, lady," the umpire said, which was definitely the wrong thing to say because Mrs. Sharif let out the loudest tirade of shouting in the history of the club. "We need to talk about what happened." Gabriel put the SUV into reverse.
"Hold
on, we're parked in." He deftly maneuvered the SUV backwards through the array of cars owned by the other parents who were not keen on using the shaggy spray-painted guidelines. He parked the SUV near the entrance to the club because he was giving 3 other kids a lift today. They loved to ride in back of the pickup where Gabriel had laid out a thick blanket and a navy backpack filled with snacks.
He started it.
Emmy leaned her head against the window. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you said to him.
I didn't say any.
Em, don't do that, not with me.
He hurt me.
I know, but tell me about that word. The one you called him.
Well, he looks like a toad. And he called me Toad first.
I'm not talking about that one. The other word. You know the one, and I know you know. Emmy kept quiet and pulled at the seatbelt. There's lots of ways to hurt someone, and some last longer than others. Do you understand?
No. They're just stupid words.
Look, if I told you that you couldn't play Little League because you were a girl, would that hurt you?
Not Fozzik, not Faisal.
Not physically, no. But it would affect you, right? Maybe if you heard it enough, you'd start believing it too. And what kind of world would that be if you couldn't play League?
Do I need to apologize to him again? For saying that word?
I think you've learned your lesson.
He really did do it on purpose.
Maybe he did. Maybe it was an accident, but I'm disappointed in you, Em. Emmy looked glum. She stared out of the window with the other kids playing ball without her, with the exception of Kenny in the bleachers fending off his mother's spittled tissue. Gabriel switched off the engine. I mean, what kind of brainless idiot punches a toad with her helmet still on? I was shook. I thought I raised you better than that. I really failed you. Emmy raised her hand to her mouth to cover her smile. Let me see that paw. He took his daughter's hand and rubbed the bruise forming on the knuckles. I'm going to give you more fatherly advice, because you clearly need it. Next time you punch some derp in the egg hole, take off his frickin' helmet first, okay? Because you're only doing yourself a bamboozle. He mimed, taking off a helmet and laying in a left hook. See? Before you punch him. Emmy let out the laugh that had bubbled up.
Dad, you're so cringe.
She turned from the window and looked up at her dad's blue eyes.
Aren't you angry at me?
Honey, no. I'm not angry at you for defending yourself. It shows I raised you right, but I am disappointed you let him compromise you and you had to resort to low tactics. Do you know what having a principle means?
Not really.
It means something inside you that cannot be changed, no matter what. Sometimes people say, hey, I'm a good personal, until someone wrongs me. Well, that ain't a principle at all. That's a threat. Principles are for life. They matter. You let someone else make you less than what you are. You let another person uncivilize you, turn you into your animal self. That doesn't happen again, you hear me? You keep that animal on a leash. Gabriel lifted her Red Sox cap, leaned in, and planted a sloppy kiss on her forehead.
You, Dad?
Emmy sunk low in case anyone was watching. Gabriel pulled out a bottle of beer from the cooler behind the seat where it had been chilling during the game.
You shouldn't be drinking in the car.
Emmy wiped her forehead with the cuff of her Red Sox sweater. Relax, kiddo. It's just a beer. Emmy ignored him.
I was angry at Kenny, and you can't blame me for that. Now you're going to tell his mom what I said, and life will be shitty forever. She's so mean to everyone all the time.
No, I won't. That's between you and Kenny, okay? Anything else is our deal. He held out his hand. Pinky, secret. Emmy reluctantly extended her hand from its usual resting place inside her sweater cuff and wrapped her pinky around his.
Pinky secret.
You're still a kid. I don't expect you to be perfect like your old man.
Yeah, right.
Emmy laughed. Listen, you, don't worry about other people being mean. Next time you feel the urge to be mean, you ask yourself who you are before you ask what someone else is, okay? It's not what you are that matters. It's who you are that matters. You carry my name out there. Our name. Emmy leaned her head against the glass and looked out the window. She was tempted to fight back, just to make the lecture stop, but she knew her dad was finishing up.
Yes, sir.
She agreed, and meant it. Where are your friends? We're stopping at In-N-Out.
Really? I knew it.
Emmy immediately brightened up.
'Cause I'm so awesome.
In-N-Out was her favorite place to get burgers. especially because the waitress always gave her an extra jalapeno that she'd freak out over and spend the next 10 minutes with chilly tears, but would never let the heat beat her. I'm not rewarding you, don't get smug. I'm just not in the mood for cooking tonight.
That's fine by me. I ain't either.
Emmy had been gloomy since Bernie, her pet hamster, had died. The old guy had just nibbled on some corn and keeled over dead one day. They had buried him in the backyard in what Emmy called his SFP, his special favorite place, because that's where he always liked to hang out when she let him out of his cage. They had given him a brief ceremony. Emmy had said a few words. Losing Bernie had come too soon after losing her mother, but she was holding up like a champ, minus the occasional school fracas. She was growing up, and that worried Gabriel. The months had flown by too quickly. He wasn't prepared. He wasn't worried about Emmy physically. Soon she would be punching any guy in the face that put the moves on her. And though he didn't doubt her ability to look after herself, he did wonder how many boys would be chasing after such a lively, sporty girl, and immediately put the thought out of his mind. That way, madness lay.
Hey, Dad. Can me and Jake fly the drone later?
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a drone, it's a quadcopter. I'll take you to work and show you what a real drone looks like one day. Who is this Jake anyway?
Just a friend from school.
Friend, huh?
Dad?
Does he like you?
Dad!
Does he like you?
Dad, please.
Does he? Emmy was dejected for a moment.
He said 50-50.
Jesus, you make sure you keep it your side of 50, okay?
Huh?
It had been 1 year since he quit being a full-time pilot. The drone pilot jobs did not pay as much as pilot jobs, not by a long shot, but piloting the drone meant he did not have to be on a carrier for 3 months at a time while Emmy was going through God knows what at boarding school. She was a good kid, the best, but she was hanging around with the wrong friends, and that needed to change. He did not want her to grow in foul soil, but also did not want to shield her from reality. Damn it, why was raising kids so hard? Kate would have known what to do. He took a sip of beer. He pulled the keys from his pocket and untangled the keychain, a jumble of trinkets from his pocket. Emmy's impromptu gifts, like a tiny keychain compass, a little penknife, a teddy bear with a flower on its head, and a bottle opener that she kept hiding. He pushed the car into gear. Stick. He hated automatic. A black sedan crunched up next to the Little League clubhouse, and 4 men climbed out. Behind them, a police cruiser pulled up, and 2 more men climbed out. Gabriel eyed them in the mirror and instinctively checked his escape routes. Is the president's kid here today or something?
Huh?
Emmy said and looked around at the men.
They're back again.
The men approached the SUV, and a man wearing a pair of black aviators tapped on the window. Gabriel rolled down the window halfway. Phillips? Yes, sir. How can I help you? Step outside the vehicle, please. Jesus, guys. It was just kids fighting. Can you get out the vehicle now? The man pulled open the door and pulled Gabriel from the car. The others forced him against the bonnet. Inside the SUV, Emmy screamed, a high-pitched yell that could disable a man if he came too close. Gabriel Phillips, I'm placing you under arrest for crimes against the state, criminal espionage, and attacking United States citizens on United States soil. You have the right.
Daddy!
Emmy screamed from the passenger seat. She unbuckled the belt. Stay in the car, Gabriel shouted, and turned his head halfway to the man holding him down. Listen, guys, there's been some kind of... The man in the dark glasses slammed Gabriel's face into the bonnet and started feeling his back pockets for weapons. What the hell, man? Gabriel reached back and curled his fingers around the man's wrists, pulled him closer, twisted around and punched him in the face. The man staggered back in agony, and the others immediately descended on Gabriel and dragged him down to the ground. The officers, as one pointed their weapons at Gabriel's head, while the uniformed police officer put his boot on Gabriel's neck, pinning him to the dirt. The officer with the bloody nose stepped back, while the second uniformed officer checked Gabriel's body for weapons. Emmy, Gabriel yelled through clenched teeth. Phone Auntie Rachel, okay? Auntie Rachel.
Chapter 3. Judge. Interior. Military courtroom. Naval Air Station. Pensacola. 9:30. Local. The sterile ambiance of the courtroom resonated with a sense of dire foreboding as Judge Abagnale rifled through an imposing stack of case files, the rustling papers creating an ominous drumming that echoed his racing thoughts. His pen, worn yet resolute, scratched across the surface of a document, leaving behind a trail of calculated notes in the margins, like breadcrumbs leading him through the tangled thicket of legalese. Leaning closer to his court clerk, he whispered a terse instruction, his voice barely carrying above the mechanical hum of the fluorescent lights that buzzed orchestrally overhead. The clerk, a wiry figure with an expression of grim determination, nodded sharply before gesturing toward the figure whose fate lay in a precarious balance, Gabriel Phillips. Judge Abagnale straightened, turning to confront the nearly empty chamber, where the sheer weight of silence was compounded by the absence of cameras or reporters. Just 3 spectators occupied the benches behind the defense table, their faces impassive masks of intrigue and anxiety, mere shadows absorbing the high-voltage drama of a case that had gripped the nation. The gravity of the charges leveled against Phillips hung in the air, a palpable tension that pressed down on everyone in attendance. Despite the salacious public interest, this hearing had been deliberately cloaked in secrecy, the doors barred to press and public alike, as if they were harboring some dark secret too explosive for the outside world. Gabriel Phillips, Judge Abagnale intoned, each word carefully selected, emphasizing the seriousness of the courtroom's proceedings. You stand charged with 3 offenses, as meticulously outlined by the United States Navy. 1. Unlawfully attacking and causing the deaths of United States citizens on United States soil through the deployment of military ordnance and personnel. 2. Conspiracy to overthrow the government and undermine national security. 3. Collusion with foreign intelligence agencies aimed at orchestrating acts of terrorism on American soil. Across the aisle, 3 uniformed Army officers sat at the prosecution's table, each one a sentinel of authority and order, and Gabriel Phillips found their expressionless faces to be an overwhelming presence, a chilling reminder of the stakes at play. This was no ordinary hearing. It was the courtroom equivalent of a war room, where strategies were whispered and fortunes could shift with the stroke of a pen. A low hum of anxiety resonated in Gabriel's chest as he raised his voice, tinged with desperation. "Where is my counsel? I have no lawyer present." His indignation flared like a lit fuse. Judge Abagnale, adjusting his glasses with an unforgiving glare, regarded him coolly, his expression inscrutable as granite. "Mr. Phillips, what you're experiencing is a preliminary hearing, not your trial. At this juncture, we are merely establishing arraignment and weighing the matter of bail. Proceed, prosecution." The lead prosecutor, a stern-looking captain with a facade forged from iron resolve, rose to address the court. "Your Honor, given the severity of these charges and the damning evidence at hand, we assert that the defendant poses an extraordinary flight risk. Furthermore, Mr. Phillips has exhibited violent tendencies, notably during his arrest, where he assaulted law enforcement personnel. Therefore, we request that bail be denied. His actions illustrate a clear and present danger, not just to the community, but to national security interests abroad." Judge Abagnale, leafing through the neatly ordered documents before him, fixed Gabriel with a piercing gaze that could cut through steel. "Mr. Phillips, did you indeed attack the officers who detained you?" Gabriel shifted uneasily, his insides roiling. "With all due respect, Your Honor, I demand to know where my attorney is." The tremor in his voice betrayed a fear that threatened to envelop him whole. "This hearing is not about your defense, Mr. Phillips. Please answer the question, yes or no." The judge's voice was austere, like the crack of thunder on a still day. A wave of frustration surged within Gabriel as he responded, "I was disoriented." They didn't properly identify themselves. The walls of the courtroom seemed to close in, each spectator leaning in like vultures, catching the scent of a fresh kill. The judge repeated his question with ruthless precision. "Yes or no, Mr. Phillips?" They did not identify themselves, Gabriel shouted, pushing himself upright with an intensity born of desperation. Instantly, the court-martials moved, their hands resting on their holstered sidearms, a vivid reminder of the thinly veiled control the court wielded. "Order in the court," Judge Abagnale barked, his authority slicing through the tension like a hot knife. Irritation boiled over within Gabriel, spilling into raw indignation. How can I be expected to defend myself without counsel? "You will be assigned legal representation at your trial, Mr. Phillips," the judge replied flatly, dismissing the outburst with a flick of his wrist. "That makes no sense," Gabriel pressed, his voice rising to a near-shouting pitch. "Where is my lawyer now?" In a sudden burst of energy, he stood abruptly, prompting swift reactions from the court-martials as they quickly restrained him, their hold firm yet unwavering. Judge Abagnale, undeterred by the tumult around him, returned to his notes as if tuning out the very storm brewing in the courtroom. Bail is hereby denied. The defendant is to remain in custody until trial. A prosecution officer chimed in. "We recommend that Mr. Phillips be placed in a military detention facility, Your Honor. His status as a Navy officer warrants such consideration." Gabriel writhed in the marshal's grip, biting back his anger. "It's Captain Phillips, not Mr. Show some respect, you arrogant rear admiral." His words dripped with raw venom, a desperate attempt to reclaim some measure of authority in an increasingly hostile environment. Judge Abagnale narrowed his eyes to slits, a hawk ready to strike. "That will be the last disrespectful remark you make in this courtroom. Further contempt will result in additional charges." Gabriel fired back, "What difference does it make? This isn't a real trial. It's a sham, and you all know it." The judge, maintaining an air of unflappable calm, simply turned toward the prosecution. "Any offer of plea?" "No, Your Honor," the prosecutor replied crisply, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "Given the extraordinary nature of the offenses, the government is proceeding to trial on all counts." Gabriel's voice swelled with a mix of indignation and panic. "I am innocent. You're making a mistake. I was acting on lawful orders." "Remove the defendant from the courtroom," Judge Abagnale commanded, with a finality that reverberated through the air like a gunshot. He signed the detention order with a flourish, handing it off to the prosecutor, who accepted it with the solemnity of a coroner sealing a death certificate. Rising from his seat, the judge retreated through the rear door, leaving a turbulent atmosphere in his wake as the marshals advanced to escort Gabriel out, their determination unyielding. Slumping his shoulders, Gabriel lowered his head in defeat, the weight of his circumstances pressing down on him like a shroud. There were no allies to be found here, no escape routes left. In that moment of stark clarity, he grasped the bitter truth. He was utterly alone, with nowhere left to run. Chapter 4, Milgram. Temporary Detention Facility. Naval Intelligence Wing. Pensacola. Day. A uniformed MP handcuffed Gabriel and escorted him into the back of a windowless armored Bearcat, thick with the sour sweat smell of previous occupants. The interior was cramped and metallic, the bench cold beneath him. As the vehicle rumbled to life, the groan of its suspension was the only punctuation in a silence heavy with implication. They drove 3 miles through quiet industrial streets to a specialized detention facility. Once a business hotel near the edge of the San Francisco docklands, it had been stripped of ornament and repurposed into a secure federal holding center. No signage marked its function, just steel siding, surveillance domes, and a sense of finality. At the rear entrance, 2 more guards flanked him like he was radioactive, neither speaking. Gabriel's boots echoed on the concrete ramp as they led him into the building. Inside, the corridors were bleak, the air-conditioned chill at odds with the heat of the Bearcat. They took him to the 3rd floor, formerly suites, now reinforced cells. The room was spare, square, and brutal. The window was covered by a perforated steel sheet that cast a grid of weak light across the floor. 2 recessed ceiling lamps gave the room its only real illumination. The carpet was cheap, the walls dull beige, the entire space purged of comfort. 2 facility staff in tan polos entered and began stripping the room further, removing the television, unplugging the phone, and clearing the desk of all stationery. Gabriel sat on the edge of the bed, his posture loose but tense, like a man trying to appear calm while calculating exits. An armed naval officer positioned himself silently at the desk, keeping a sideways eye on him. In the corner, a molded plastic bathroom unit glistened faintly. No sharp edges, no taps, just metallic buttons. Even the toilet looked like it belonged on a spacecraft. Gabriel stared at it for a moment, then looked away. Suicide-proof, like a padded cell pretending to be a hotel. A medic entered carrying a small metal case. He pulled out a syringe. "Arm?" the man asked, flatly. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. "What the hell is that?" "None of your business," the medic replied, reaching for his forearm. Gabriel pulled back, snapping, "Listen, you're not jabbing me with anything until I know what it is." The medic looked bored, not offended. "It's a combination multi-vaccine, for your safety while in detention." Gabriel gave a bitter laugh. "Really? Fine." He rolled up his sleeve. The needle slid in without ceremony. The man discarded the syringe into a small sharps bin and left without another word. "This is unusual, isn't it?" Gabriel muttered to no one in particular. No one replied. The silence was thick and institutional. The door opened. A man in a white uniform entered, the weight of authority preceding him like a shadow. He was tall, with pale skin and thinning gray hair, and carried the stiffness of someone long removed from civilian life. His eyes were cold and calculating, set beneath bushy brows. His epaulets bore 3 stars. Gold stripes circled his cuffs, and his cap was tipped with oak leaf embroidery. Gabriel immediately recognized the type. A gull, surface navy. Life on the ocean had a way of hardening men in odd ways. Gulls wore white instead of gray-blue and looked down on aviators like Gabriel with naval condescension. The man closed the door behind him with a soft click. "This disturbs me," he said, tossing a glance at the guards. "Leave us." The guards obeyed without question. As they exited, the Vice Admiral took a seat at the desk and placed his cap carefully in front of him, arranging it with ritualistic precision. When one of ours goes rogue, he said, finally looking at Gabriel, I take it personally. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Sorry, who are you, sir? Vice Admiral Milgram, the man said evenly. For some goddamn reason, you're my problem now, and I want to know what you think you're doing, where you think this is going. Sir, with respect, I don't know what's going on. 1 minute, I'm at my daughter's Little League game. The next, I'm arrested for crimes I've never heard of. There's been a terrible mistake. Milgram's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. Oh, I don't think so. We don't make these kinds of mistakes. He pulled out a cigarette case, sleek and silver, and lit a brown cigarillo with slow deliberation. The smell was spiced and acrid. He offered one to Gabriel, who waved it away. A facility staffer wheeled in a trolley of drinks. The labels were removed, just clear bottles of juice and soda. Gabriel took an orange juice. His hands were steady as he drank it, but not his eyes. You don't make mistakes? He asked, voice clipped. From where I'm sitting, this looks like a disaster. Milgram took a drag, exhaled slowly. Do you know who popularized smoking in the United States? Gabriel blinked. No, sir, I do not. Edward Bernays. Ever heard the name? Is he Navy? Milgram chuckled without warmth. Oh, Lord, no. He never served. But he worked for the military. PR man. Spin doctor. Genius. Okay. He worked with tobacco farmers and created a campaign to ban women from smoking so they could later brand it as empowerment when they reversed the narrative. Torches of freedom, they called it. Worked like a charm. All just leverage. Gabriel's patience thinned. And now they cause cancer. Do they? Maybe, maybe not. Spin is everywhere, Captain Phillips. This is fascinating, it really is. But tell me why I'm here. Milgram leaned forward, the smoke curling around his fingers. You hijacked a U.S. military drone and bombed U.S. citizens, important ones, during a politically sensitive time. Doesn't sound complicated to me. Gabriel stiffened. No, sir, you're mistaken. I flew my mission according to spec. Told by who? My CO. Name? I don't know. You don't know your commanding officer? It was a black tape mission. No names, no rank. It was routine. And your co-pilot? My censor. Don't know who she is. Milgram gave a slow, skeptical nod. Convenient, Captain. Yeah, it is. A silence stretched. Milgram tapped his case against the desk. Let me tell you why I'm here, he said at last, uncrossing his legs and then recrossing them in a deliberate, almost feminine way. Oh, that would be a delight. Local soil ops are a damn nightmare of red tape. I'm the new Bernays, Captain. When this goes public, and it will, someone has to control the story. Right now, that someone is me. Sir, with respect, I keep hearing the phrase local soil. What does that mean? Milgram's eyes narrowed. We're not talking about Iran. We're talking about what you did in Nevada. Gabriel blinked. No, it was Iran. That's what it said on my screen. That's what I was briefed for. You hit the Al-Aima Kashmir Mosque in Nevada. During peace talks, 70 dead, including diplomats from Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Gabriel's breath caught. No, sir, that's not possible. It happened in a town called Utherheim. You didn't just hit a target. You started a fire. He put his head in his hands. Jesus, I need a lawyer. A commotion in the hallway interrupted the moment. Voices. Frustration. Milgram looked up, unconcerned. I think she's here. The door opened. She entered like a bullet. Dark gray suit, hair tied back in a bone clip, heels precise against the tile. Her face was all edges and no softness. The security officer behind her looked rattled. "Rachel," Gabriel said, half standing before the ankle chain held him back. "Thank God." She looked him over like a field medic evaluating triage. "Gabriel. I came as soon as I could. Emmy called me. They're accusing me of killing Americans." Rachel sat, resting her briefcase on her lap. Her expression didn't soften. "I understand you've had a hard time lately, Gabe. You have no idea. I was talking about the drinking." "Jesus, really?" Gabriel shot Milgram a look. "Don't bring that into this." Rachel stayed composed. "This is serious." "You think I don't know that? That's why you're here." "I'm here because I owe Kate." He hesitated at the name of his late wife. "Fine. What do you want to know?" "Everything." He told her about the mission, the censor, the black tape orders. Milgram smoked quietly in the background, soaking it all in. "You're saying you didn't know you were flying in U.S. airspace?" she asked. "No, I was told it was Iran. Everything said so." "Well, let's contact your co-pilot and corroborate your story." "I don't know her name." "Then we'll subpoena the CO." "Can't. I don't know who that is either." Rachel exhaled sharply. "Jesus, Gabriel." "It's the truth. The orders came in the mail. Emmy brought them in." "Do you have them?" "At home, but they're blanked. No sender." Milgram typed something on his phone without looking up. "Were they registered post?" Rachel asked. "No, hand-delivered." "By who?" "I don't know. This is problematic." "No shit, it's problematic." She stood. "I'll go pick up Emmy and find the orders. Please, just take care of her, no matter what happens." Milgram opened the silver case again. He smiled. "Smoke?" Rachel took one without hesitation. Gabriel gave her a sharp look. "Don't." She held his gaze. "It's just a smoke." "No," Gabriel said, "it's a message." Milgram lit it for her. Rachel took a slow drag. The war, Gabriel realized, had already begun, and he was late to the battlefield. Chapter 5. Questioning. Temporary Detention Facility. Naval Intelligence Wing. Pensacola. Night. Rachel Amar leaned forward, her elbows resting on the steel interrogation table bolted to the floor of the makeshift detention suite. The Naval Intelligence Facility at the San Francisco Docklands had once been a dry storage depot. Now it was a sanitized crucible for political fire. The fluorescence above buzzed softly. A wall-mounted camera blinked its red LED. Everything recorded. Everything watched. "Tell me about the days leading up to the orders," she said. Her voice was low, even, controlled. "Were you in contact with your commanding officer? Any uniformed personnel? Civilians under government contract?" Across from her, Gabriel rubbed his wrists where the restraint cuffs had pinched the skin raw. His clothes had been replaced with a plain gray jumpsuit issued by the Department of Defense Field Detention Service. His eyes, too sharp, too alive for someone supposedly unraveling, met hers. I don't know. Rachel narrowed her eyes. You don't know. Gabriel, this isn't a psych eval. This is a pre-charges Article 32 hearing. You need to know. He exhaled slowly. Strange shit's been going on. Be specific. He glanced toward the one-way mirror on the wall. Behind it, she knew, someone from Naval Criminal Investigative Service or worse, maybe DIA, was listening. There are hours missing. Blank spots in my memory, not just recent, going back. Blackthorn. Rachel blinked. The USS Blackthorn? CVN. 88? He nodded. Back when I flew FA-18s, we'd wake up and entire days were gone, all of us. The whole carrier air wing. They said we were on recovery ops, failed missile tests, that kind of thing. But we knew the launches would fail, like we'd already seen it. Rachel pursed her lips. That sounds like a sailor's ghost story. Long deployments, edge of war zones, no sleep. It messes with your head. You'd be surprised how lucid you stay when a Chinese hunter-killer sub is stalking your battle group, and enemy jets probe your flanks every night. 5,000 sailors crammed onto a 1,100-foot floating target, crawling at 30 knots through contested waters. Sleep doesn't come easy. She folded her arms. You diagnosed with PTSD? I do not have PTSD, he snapped. Then quieter. I'm clear as a bell. But you're missing time, and now you're talking about failed missiles and dream logic. Just put that aside for a second. I'm sane. I know how it sounds. I know I can't prove it. But if you defend me, get me out of here, you'll see. Rachel looked down at her case folder, then across the room to where Vice Admiral Milgram stood by the window, silent, statue-like. The man hadn't said a word since she entered. He exuded old-school Navy. Annapolis, maybe ONI, someone with clearance levels the president might envy. I can't be away from Ibram long, she said. You know that. I know, but right now, I don't trust anyone. Milgram finally moved, turned his head just enough to look out the window, as though giving them a moment. Gabriel caught the glance and leaned in. This isn't a debriefing. This is a box. Controlled environment. Outside JAG protocols, like a Skinner experiment. Who knows what they've planned for me? Rachel looked back at Milgram. Why isn't he being held in a formal military brig? Why a repurposed storage room with a U.S. flag and a camera? Milgram's voice was low and measured. It's a politically sensitive case. We need fast containment, not a burglary trial, counselor. If there are others like him, we have to act now. She nodded slowly. I understand. Gabriel flinched. Don't listen to him, Rachel. He's not being straight with you. The Vice Admiral barely raised an eyebrow. Gabriel's chest heaved. Why are we talking here? Doesn't a detainee have a right to a private consultation with legal counsel? Milgram turned and walked over, slow and deliberate. Who else are you working with, Commander? That's what we need to know. Not your rights seminar. Gabriel faced him squarely. Can I speak to my daughter? Emmy's 9. She's alone. She's going to be scared. He looked at Rachel, desperate for a flicker of sympathy. Our people are taking care of her, Milgram said. Yeah, I bet they are. Probably got black baggers outside the playground. Rachel interjected. Is there any legitimate reason he can't speak with his daughter? Milgram arched an eyebrow. Are you his lawyer, Miss Amar?" She looked between the two men. The years dropped away. Gabriel, her best friend's ex, the hotshot aviator from a Navy party in Long Beach. And then she said, "I guess I am." Gabriel exhaled. His whole posture changed, still chained to the floor, but less like a man about to snap. Rachel pulled out her phone, dialed Emmy's number. It rang twice, then failed. A flat tone, disconnected. "They've probably secured her phone for operational security," Milgram said. He handed her a card. "Use this number." Why the hell would they take her phone? Gabriel's leg twitched against the restraint. A slow, measured clink. He eyed the chain, did the math. Rachel dialed again, got through. She passed the phone to Gabriel after a brief identification protocol. Gabriel pressed the phone to his ear like a man dying of thirst. "Sweetheart, you okay? Listen, I need a favor. When Auntie Rachel comes, find that envelope. The big one. From last week, from the mailbox. I want you to put it in the SFP. Yes, that's right. Just like we talked about, pinky promise." Milgram stepped away to take a call, pacing by the window. Gabriel leaned toward Rachel, whispering, "I remembered something. My CO. He had this cough, like a smoker's rasp. We're not exactly big on smoking in the Navy anymore." Exactly. That's what made it stand out. He sounded like gravel in a blender. That voice, it's high up. Someone out of VA command structure, maybe. Rachel lit her cigarillo, her face half-shadowed. Not the VA itself? No, the VA guy has a deeper voice. This one's higher, drier, scratchy. Find out who it is, Rachel. That's the only breadcrumb I've got. They both stopped talking as Milgram turned back. Then, once his back was turned again, "He's local," Gabriel said, his voice dropping again. "How do you know?" "The radio chatter in my comms. Too fast. No latency. If it was routed through Norfolk or Bagram, I'd hear it. This was tight loop. Sub-second. He's here." Rachel nodded, her lawyer instincts clicking into gear. "This room," Gabriel added. "It's not just a cell. It's a Skinner box. They're watching to see how I react. Who I trust. Who I contact." Before she could respond, Milgram rapped the door. "Time's up, Ms. Amar. You can resume tomorrow." Gabriel stood, defiant. "There won't be a tomorrow, and you know it." Rachel turned. "Will he be here?" Milgram was all shadows now. "We may need to transfer the detainee to another facility. See who he's protecting." Enhanced interrogation, waterboarding, sleep deprivation. Rachel had read the manuals. They'd walked the line between legality and horror for years now. As she passed Gabriel, he leaned in and whispered, "Be careful. They're not after me. They're watching you." Milgram opened the door with military precision and offered a disarming smile. "Careful with the elevator, Miss Amar. The doors are tricky." He closed the door behind her, and the steel latch fell into place like a coffin nail. A man in a white uniform entered, the weight of authority preceding him like a shadow. He was tall, with pale skin and thinning gray hair, and carried the stiffness of someone long removed from civilian life. His eyes were cold and calculating, set beneath bushy brows. His epaulets bore 3 stars. Gold stripes circled his cuffs, and his cap was tipped with oak leaf embroidery. Gabriel immediately recognized the type. A gull, surface navy. Life on the ocean had a way of hardening men in odd ways. Gulls wore white instead of gray-blue and looked down on aviators like Gabriel with naval condescension. The man closed the door behind him with a soft click. "This disturbs me," he said, tossing a glance at the guards. "Leave us." The guards obeyed without question. As they exited, the Vice Admiral took a seat at the desk and placed his cap carefully in front of him, arranging it with ritualistic precision. "When one of ours goes rogue," he said, finally looking at Gabriel, "I take it personally." Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, who are you, sir?" "Vice Admiral Milgram," the man said evenly. "For some goddamn reason, you're my problem now, and I want to know what you think you're doing, where you think this is going." "Sir, with respect, I don't know what's going on. One minute I'm at my daughter's Little League game, the next I'm arrested for crimes I've never heard of. There's been a terrible mistake." Milgram's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. "Oh, I don't think so. We don't make these kinds of mistakes." He pulled out a cigarette case, sleek and silver, and lit a brown cigarillo with slow deliberation. The smell was spiced and acrid. He offered one to Gabriel, who waved it away. A facility staffer wheeled in a trolley of drinks. The labels were removed, just clear bottles of juice and soda. Gabriel took an orange juice. His hands were steady as he drank it, but not his eyes. "You don't make mistakes?" he asked, voice clipped. "From where I'm sitting, this looks like a disaster." Milgram took a drag, exhaled slowly. "Do you know who popularized smoking in the United States?" Gabriel blinked. "No, sir, I do not." "Edward Bernays. Ever heard the name? Is he Navy?" Milgram chuckled without warmth. "Oh, Lord, no. He never served. But he worked for the military. PR man. Spin doctor. Genius." "Okay." He worked with tobacco farmers and created a campaign to ban women from smoking so they could later brand it as empowerment when they reversed the narrative. Torches of freedom, they called it. Worked like a charm. All just leverage. Gabriel's patience thinned. And now they cause cancer. Do they? Maybe, maybe not. Spin is everywhere, Captain Phillips. "This is fascinating, it really is. But tell me why I'm here." Milgram leaned forward, the smoke curling around his fingers. "You hijacked a U.S. military drone and bombed U.S. citizens, important ones, during a politically sensitive time. Doesn't sound complicated to me." Gabriel stiffened. "No, sir, you're mistaken. I flew my mission according to spec." "Told by who?" "My CO." "Name?" "I don't know." "You don't know your commanding officer?" "It was a black tape mission. No names, no rank. It was routine." "And your co-pilot?" "My censor. Don't know who she is." Milgram gave a slow, skeptical nod. "Convenient, Captain." "Yeah, it is." A silence stretched. Milgram tapped his case against the desk. "Let me tell you why I'm here," he said at last. uncrossing his legs and then recrossing them in a deliberate, almost feminine way. Oh, that would be a delight. Local soil ops are a damn nightmare of red tape. I'm the new Bernays captain. When this goes public, and it will, someone has to control the story. Right now, that someone is me. Sir, with respect, I keep hearing the phrase local soil. What does that mean? Milgram's eyes narrowed. We're not talking about Iran. We're talking about what you did in Nevada. Gabriel blinked. No, it was Iran. That's what it said on my screen. That's what I was briefed for. You hit the Al-Aima Kashmir Mosque in Nevada. During peace talks, 70 dead, including diplomats from Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Gabriel's breath caught. No, sir, that's not possible. It happened in a town called Utherheim. You didn't just hit a target. You started a fire. He put his head in his hands. Jesus, I need a lawyer. A commotion in the hallway interrupted the moment. Voices. Frustration. Milgram looked up, unconcerned. I think she's here. The door opened. She entered like a bullet. Dark gray suit, hair tied back in a bone clip, heels precise against the tile. Her face was all edges and no softness. The security officer behind her looked rattled. Rachel, Gabriel said, half standing before the ankle chain held him back. Thank God. She looked him over like a field medic evaluating triage. Gabriel. I came as soon as I could. Emmy called me. They're accusing me of killing Americans. Rachel sat, resting her briefcase on her lap. Her expression didn't soften. I understand you've had a hard time lately, Gabe. You have no idea. I was talking about the drinking. Jesus, really? Gabriel shot Milgram a look. Don't bring that into this. Rachel stayed composed. This is serious. You think I don't know that? That's why you're here. I'm here because I owe Kate. He hesitated at the name of his late wife. Fine. What do you want to know? Everything. He told her about the mission, the censor, the black tape orders. Milgram smoked quietly in the background, soaking it all in. You're saying you didn't know you were flying in U.S. airspace? She asked. No, I was told it was Iran. Everything said so. Well, let's contact your co-pilot and corroborate your story. I don't know her name. Then we'll subpoena the CO. Can't. I don't know who that is either. Rachel exhaled sharply. Jesus, Gabriel. It's the truth. The orders came in the mail. Emmy brought them in. Do you have them? At home, but they're blanked. No sender. Milgram typed something on his phone without looking up. Were they registered post? Rachel asked. No, hand-delivered. By who? I don't know. This is problematic. No shit, it's problematic. She stood. I'll go pick up Emmy and find the orders. Please, just take care of her, no matter what happens. Milgram opened the silver case again. He smiled. Smoke? Rachel took one without hesitation. Gabriel gave her a sharp look. Don't. She held his gaze. It's just a smoke. No, Gabriel said, it's a message. Milgram lit it for her. Rachel took a slow drag. The war, Gabriel realized, had already begun, and he was late to the battlefield. Chapter 6, Island. Pohnpei Island, Federated States of Micronesia. Dawn. As the ultra-violent monsoon of the night before reluctantly withdrew, it left behind a landscape drenched in saturated humidity that cloaked the air like a suffocating shroud. Steam rolled off the concrete, rising angrily as though the asphalt itself had been transformed into a teeming cauldron. Above, a volatile dawn sky brewed darkly, a chaotic canvas painted in swirling shades of slate gray, pregnant with the menace of another storm. Electricity crackled in the distance, a spectral harbinger of the turmoil to come, while the rancid scent of salt water mixed malevolently with the fetid odor lingering from the refuse washed ashore, creating a choking smog that clung to the village of Danape. Here lay the coastline's resilient outpost, a small bastion stubbornly defying the elements, like a barnacle, stubbornly secured to the hull of a rusting freighter. Few inhabitants of the continental United States could accurately locate this speck on a map, yet the presence of Pohnpei International Airport transformed it into an essential node within the intricate lattice of Pacific maritime operations. Each of the 10 villages dotting the island, inextricably bound by history and commerce, looked to the airport as their lifeblood, the linchpin of survival. Inland, colossal oil tanks, each meticulously cared for by a Japanese construction consortium, dominated the stark terrain, while a quartet of Indian engineers monitored the sonorous growl of the deep-water harbor. This harbor served not only as a crucial artery for commerce, but also as a potential flashpoint for conflict. The coconut groves, the island's meager economic yield, stood as a gentle facade, their palms swaying ironically against the backdrop of the tempest brewing just beyond the horizon. Eyes were intently focused, intelligence analysts, military planners, and the ravenous gaze of missiles all trained on the distant sea. 3 nautical miles off the coast, the Fujian loomed, a colossal steel leviathan, a monument to Chinese armament and ambition that cut starkly against the storm-laden sky. This was no mere display of power. This was a Type 003 class aircraft carrier, displacing a staggering 80,000 tons of hardened steel and ferocity. She was more than a ship. She was a military cathedral, bristling with electromagnetic catapults and manned by a steadfast crew of 1,500 sailors, honed through years of rigorous training into a near-perfect fighting force. This, Beijing's 3rd aircraft carrier and its first entirely conceived and constructed from domestic blueprints, bore a silhouette that evoked unsettling reminiscences of the Soviet-era Ulyanovsk, an unfinished specter of naval ambition that had lurked like a ghost in the annals of maritime history. In a cloak and dagger operation executed with chilling precision, the Chinese had clandestinely acquired the remains of the languishing Soviet beast. Piece by piece, they dissected it, unearthing the advanced technology hidden beneath its corroding exterior. Lessons from the Cold War, hard-earned and soaked in blood, had been assimilated into a new paradigm, all while Beijing deftly avoided the cost of direct international conflict. In the waters just off this U.S.-aligned island, a shadowy war machine prowled with predatory intent, its deck angled in a menacing challenge, a gauntlet thrown across the Pacific's vast theater of geopolitics. Captain Ian McAllister stood on the bridge of the USS George H.W. Bush, squinting through the murky veil of morning as he processed the intelligence reports flooding into his command post. An experienced strategist, a man seasoned by years of deployment in volatile theaters of operation, he felt an unfamiliar trepidation gnawing at the edges of his gut. The orders flashed on the screen were clear-cut. establish a deterrent presence in the context of the escalating Chinese naval posturing. Yet, an unsettling uncertainty tugged at the back of his mind. Could he truly justify risking the lives of thousands to thwart a conflict brewing in the shadows? The tension was palpable as he regarded the hulking mass of the Fujian on sonar, its behemoth presence cutting through the water like a knife. Choices loomed like clouds bristling with electricity, each decision more fraught than the last. Behind his steely exterior, the weight of anticipation bore down on him, spurred on by the specter of history, a point of no return hovering ominously on the horizon. The eyes of the world were upon him, a captain caught in a storm of politics and bravado. Locals, with a mix of trepidation and irony, had dubbed the ship the Shadow of Fujian, a moniker not just for its imposing stature, but for the palpable darkness it cast over everything beneath it. The name, Fujian, held duality. In the formal cadence of Beijing dialect, it simply denoted a province. Yet among whispers in the smoke-filled gathering places stretching from Taipei to Osaka, it bore a bitter double entendre. Better than Fuji. A pointed jab at Japan's naval leadership, who understood the implications all too well. Reaction had not been long in coming. The Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force countered with their own flotilla of Izumo-class helicopter destroyers, swift, agile, but limited in capability. Their aerial assets were rotary wing only, a stark contrast to the Fujian's superiority. With an effective operational range closing on 500 nautical miles, the Fujian's fixed-wing payload overshadowed Japan's capabilities, rendering them reliant on the presence and support of the U.S. Navy should conflict erupt. Tension hung thick in the air. The standoff was palpable, a silent duel escalating into an uncertain confrontation. Positioned 4 nautical miles out on the opposite coast, the USS Blackthorn, a Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser, sat vigilant, cloaked in the early morning mist. High and ready, her hull bristled with armaments, while her SPY-1 radar swept the surrounding area in slow, calculated arcs, each pass a precise measurement of the unfolding naval chess game. Her deck crews had seamlessly transitioned to Condition 2, flash gear hastily donned, vertical launching system, VLS cells prepped and waiting, fingers resting on triggers, hearts pounding with a mix of adrenaline and anxiety. The 7th Fleet had issued its formal maritime challenge. The Fujian was encroaching on what Washington had deemed an exclusive economic zone, EEZ, a claim grounded in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and, as such, was expected to adhere to established maritime transit protocols. The Fujian, however, answered with the cold venom of defiance. "These are not U.S. waters. We do not recognize your claim." Silence then hung, sharp and weighted. The unmistakable undercurrents of geopolitical strife rippled across the theater of operations. As night fell, the atmosphere thickened with dread. The following evening, a stark commotion erupted aboard the Fujian, a prelude to chaos. Watchers stationed on Pohnpei's rugged hills observed intently as 4 rotary-wing drones, a menacing quartet, ascended from the carrier's angled deck, black silhouettes framed by the flickering glow of deck floodlights. These weren't mere reconnaissance units. Not yet. But they bore the hallmarks of something more ominous. The modular hardpoints were rigged with multi-spectral intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ISR pods, engineered to intercept both communications intelligence, COMINT, and signals intelligence, SIGINT, across the spectrum of civilian and military bands. beneath their sophisticated exteriors, Gaussian-shielded battery casings offered electromagnetic protection, an unambiguous indication these aircraft were designed for electronic warfare as much as for reconnaissance. Their eerie flight paths trace the skies above Pohnpei, hovering like vultures eyeing a carcass, waiting for the opportune moment. Then, the dawn broke, shattering the tropical stillness aboard the USS Blackthorn, with the blaring urgency of a klaxon. "General quarters! General quarters! All hands man your battle stations!" Crew members surged through hatches, urgency propelling them as they strapped into their consoles, manned close-in weapon systems, CIWS stations, and hurriedly loaded chaff and flare dispensers, their movements a choreography of discipline and preparation, honed by countless hours of training. From the Combat Information Center, CIC, Commander Ellis, the commanding officer of the Blackthorn, stared at the radar overlay with a clenched jaw. 4 hostile drones held station just outside the island's airspace. Intelligence assets close enough to listen, or worse, poised to strike. The game had irrevocably shifted. The war had not officially been declared, but its shadows had arrived, tangible and sinister, casting long, dark shapes over the precarious equilibrium of power in the Pacific. A man in a white uniform entered, the weight of authority preceding him like a shadow. He was tall, with pale skin and thinning gray hair, and carried the stiffness of someone long removed from civilian life. His eyes were cold and calculating, set beneath bushy brows. His epaulets bore 3 stars. Gold stripes circled his cuffs, and his cap was tipped with oak leaf embroidery. Gabriel immediately recognized the type. A gull, surface navy. Life on the ocean had a way of hardening men in odd ways. Gulls wore white instead of gray-blue and looked down on aviators like Gabriel with naval condescension. The man closed the door behind him with a soft click. "This disturbs me," he said, tossing a glance at the guards. "Leave us." The guards obeyed without question. As they exited, the vice admiral took a seat at the desk and placed his cap carefully in front of him, arranging it with ritualistic precision. "When one of ours goes rogue," he said, finally looking at Gabriel, "I take it personally." Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, who are you, sir?" "Vice Admiral Milgram," the man said evenly. "For some goddamn reason, you're my problem now, and I want to know what you think you're doing, where you think this is going." "Sir, with respect, I don't know what's going on. One minute, I'm at my daughter's Little League game. The next, I'm arrested for crimes I've never heard of. There's been a terrible mistake." Milgram's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. "Oh, I don't think so. We don't make these kinds of mistakes." He pulled out a cigarette case, sleek and silver, and lit a brown cigarillo with slow deliberation. The smell was spiced and acrid. He offered one to Gabriel, who waved it away. A facility staffer wheeled in a trolley of drinks. The labels were removed, just clear bottles of juice and soda. Gabriel took an orange juice. His hands were steady as he drank it, but not his eyes. "You don't make mistakes?" he asked, voice clipped. "From where I'm sitting, this looks like a disaster." Milgram took a drag, exhaled slowly. "Do you know who popularized smoking in the United States?" Gabriel blinked. "No, sir, I do not." "Edward Bernays. Ever heard the name? Is he Navy?" Milgram chuckled without warmth. "Oh, Lord, no. He never served. But he worked for the military. PR man. Spin doctor. Genius." "Okay." He worked with tobacco farmers and created a campaign to ban women from smoking so they could later brand it as empowerment when they reversed the narrative. Torches of freedom, they called it. Worked like a charm. All just leverage. Gabriel's patience thinned. And now they cause cancer. Do they? Maybe, maybe not. Spin is everywhere, Captain Phillips. "This is fascinating, it really is. But tell me why I'm here." Milgram leaned forward, the smoke curling around his fingers. "You hijacked a U.S. military drone and bombed U.S. citizens, important ones, during a politically sensitive time. Doesn't sound complicated to me." Gabriel stiffened. "No, sir, you're mistaken. I flew my mission according to spec." "Told by who?" "My CO." "Name?" "I don't know." "You don't know your commanding officer?" It was a black tape mission. No names, no rank. It was routine. "And your co-pilot?" "My censor. Don't know who she is." Milgram gave a slow, skeptical nod. "Convenient, Captain." "Yeah, it is." A silence stretched. Milgram tapped his case against the desk. "Let me tell you why I'm here," he said at last. uncrossing his legs and then recrossing them in a deliberate, almost feminine way. Oh, that would be a delight. Local soil ops are a damn nightmare of red tape. I'm the new Bernays captain. When this goes public, and it will, someone has to control the story. Right now, that someone is me. Sir, with respect, I keep hearing the phrase local soil. What does that mean? Milgram's eyes narrowed. We're not talking about Iran. We're talking about what you did in Nevada. Gabriel blinked. No, it was Iran. That's what it said on my screen. That's what I was briefed for. You hit the Al-Aima Kashmir Mosque in Nevada. During peace talks, 70 dead, including diplomats from Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Gabriel's breath caught. No, sir, that's not possible. It happened in a town called Utherheim. You didn't just hit a target. You started a fire. He put his head in his hands. Jesus, I need a lawyer. A commotion in the hallway interrupted the moment. Voices. Frustration. Milgram looked up, unconcerned. I think she's here. The door opened. She entered like a bullet. Dark gray suit, hair tied back in a bone clip, heels precise against the tile. Her face was all edges and no softness. The security officer behind her looked rattled. Rachel, Gabriel said, half standing before the ankle chain held him back. Thank God. She looked him over like a field medic evaluating triage. Gabriel. I came as soon as I could. Emmy called me. They're accusing me of killing Americans. Rachel sat, resting her briefcase on her lap. Her expression didn't soften. I understand you've had a hard time lately, Gabe. You have no idea. I was talking about the drinking. Jesus, really? Gabriel shot Milgram a look. Don't bring that into this. Rachel stayed composed. This is serious. You think I don't know that? That's why you're here. I'm here because I owe Kate. He hesitated at the name of his late wife. Fine. What do you want to know? Everything. He told her about the mission, the censor, the black tape orders. Milgram smoked quietly in the background, soaking it all in. You're saying you didn't know you were flying in U.S. airspace? She asked. No, I was told it was Iran. Everything said so. Well, let's contact your co-pilot and corroborate your story. I don't know her name. Then we'll subpoena the CO. Can't. I don't know who that is either. Rachel exhaled sharply. Jesus, Gabriel. It's the truth. The orders came in the mail. Emmy brought them in. Do you have them? At home, but they're blanked. No sender. Milgram typed something on his phone without looking up. Were they registered post? Rachel asked. No, hand-delivered. By who? I don't know. This is problematic. No shit, it's problematic. She stood. I'll go pick up Emmy and find the orders. Please, just take care of her, no matter what happens. Milgram opened the silver case again. He smiled. Smoke? Rachel took one without hesitation. Gabriel gave her a sharp look. Don't. She held his gaze. It's just a smoke. No, Gabriel said, it's a message. Milgram lit it for her. Rachel took a slow drag. The war, Gabriel realized, had already begun, and he was late to the battlefield.
Chapter 7. Trial. Military courtroom, Naval Base, Pensacola. A guard at the back of the courtroom barked, "All rise." The room stiffened. Boots scraped, chairs shuffled. The heavy door swung open, and an authoritative figure in navy judicial black walked in. The General Court-Martial of the United States versus Captain Gabriel A. Phillips, Naval Aviator, is now in session. Case number GCM 22666. Bang. Judge Abagnale brought the gavel down once, a curt, final sound that echoed across the sparse courtroom. There was no nameplate, only a seal of the United States Navy and a government-issue microphone, stark, impersonal. 12 jurors, officers under the UCMJ, sat in solemn silence. No idle chatter, no wide eyes. These weren't randomly chosen citizens. They looked selected, trained, like they'd been briefed before they ever put on their dress uniforms. Vice Admiral Milgram's orders had been clear. Discretion at all costs. But the presence of ceiling-mounted cameras, perimeter security with body cams, and 5 observers in the gallery, plain clothes, but radiating command presence, told another story. Intel or CID, possibly even NCIS. Gabriel couldn't tell, but he knew the look of men who were here to decide outcomes, not observe them. The prosecution's table was stacked with binders and folders, green-labeled JAG evidence packets, classified document sleeves. 3 officers sat behind it, 1 lieutenant commander, and 2 civilian DoD consultants. The lead prosecutor, Stephen Avenka, stood as he introduced himself. Avenka was thick-set, with a barreled chest and the cold composure of a man who had buried a dozen defendants without blinking. His beard was tight. His voice was smoother than expected. Gabriel knew the type. Ivy League trained, trial hardened. The judge moved through the standard Article 39A advisements. Gabriel only half listened. His ears were tuned for one voice, the one that hadn't yet spoken. Rachel was gone. His original defense counsel vanished. No explanation, no delay granted. In her place sat Lieutenant Toreg Sadiq from the Naval Defense Service office. Gabriel hadn't seen him before the hearing, except for 5 terse minutes in the holding room. Then the voice that startled him. "Captain Phillips," Avenka began, slow and deliberate. "Do you love your country?" Gabriel blinked. "Of course, I've served 17 years. "But you're Russian, aren't you?" Gabriel held his breath. "No, sir. I was born in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I am American." "Your father's German. Your mother, Ukrainian, is that correct?" "My father was born in Bonn. He immigrated after the Cold War." "And your mother?" "Kharkiv." "Yes." "Yet your surname is Phillips." Gabriel nodded once. "Legally changed. My father Americanized it when he naturalized." "So it used to be Philistine." "It was." "Why did he change it?" Gabriel narrowed his eyes. "Because it's Philistine, obviously. Who the hell wants to walk into a room and—" "Language, Captain," Judge Abagnale said mildly. Avenka raised a palm, mock pacifying. "Relax, Mr. Phillips. Or is it Philistine today?" Gabriel leaned forward slightly. His voice was clipped. "I am Captain Gabriel Phillips, United States Navy, and a patriot." Avenka nodded like a man pretending to listen, flipping a few pages on his desk. "So help me understand something, Captain. Why would a patriot murder 73 unarmed American civilians at the Al-Aima Kashmir Mosque in Otterheim, Nevada?" That landed with a gut-punch silence. Gabriel's pulse surged. The courtroom lights seemed to brighten. "I didn't murder anyone," he said slowly. "I executed a coordinated strike per Tasking Order Bravo 7. Target grid was relayed as North Central Iran, confirmed chain of command, authenticated codes. Tasking Order Bravo 7. Avenka's voice curled at the edges. "Curious, because neither CENTCOM nor NAVWARCOM nor even the local wing commander has any record of such an order. Not digital, not physical, no radio log, no sat link, no verbal handoff, nothing. I received it via Red Seal courier. Physical copy." "And where is this mail order mission now?" The derision in his tone was surgical. Gabriel's jaw flexed. "I secured it at my home. I asked my daughter to keep it safe. When she arrived, it was gone." "Your 9-year-old daughter is your chain of custody," Avenka said, turning slightly to the jury box. "Interesting. You're suggesting a child was the sole guardian of an alleged classified directive?
She's smart. She knows what she saw.
Smart? Captain, I wouldn't trust a 9-year-old to file tax returns, let alone store covert op orders. What next? She'll decrypt NORAD alerts with crayons?
Gabriel didn't blink. You can talk to her yourself. She'll confirm.
Let's not waste time on juvenile fantasy.
Ivanka leaned on the rail. Let's discuss facts. You breached NAS North Island using falsified credentials. You accessed a restricted drone test bed during an unscheduled maintenance window. Then you launched an uncommanded strike across U.S. territory, killing civilians 2 days before diplomatic normalization talks with the Iranian regime. That sound about right? Gabriel's hand trembled slightly against his thigh. If the drone was in a test bed, why was it combat armed with Hellfire and Viper munitions?
You're here to answer questions, not ask them.
Gabriel glanced at Sadiq. Nothing. Just pen tapping on legal pad. He turned back to Ivanka. This trial is a farce, a show. And I'd sure like to know who the hell the audience is. The gallery watchers didn't even blink. Ivanka took a long breath, then turned a page slowly.
You're deflecting, Captain. Typical traitor playbook. Tell me, have you ever undergone psychiatric evaluation?
Not since enlisting, sir.
Perhaps you should. You're erratic, aggressive, possibly paranoid.
Gabriel's eyes narrowed. Maybe I'm surrounded by gaslighting lunatics.
Ivanka smiled, like a man who had seen it all. The drone was prepped for diagnostics. No pilot was scheduled, no strike orders existed. But somehow, you knew the override codes, the clearance channel, the frequency bandwidth. Tell the court how you broke in.
Sadiq stirred. Objection. Leading the witness.
Sustained, said the judge. Rephrase.
Ivanka held up his hands.
Captain, walk us through your entry into the facility.
I scanned my card. Bio-authenticated.
And where is that card now?
Rachel, my original attorney, had it. It's probably still in evidence. Judge Abagnale flipped through a thin folder. Defense, is this true? Sadiq paused. There is no such card entered into evidence, Your Honor.
Of course not, Ivanka said. Fabrications tend to vanish.
Gabriel's knuckles tightened. It's real. The security station was unmanned, no guard on duty. I assumed shift rotation.
That didn't strike you as abnormal.
Everything about Navwarcom is abnormal. Captain, the judge said sharply, watch your tone. Gabriel took a breath. I proceeded to the drone control center, southwest wing. The control console was live, pre-calibrated. I assumed mission readiness.
And the sensor operator?
Remote. Separate facility. Female. Not on site.
You're sure of that?
Gabriel blinked. Yes, sir. And no one else was present. Not that I saw. Ivanka nodded once, then returned to his seat.
No further questions.
Sadiq finally stood. Straightened his uniform. He flipped through a few pages, slowly. Captain Phillips, let's clarify. Gaining access to a Category X drone system requires dual authentication and remote unlock from Central Command. That's protocol, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive that unlock?
Gabriel looked at him hard.
If I did, it was automated. The console was greenlit when I entered. And your training allows you to execute unscheduled missions?
In wartime, if confirmed by chain of command.
Yes. Sadiq paused. Do you have proof of chain of command authorization?
Gabriel closed his eyes for half a second.
I did. I had it in hand. Now it's gone. The JAG cork room on Naval Base Coronado was quiet, sterile, and humming with barely contained tension. The air smelled of ozone and polished brass. Walls bore framed citations from long-past conflicts. Somalia, Fallujah, the Persian Gulf. Silent witnesses to judgment. Gabriel sat at the witness stand, spine rigid against the polished wood. Sweat lined his collar despite the over-air-conditioned chill. He clasped his hands in front of him, knuckles white. His navy dress uniform was spotless, but the man inside it was fraying. Defense Counsel Toreg Sadiq stood calmly, his presence controlled, movements efficient. A veteran JAG officer of Sudanese descent, he wore the faint scent of cardamom soap and carried a reputation for meticulous preparation and laser precision. He didn't posture like the prosecution. He didn't need to. His voice cut cleaner than any objection. Captain, Let's return to your testimony, he said, gently tugging the thread that would unravel it all. You claim you believed the drone was operating in Iranian airspace. I didn't just believe it, Gabriel said, his voice low but steady. Everything pointed to it. The map overlays, the tactical displays, Persian labels on the terrain grid. I remember the coordinates, 30 north, 50 east. The target was south of Shiraz. Sadiq offered no reaction, just took a single step forward, hands clasped behind his back. His brass nameplate reflected the overhead fluorescence. And the drone, where did it launch from? An aircraft carrier, Gabriel said. Just off the coast? Dusk launch. Which carrier? Gabriel paused. They told me it was the Blackthorn, but he stopped himself. The judge raised an eyebrow. Continue, Captain, Sadiq prompted. It wasn't the Blackthorn, sir. I know her. I served on her for 3 years. This carrier was similar, but different. Layout, sound profile, launch routine. Sadiq cocked his head slightly. But you launched at dusk, not night? Yes, sir. We wanted to hit the target before full dark. We flew for 2 hours. A chair creaked behind Gabriel. The prosecutor, Commander Stephen Ovenka, leaned forward at the prosecution's table, pen tapping silently on a yellow legal pad. He had the hungry eyes of a man who'd already decided his verdict. 2 hours, Sadiq repeated. No refueling? Negative. We were running light. 2 hellhounds, not 4, had a lithium reserve pod installed, experimental tech, pushed endurance by another hour. No landmarks along the way? Nothing to suggest you were over American soil? Gabriel's brow furrowed. No, sir. We were at altitude, above the storm. Clouds all the way to the horizon. Visibility was trash. Sadiq turned slightly, giving the room his profile as he spoke to the judge. Your Honor, please note the weather conditions. Abagnale gave a curt nod. The judge sat stoically, framed by flags of the Navy and the United States. He had the face of a man who'd seen battlefield reports typed on carbon paper. His fingers interlaced over a thick leather folder. Flying in a storm, Sadiq mused, circling back. That's not standard operating procedure, is it? No, sir, Gabriel answered flatly. Not for unmanned systems. The Phantom's tough, but sensitive. Avionics go out in hard crosswinds. So why did you proceed? Gabriel hesitated. Orders. Sadiq raised a brow. From whom? CO. Call sign Alpha Zero. Voice only over encrypted line. Not face-to-face? No, sir. Radio only. Verified command codes. There was a pause. One of the observers in the second row, a 2-star admiral in a pressed gray service uniform, shifted slightly, muttering something under his breath. Neither side acknowledged him. Sadiq adjusted his sleeves. Let's talk about the strike. You descended to 10,000 feet? Yes, 4 miles lateral of the target. 4 miles is a stretch. How did you acquire the target visually? The X-45 is equipped with a telescopic optical array, plus ultraviolet low light and IR tracking. We paint the target with an ultraviolet laser, then overlay the thermal data. Sadiq narrowed his eyes. Wait, heat doesn't bend, Captain. How can a night vision array be telescopic? Gabriel breathed heavily while he tried to recall the construction of the device. It's a hybrid array. The UV gives us contrast. The IR is for targeting, not visual. The thermal sensor gives a heat outline, lower resolution than the camera feed, but enough to make out silhouettes. The room was still again. A whisper of paper echoed as Uvenka flipped through a binder. You stated you were targeting 6 individuals. With weapons? Yes. Russian-made RPGs. At least, that's what they looked like. From 4 miles away. In a storm. There was a break in the weather, Gabriel said, softer. Just long enough. Convenient, Sadiq said, just above a murmur. Gabriel met his gaze. We got lucky. Sadiq didn't blink. Describe the weather. We were above the storm for most of the mission. Some rain on descent, wind shear on final. Sadiq turned to the judge. Your Honor, I refer to Exhibits 12 and 13 meteorological records from Las Vegas and Shiraz on the date in question. Abagnale looked down, adjusting his reading glasses. The rustle of thick paper filled the air. Sadiq let the moment hang before asking, Who gave the order to fire? My CO, Gabriel answered again. I never saw him, just heard his voice. So, hypothetically, Sadiq said, that order could have come from anyone, even someone outside the chain of command? Gabriel stiffened. I had no reason to doubt him. He had the codes. He sounded like command. He was command. Sadiq turned to his desk, picked up a document, mostly black lines across white paper. Captain, does the X-45 record audio, telemetry, combat logs? Absolutely. All systems. Everything gets uploaded to Joint Command in real time. We call it the black box in the cloud. Only a bomb could. The prosecutor stood sharply. Your Honor, Ivanka interrupted, holding up a new document, thick with exhibits. I refer to Document 17, flight logs, comms data, satellite footage. All confirm the drone launched from the USS Blackthorn, stationed off the California coast. The target was in Nevada, outside Tonopah. This wasn't Iran. It was American soil. The room felt like it had tilted. Gabriel shot to his feet. That wasn't the Blackthorn, sir. I know the Blackthorn. I know her like I know my own, Captain Phillips. Abagnale's voice cracked like a rifle shot. Gabriel froze. Sit. Down. Gabriel sat slowly, face pale, pulse hammering behind his eyes. The judge flipped through the summary document with mechanical precision, then gave a slight nod. Cold. Ivanka's expression didn't change, but he glanced briefly at Gabriel from the corner of his eyes, a hint of a smirk on his face. No further questions, Your Honor. The gavel didn't fall, but the silence that followed felt like a sentence all its own. Chapter 8, Visor. Naval Air Station, California, 1400 Zulu. A dark flight on an old troop transport lasted 6 hours, 21 minutes, Gabriel estimated. The guards escorted Gabriel back to a holding suite, if you could call it that. A standard Navy VIP room, repurposed into a gilded cage. They attached an ankle restraint to the floor bracket with practiced indifference. The 6-foot chain allowed just enough slack for him to reach the head of the bed. He collapsed onto the mattress, every muscle tight from the courtroom exchange. The mental toll reminded him of combat sorties over hostile terrain, flying the F-15E Strike Eagle through contested airspace in Afghanistan and Syria. He'd never flown the 5th-gen Raptors or the F-35 Lightning II, the so-called 5th-gen Unicorns, and doubted they offered more comfort. Those birds weren't built for pilots. They were built around them, as if the human operator was just a wet CPU socket. In the early runs of those airframes, they hadn't even bothered designing ejection systems until enough test pilots raised hell. Comfort was always an afterthought. From the next room, muffled voices filtered through the connecting wall. One of them was unmistakable. Vice Admiral Milgram, his usual rasp barely constrained. The second voice was unfamiliar, lower, colder. Gabriel slid quietly off the bed. The chain rattled softly as he pulled the mattress across the tile, inching closer to the connecting door. He pressed his ear to the old-fashioned brass keyhole. Need to handle this. I can't afford another loose thread. I'm worried about the asset, the second man replied. He did what he was supposed to, but he's not responding to cooldown. I don't care. The doctor lost him. He's expendable. What matters now is identifying who tipped off the feds. If there's a mole, Black Harvest is exposed. Gabriel's blood turned colder than the Navy's refrigeration lockers. Black Harvest might already be compromised. I'll trace the leak. If that, wait, did you hear something? Gabriel held his breath. When's the asset back from that goddamn court session? Soon. We need to neutralize him. Do you have the binary? He's already ingested part A. Slip this into his drink. A pause. How long? 48 hours, tops. I don't like delayed vectors. Too much can go wrong. It's stable. By the time he codes out, we'll be teeing off in Monterey with the president. Gabriel backed away, heart thundering. He shoved the bed back into place and collapsed onto it, feigning the lethargy of a man defeated. A moment later, the latch clicked. The door swung open. Milgram entered, the consummate bureaucrat in full uniform, cap tucked under his arm like he'd just stepped out of a Capitol Hill hearing. He gave Gabriel the kind of grin that looked drawn on with a crayon. "How you holding up, sport?" he asked, voice laced with that false camaraderie commanders used when trying to smooth over war crimes. Gabriel didn't answer immediately. Milgram took off his cap and placed it, precisely, on the desk in the corner. Officers were nothing if not creatures of ritual. "I'm doing just great," Gabriel finally said, looking forward to the next 50 years. Milgram chuckled. "Let me get you some tea. The hotel makes a surprisingly drinkable Earl Grey." Of course they did. Gabriel wasn't a coffee man, never had been. His old squadron used to give him grief over it, said it was un-American. But high caffeine brews irritated his stomach before long hauls, and when you're cruising at Mach 1.8 with a J-Dam under your wing, you can't afford distractions. "You joining me?" Gabriel asked, matching Milgram's smile. "Absolutely. We've got things to discuss." Moments later, a guard entered with a silver tray, 2 porcelain cups and a white teapot, steam curling from its spout. Milgram poured the tea himself, then gestured toward the door. "Give us a few minutes, son," he said. The Marine nodded and stepped out, pulling the door shut behind him. Gabriel watched Milgram's eyes flick briefly toward the far wall, upper corner. Surveillance, obviously. A small black sensor, maybe the size of a watch battery, just visible if you knew what to look for. Gabriel knew. He'd spotted IR drones through double canopy glass mid-dogfight. "You still claiming this was all a mistake?" Milgram asked as he steeped the tea. "Because frankly, I hope you're right. I'm rooting for you." Gabriel stared at him. "You're not a great liar, sir." Milgram shrugged with a smirk. "I can pull some strings, contact the carrier, get the ordnance crew on record, might even bring them in to testify." "If the logs are missing from HQ, they're missing from the carrier too," Gabriel replied. "This whole thing's a setup, and you know it." Milgram leaned forward slightly. "Then tell me everything. Something you're not telling your lawyer. No origin point, no chain of command chatter, no cryptic payload briefings." Gabriel held his gaze. "I flew blind. Mission packet came through on Blackband. No return comms. Just launch, deliver, exfil." Milgram's tone shifted, softer, predatory. "And you told no one? No one at all?" Gabriel heard what he was really asking. "Is there anyone else we need to silence?" "No one," he lied. "It was sealed. I didn't say a word." Milgram nodded thoughtfully. He sipped from his cup and grimaced slightly. Whether from taste or performance, Gabriel wasn't sure. But he suspected the latter. It was an old spy trick, binary agents. Part A already in the bloodstream, inert. Part B introduced later, sometimes days later. Only when both were present would the cocktail become lethal. Unlike fast-acting poisons, this method bought the assassin's deniability in time. Gabriel had a working theory. Milgram wasn't acting alone. And either the people watching didn't know he was compromised, or they did and were using him as misdirection. Psychological warfare. Bernays-level narrative control. Gabriel picked up his cup carefully, avoiding the rim. He didn't know if the agent had to be ingested or if dermal absorption was enough. Best not to find out. Milgram gave him that same dead-eyed smile. "I'm sure this will all blow over. Then we can all go back to our lives." "No doubt. Tea's getting cold." "Is it?" Gabriel hurled the cup in Milgram's face. Scalding liquid splashed across the Vice Admiral's eyes. He shouted in surprise and staggered back. Gabriel surged forward, grabbed the back of Milgram's skull, and slammed it against the chair's steel crossbar. Bone cracked. Milgram slumped, groaning. Gabriel pressed his forearm into the man's throat and pinned him down. A knock pounded on the door. "Just a second, Sonny," Gabriel barked in Milgram's voice. Close enough, especially through a door. Milgram convulsed once, then stilled. Gabriel swung his legs up and twisted hard, angling the ankle chain across the bed frame. Pain exploded in his foot, but the wood cracked. The cuff snapped loose from the floor mount. He yanked it off and shoved it into his sock, hiding the injury under the comforter. Blood pooled along his ankle. He wiped his palms on the bed sheet, then stripped Milgram's jacket and cap. The man's body was dumped behind the bed and hastily covered with a blanket. Gabriel opened the adjoining door, a crack. Empty. He slipped through, sealed it behind him, and waited by the outer door. The moment he heard the guard enter the first room, Gabriel slid out into the hallway, wincing with every step but walking with military purpose. A pair of civilians passed. He straightened up, concealed the limp, and dipped the cap low over his face. When he reached the end of the corridor, another guard stood watch. Gabriel didn't salute. He waited. The guard gave him a respectful nod and salute first, as protocol demanded. Gabriel returned a lazy half-salute and kept moving. He was 3 floors down by the time shouting erupted behind him. The hotel exit opened into a busy side street. He walked with practiced efficiency, patting down the jacket. Inside, a government-issue mobile phone and a tri-fold leather wallet. The phone was locked, likely encrypted. But it could be tracked. Gabriel yanked the SIM card and pulled the cash and credit cards from the wallet. The ID he left. As he passed a woman wrangling her kids into an SUV, he slipped the phone and empty wallet into the side pouch of her bag. He turned a corner, rolled the jacket and cap together, and dropped them in a storm drain. Then he disappeared into the crowd. The San Francisco Pride March was at full volume, music, color, and chaos surging down Market Street like a human tidal wave. Rainbow flags fluttered from lampposts, balloons floated overhead, and the scent of hot asphalt mixed with body glitter and street vendor churros. People in every shade of skin and expression marched shoulder to shoulder, some dressed in wild drag, others in leather, latex, or almost nothing at all. It was a living riot of freedom, a paradoxical shield of anonymity for a man trying to vanish. Gabriel moved with the current, blending as best he could. A group of topless women marched beside a cardboard float protesting chest censorship, their chants half drowned by a nearby dance track, thundering from stacked speakers. Men in neon thongs danced on rollerblades, glitter glinting in the noonday sun. Protest signs rose and fell above the crowd like sails, queer and here, free to be, defund hate. Irony wasn't lost on Gabriel. The crowd marched to assert freedoms they already had. He was running to preserve the one thing no one gave back once it was taken, identity. He kept his head low, face turned away whenever they passed a knot of SFPD officers in fluorescent vests. They weren't looking for him, not yet, but someone was. He could feel it in the tightening of his gut, the way the air got thicker when someone narrowed in on your six. Then he heard it, a shout, close. Phillips. His name, not his alias, not a call sign. His name. He spun. A man in naval dress whites, not Milgram, was pushing through the crowd. How had they found him? Gabriel glanced skyward and spotted the glint, a near-invisible speck against the blue. A drone. Military grade. Not a commercial quadcopter. Too steady. Too high. Real-time image feed, linked to a tactical operations center somewhere. They weren't guessing where he was. They knew. He bolted, shoving between a pair of protesters locked in a mock lip-sync battle. The crowd erupted into confusion, parting like water around him. A startled vendor's cart spilled rainbow popcorn as Gabriel barreled past. He dove into an alley along the promenade, his boots clanging on steel service grates. A stack of trash bags broke his shoulder-first collision with a wall, and he kept moving. A shout echoed behind him, closer. He broke out into a side street market packed with tourists and street performers. Without slowing, he reached up and snatched a wide-brimmed hat off the head of a man examining hand-woven bracelets. "Hey," the man barked, a grizzled hippie with sunburned skin and jangling bead necklaces that clacked as he turned. "Free trade, man," Gabriel called over his shoulder and jammed the hat down over his own face. As he passed, he slapped his old ball cap onto the man's head without missing a beat. He sprinted across the street and hoisted himself onto a rolling float painted in pink camo, its surface a makeshift stage. The drag queen MC shrieked in delight as Gabriel jumped on, unbuttoned his shirt, and did an impromptu dance. The crowd cheered, assuming he was part of the act. "Now that's what I call surprise talent," someone shouted. Gabriel spun, waved, while two uniformed guards ran past, looking forward, not up. He timed his dismount perfectly, slipping off the far side of the float just as it rolled past the BART station entrance. He hit the pavement hard, stumbled once, and kept moving, adrenaline overriding the throb in his ankle. He ducked behind a row of newspaper vending machines and paused. A storefront window reflected the crowd behind him, no pursuer in sight. Still, he didn't dare look up. The drone might have moved on, but facial recognition was everywhere. City cameras, store cams, private networks patched through AI filtering in real time. All it took was one angle, one sharp frame, and they'd triangulate his position within minutes. He stepped quickly into a kiosk and handed over a crumpled $10 bill. Map, pen. The old vendor blinked at him, muttered something in Mandarin, and passed over a laminated fold-out tourist map of San Francisco, along with a ballpoint pen tethered to the counter. Gabriel snapped the tether, tucked both into his back pocket, and moved on. He was now both hunter and hunted, and in the city of surveillance, anonymity was the rarest camouflage of all. Chapter 9. Triangulate. Naval Air Station, California, 14:20 local time. Gabriel moved purposefully through the throngs of urban chaos, a sigh escaping his lips as the indifferent roar of the city washed over him, a cacophony of blaring horns, disjointed conversations, the distant wail of emergency vehicles, each sound a reminder of the life he was leaving behind. He pressed himself against the indomitable steel structure of a city bus, using it as a sentry, a shield against prying eyes. His heart raced, but he forced the dissonant noise from the chaotic tapestry of city life to recede, retreating to the echo chamber of his tactical mind. Calm in the storm became his silent mantra. A soliloquy of survival honed through years of high-pressure military debriefings, where the stakes were often measured by splits of a second. Was it possible he had caught it? That subtle, almost imperceptible nuance lurking within the inflection of the sensor operator's Midwestern drawl, Colorado. Casa Bonita. The name reverberated in his mind like a tantalizing enigma waiting for the key to unlock its secrets. Gabriel's thumb flicked the button of his digital stopwatch, a timekeeping device not merely for moments, but a meticulous instrument calibrated for precision in every heartbeat. In the realm of drone operations, timing was paramount. Commanding an X-45E Phantom, the quintessential embodiment of experimental aviation prowess, meant that every millisecond counted. He recalled the nerve-wracking carrier landings on the heaving seas, the jet's tailhook just grazing the deck, an agonizing dance between life and loss, hinging on flawless execution. His tattered map, an artifact marred with harsh circles and sweeping arcs, lay flat in his hands as he scribbled frantic calculations. 200 milliseconds, far too rapid for the halting cadence of satellite communications, which lagged at over a second and a half. This revelation narrowed the perimeter of his search to a swath no more than 1,000 miles in radius. A singular truth lay somewhere concealed within that insidious arc. The bus groaned to a halt at a dilapidated corner store advertising a nearly extinct relic, a payphone nestled against the cracked pavement. He approached the booth cautiously, each step a calculated risk, and dialed a number with steady resolve. "May I obtain the contact number for Casa Bonita, please?" "Where's that, sir?" came the unyielding response from the operator. "I'm not entirely sure. A restaurant, perhaps?" he replied, maintaining his composed exterior. The operator rattled off several locations. "We have Casa Bonita in Denver, and 2 more in Florida." Denver, 900 miles northeast, well within the calculated range. It was no coincidence. "Connecting you now." The line clicked, and a voice on the other end, saccharine and unnaturally chipper, greeted him. "Casa Bonita, the taste of Mexico. How may I assist you today?" The accent, so far removed from the essence of the cuisine it claimed to represent, hinted at clandestine layers that only piqued his interest further. "May I have the address?" He hung up hastily, wary of surveillance, painfully aware that tracing calls through voice recognition was par for the course. The Navy had ensured strict operational security protocols, and civilian agencies were unlikely to be roped into tracking him. Casa Bonita, now a geographic pinpoint within his sprawling mental map of chaos. It ticked boxes in his mind, aligning perfectly with the sensor's cryptic humor and the operator's coy Midwestern cadence. He walked down the street, purchasing a bottle of banana-flavored milk from a vendor, oddly nostalgic, before draining it in a few desperate gulps. An Angels baseball cap descended low over his brow, obscuring his features just enough to instill a false sense of anonymity. His drive to his safe house was a study in caution, a haunting battle between urgency and discretion. Red lights elicited an anxious twitch in his foot, yet he forced himself to comply, each stop a calculated act of survival in a race against time. Pulling up a block from his address, he entered the driveway, hyper-aware of the shadows that draped the quiet street like a shroud. No operatives lurked in the vicinity, no discreet sedans with darkened windows awaited orders. Lucky for him, he hadn't updated his address in the changing system, a small oversight rendered fortunate by the unforgiving nature of military protocol that mandated any relocation be reported within 24 hours. A smirk tugged his lips. Kate would have admonished him without hesitation, her voice a chorus of nagging reminders about red tape and bureaucratic minutiae. But she was gone, leaving that burden, one he shouldn't have to carry alone, entirely on his shoulders. An old newspaper lay crumpled in the driveway, the rocker, encased in plastic, its contents preserved by a faded blue rubber band, a relic of simpler times. It was curious, in this digital age, that someone chose to sell physical newspapers. He snagged the copy, slipping into the shadows with practiced ease. His heart sank momentarily. His SUV was absent, no surprise, and his old Ford Bronco, that rusted relic from his past, lay hidden beneath a protective tarp. A wave of memories crashed over him, uninvited, reminding him of Kate's exasperated scorn over that aging hunk of metal, particularly when their daughter Emmy was born. The grief was unwelcome, a stinging reminder of what had been lost, sharper than any blade. No sign of Emmy's vibrant laughter filled his thoughts, a void that threatened to consume him. He extracted the spare keys from his cluttered workbench and eased into the comforting embrace of the Bronco's tan leather seat. The engine coughed and spluttered, sputtering like a loyal warhorse awakening from a long slumber. A torrent of memories surged forward, his father's stern voice echoing lessons on carburetors, fighting through battles of mechanics, the ghost of a harsh reprimand mixed with the warmth of nostalgia. That ass whooping for stealing the car to go see Letitia Smith felt like a distant memory now. He maneuvered down the street, generating a rhythm synonymous with urgency, his pockets weighed down with a meager $210, the ghost of a $50 emergency stash lurking in the glove box. It would have to suffice, enough to carry him into Denver if he dodged toll roads and evaded unwelcome attention. Without resources, people unraveled at the seams, slipping unnoticed through society's cracks, forgotten and dismissed as nothing more than the ramblings of conspiratorial minds. The specter of that future loomed ominously, as dark as the night sky above him. Desperation clawed at his insides as he wrestled with the urge to call Emmy. But contacting her from home would be tantamount to throwing himself into a trap. Even entering could potentially trigger alarms he had no knowledge of, each one a potential harbinger of doom. The Bronco grumbled along the back roads leading to Interstate 80, and he silently thanked his father's teachings, for mechanics now felt more reminiscent of survival training than childhood lessons. Once he hit the open highway, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, feeling the rush of liberation coursing through him, even as uncertainty loomed in his rearview mirror. Hours melted away as he traversed the night, the hum of the engine, a steady metronome marking the passage of time. He finally pulled into a public park, opting for a quick and restless army nap behind the wheel of the Bronco, half asleep yet hyper-aware of the world around him. Not far off, a quaint mom-and-pop store promised sustenance in the form of beef jerky and apple juice. Inside, an old military phone directory hung like a relic from a bygone era by a disused payphone, its pages filled with names that once echoed with purpose. Denver's military presence loomed large, commanding respect and, in many cases, evoking fear. 6 bases entrenched in layers of metal and concrete, all ostensibly secured to protect a power few could fathom. Grasping a prepaid card, Gabriel steeled himself and dialed Rachel Amar from the payphone. Each ring felt like an eternity stretching into the void. "Rachel, where the hell have you been?" he demanded as soon as she answered, the tension in his voice palpable. A crackling sigh rippled through the receiver. "My car was totaled. A truck hit me while I was leaving work. It's gone." "Were you injured?" "What about Emmy?" "She's safe with Ibram at home." "Gabe, where the hell are you?" He hesitated, weighing words like military secrets. "Let's avoid names for now. I'm far away, but I need your help. I need intel on the drone operations center in Denver. The censor, she's the only witness who can validate my claims. The CO won't cooperate." The silence on the line thickened, a palpable barrier. "You fled a court-martial, Gabe. You know they'll throw the book at you for this." "Too late," he retorted, the urgency flaring. "They tried to kill me, Rachel. The binary poison, 2 parts to it, 1 part already consumed. The other was at the hotel. I overheard their plans. We need to retrieve the teapot and cups from the room. There will be residue." "You sound paranoid," she said softly, but a hint of concern laced her tone. "Not paranoid? The truck that hit you?" "It's no coincidence. They're tightening the noose on loose ends." "You'll have to confront the legal process," she urged, a note of desperation coloring her words. "That sham of a court. They want me extradited, imprisoned in a black site. Please, get me an update on the drone ops. It's life and death." Another pause. This one deeper, more contemplative. "Okay, for Emmy's sake, not yours. I'll organize the analysis of those orders through a university forensics lab, away from the prying eyes of the VA and the military. And I'll wire you some funds." "Where?" Gabriel relayed the nearest cash machine location, his heart pounding with each word. "You do realize this makes me an accessory?" Her voice dipped, laced with anxiety. "I'll deny it to my last breath. Trust me. Ask Emmy about the orders. She has them stashed." "Gabe, that could be perjury. I'm risking everything by even participating in this," she replied, concern seeping through every syllable. "I'll take it to a real court one day. This is bigger than us, but I can't do this alone. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, but you're the only one I trust, you and Em." After a moment that felt like an eternity, she finally conceded. "Fine, I'll call you when I have something. Just stay safe." Before Gabriel could express his gratitude, the connection severed abruptly, leaving him in a haze of uncertainty. From a diner across the street, he observed as an unmarked SUV rolled in, and 2 men emerged, their movements furtive and its intentions questionable. They approached the store owner, their inquiries intense, razor-sharp. Every instinct screamed for him to blend into the shadows. He pulled his cap low once more and ducked around the corner, fingers already tapping away a new message to Rachel, his heart pounding with the urgency of the moment. "I found it," she replied moments later, with urgency saturating her words. "Sent you the drone ops center code and cash pickup information. $1,000. But you need to be careful, Gabe." He extracted the money with quick, deliberate movements, dividing it deftly among 3 concealed pockets. Suddenly, a disheveled homeless man approached, his eyes clouded with desperation. Gabriel fished out a cold burger from his bag and tossed it to him, instinctively distracted by the crushing weight of the world that hung around him like a shroud. Chapter 10. Censor. Approximate location: Denver, North Colorado, 1600 hours local time. "I'm calling from a restaurant." Rachel's voice crackled through the line, the tension palpable, cutting through the mundane clatter of forks and knives in the background. "Not a lot of women in drone operations based out of Denver. Her name is Liesl Brand. You can find her at 248 Dakota Place." "Copy that," Gabriel replied tersely. The line went dead without so much as a goodbye, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. By 1800 hours, Gabriel found himself parked on a tranquil suburban lane just outside the designated address. The sky, a bruising tapestry of indigos and purples, betrayed the impending twilight. It felt as though every shadow cast beneath the transforming sky was alive, leering down like an unseen predator waiting to pounce. Conducting a methodical sweep of the neighborhood, Gabriel performed his standard reconnaissance. No obvious tails in sight, no dark sedans bearing government plates or the telltale bulge of fiberglass transmitting antennas jutting from roofs. Yet any seasoned surveillance team would have deployed more sophisticated tactics, thermal imaging, aerial drones on silent patrol, signal scrubbing that made them nearly undetectable. The target residence stood before him, a standard military-issue structure, prefab duplex, likely erected by the Corps of Engineers during one of their many operations. The modest fence, while unassuming, felt more a symbol of defense than decorum. In the grass, a neighbor's dog was pressed against the slats, barking furiously, its snout lodged halfway through the wooden bars. Gabriel advanced, eyes scanning for movement, for glimmers of life where danger might lurk. Plastic toys were strewn across the front yard, a defunct tricycle carelessly toppled over, a cluster of brightly colored foam footballs crooked and scattered like a child's forgotten dreams. The chaos spoke the language of a civilian existence, disarmingly normal. He approached the door, knocking sharply, feeling the weight of the moment hang in the air, charged and electric. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a woman in her mid-20s. She had an athletic build, auburn hair hastily pulled back, a halo of fervent energy circling her displeased expression. There was a wariness in her stance, a hint that she knew how to fight. "Hi, are you Liesel?" Gabriel asked, keeping his voice steady, laced with intention. Yeah," she replied, her voice a mixture of suspicion and recognition, matching the timbre from the drone comms without a hint of doubt. She instinctively pulled the door half closed, caution painted across her features. "I'm Gabriel, the pilot from the Black Tape mission, target Delta 69. Iran." "You were on sensor," he stated, the words hanging between them, heavy with unspoken truths. The way Liesel's eyes narrowed told him everything he needed to know. "You're not supposed to be here, are you?" she challenged, the words slicing through the twilight tension. "No," he admitted, the admission feeling like a weight lifting, but it was quickly replaced with urgency. "But I need to talk. It's serious. They're trying to erase everything, burn it all down. You might be next." For a breathless moment, she remained still, weighing his intentions in the silence that ensued. Then, perhaps against every instinct of self-preservation, she widened the door. "Okay, come in." The interior was a stark contrast to the chaos outside, a cacophony of familial life, toys strewn across the carpet, haphazardly abandoned as if the children had been yanked away suddenly. A plastic model of a Chinese aircraft carrier sat precariously perched on the edge of the television, like a relic from a military past that echoed through time. "My kid brothers," Liesel muttered, her voice barely above a whisper as she tossed the model aside and stepped into the hallway. "Mom, we've got company. Pants, please." "Coffee," she called back, though the question sounded more like an afterthought. "I don't have time," Gabriel responded, instinctively sidestepping the window. "They're framing me. Claims that I acted without orders. But we both know that's total crap. I'm trying to find anyone who can corroborate the mission parameters." "I know." Her voice lowered, laced with anxiety. "Vice Admiral Pike was here earlier. He warned me you'd come, said you might try to flip me." Gabriel clenched his jaw, the noise of her revelation, an unwelcome intruder. "Flip you? Jesus. Listen, do you remember where we operated the bird, where we really operated from?" Liesel blinked at him, confusion, a flicker in her sharp gaze. "Iran. That's what the log indicated. Standard insertion corridor. I've run the profiles before." "That's the lie they fed you. It was a spoof, a signal looped through a simulated terrain mask. We launched from within the CONUS. The strike hit near Vegas. For Christ's sake, you need to trust me on this." Her arms crossed tightly, a barrier hardened by doubt. "That's not what the telemetry showed. Telemetry can be fabricated. Come on, you know that. Your feed was real time. Just think. Look at the geography. Remember the ridge lines?" He stepped closer, urgency escalating within him. They were jagged, layered, streaked like bacon. Iranian terrain doesn't look like that. That was Red Rock Canyon, Nevada. I don't know, she stumbled. I've never been a geography nerd. Gabriel stepped forward, closing the distance. Please, open the map. Google Earth. Doesn't matter if it's military grid reference or civilian. Let me show you. She hesitated, pondering the weight of his desperation. Finally, with a decisive movement, she snapped her laptop open, closing a browser window with remarkable speed. Gabriel chose to ignore the flicker in her eyes that suggested she had been exploring something entirely different. Humans were complex creatures. He opened a 3D terrain view, zooming into the vast Las Vegas basin, showcasing scrubby desert punctuated by ridged formations and angular outcrops. Dry brush lay scattered across the land like an electric shock static. That, he pointed, his fingers steady as a military directive. That's where we hit. Liesel's gaze darted across the screen, her complexion visibly draining of color. And then, without uttering a single word, she blinked deliberately. 3 quick, 3 long, 3 quick. SOS. Gabriel blinked twice in acknowledgement, a silent Roger echoing in the space between them. Maybe I was wrong, he stated aloud, stiffening his posture. Sorry to bother you. I'll head back to base. Court reconvenes tomorrow. As he turned toward the door, the world outside exploded into chaos. Tires screamed against the asphalt. A black SUV roared into view, 2 figures clad in agency blue, tan slacks hugging their forms tightly, comms crackling in one ear, weapons drawn and ready. He slammed the door just as one of the agents barked. Federal Marshal, open up! Run! Liesel screamed, her voice bursting with adrenaline. In a flash, she hurled the plastic tricycle into the hallway, causing one man to stumble wildly before crashing hard into a pile of soft foam bricks. Gabriel dashed through the kitchen, sprinting past the beckoning back door. He vaulted over a kiddie gate, bursting into the backyard. The chain-link fence loomed ahead, but it was no match for his urgency, 2 firm strides, and he was over it, pounding down the alley like a ghost fleeing its past. He ran, legs pumping, lungs burning, zigzagging like a hunted animal. At every intersection he changed course, a solitary predator eluding unseen tracks. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours before he finally circled back, sweat-soaked and gasping, as the last rays of sun dipped beneath the horizon's edge. The house lay in an unnatural quiet, the darkened windows revealing nothing. Only one flicker of warm light glowed from within. He dove into the bushes, inching closer to the illuminated window, parting the curtain with care. Inside, a woman in her 50s sat hunched over a terminal that glowed like a beacon, furiously typing away. Her profile matched the family photographs Liesel had posted online, a ghost of familiarity. Mrs. Brand, he whispered through the barrier of glass. She jumped, startled by his unexpected presence. I'm a friend of Liesel's. I need to know where she went. It's urgent, he implored, desperation creeping into his voice. She's at work, the woman barked back, shoving a stray hair behind her ear, her defensiveness palpable. Now get off my property. First those men, now you. She's got nerves of glass, you hear me? Wait, she said she was at work? You mean the flight ops center? Doesn't matter. She's busy with another flight thing and doesn't need any more drama from you. Mrs. Brand's fury radiated like heat waves. Gabriel opened his mouth to argue, to implore her for more information, but the steely resolve in her stance cut his attempts short. You want me to call the cops? Because I will, she threatened, her eyes blazing with righteous indignation. He retreated into the shadows, fading quickly into the darkness. By the time he reached his Bronco, the street lay silent once again, an eerie calm enveloping the night. Driving to a nearby Walmart parking lot, he tucked in next to a dilapidated RV, laying back against the cracked leather bench seat. The desert's air cooled rapidly, but sleep would be a luxury he couldn't afford. Instead, he found himself ensnared in that peculiar state of rest, an army soldier's shallow doze, recognizing that in his world, every moment was borrowed time. The clock was ticking. A new strike was inevitable. If Liesel was preparing for a new operation, then somewhere, someone was pushing forward, undeterred by the breach, blind to the exposure. Gabriel stared into the night sky through the windshield, the stars sparkling like the distant hopes of a million weary souls. If the brass was accelerating the timeline, it meant fear had taken root. Or they were closing in on something monumental. Either way, he had no choice but to intensify the pursuit. The stakes were higher than ever. Time was no longer on his side. Chapter 11. Diner. Interstate 25, northbound outskirts of Denver, 1000 hours Zulu. The monotonous drone of rumbling semi-trucks echoed along the vast concrete expanse of the interstate, blending with the relentless wail of wind slicing through the day. Gabriel's pulse quickened as he pressed an untraceable burner phone to his ear, a slender thread of connection to a world spiraling into chaos. "Gabriel," Rachel's voice crackled, betraying an edge of anxiety, a harsh rasp that suggested sleepless nights and countless Bridget Jones-like struggles. "I ran the plate you sent me. It's registered to Colorado State Trooper Roger Jackson out of Fort Lupton. He's active." The name dropped like a shot across the bow as Gabriel scribbled it down with a cheap pen on the back of a dog food flyer, the only available option among the debris cluttering his glove compartment. "You're not at your place, are you?" he inquired, the familiar tautness coiling in his gut. His instincts screamed to stay off the radar, far from prying eyes. "Of course not," Rachel replied sharply. He could almost picture her perched on a cracked stool at a fading truck stop, the fluorescent lights buzzing like a swarm of angry bees. Payphone, just outside the Platte. It's like being in a godforsaken twilight zone out here. There was a shuffle, and suddenly clarity broke through the static. "Hey, Dad," chirped Emmy, her voice like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, the most precious gift Gabriel had encountered amidst the political maelstrom. "Hey, sport," he replied, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace. "I can't come home just yet. The bad guys are still out there." Each word was heavy with unspoken complications, laced with his understanding of a world rife with shadows and danger. "If I see them, I'll punch them right in the face." Her fierce determination ignited a fleeting glimmer of hope within him, a reminder that there was still light in the darkness. Gabriel couldn't help but chuckle, despite the pressure building behind his eyes. "They won't know what hit him. I miss you." Her voice was small, yet resolute, a tether connecting him to the normalcy he so desperately yearned for. "I miss you too. We're gonna go for burgers real soon, okay?" A promise made amidst the gunfire of conflicting allegiances and hidden motives. "You promise?" she asked, the innocence in her tone piercing through his steel facade. "I promise." He hesitated, knowing he was walking a tightrope with no safety net. "I love you like candy hearts." "You, Dad." Gabriel allowed himself a smile. "Put Auntie Rach back on." As Rachel's voice returned to the line, it was softer, burdened with an amalgamation of fear and determination. "We're doing everything we can, Gabe. I hope you find what you're looking for." "Everyone's on edge." "It's worse than that." The words slipped from his lips like an incantation. "I've stirred up a hornet's nest. It's not just you. China has deployed 2 carrier groups toward our west coast, and there's no official reason yet." Gabriel's heart sank, a lead weight in his chest. "What?" "MSNBC claims it's routine maneuvers. Fox calls it an act of war. But I say come back in. Let us sort this out. I'll get legal to pull the tapes. You're in over your head." His silence was deafening, eyes glued to the highway signs flashing by in a blur, their contents lost in the cacophony of his spiraling thoughts. China had ramped up its naval production at an alarming clip. If the rumors were accurate, they were manufacturing new vessels every 72 hours. The dominoes were lining up, and it was a recipe for disaster. "Something's wrong," he finally said, his voice low and measured. "None of this fits. We're being manipulated, maybe from someone right inside the circle. You can trust us, Gabe." Rachel's voice was firm, an anchor in a storm. "Can I?" The doubt stung like a bullet grazing flesh, gnawing at his resolve. "I need you to dig deeper into the flight operations logs. Find the CO's communications chain, anything that links him to the drone missions. He's the key to this whole mess." Those logs are buried under a dozen layers of classification. No one gets in without serious clearance. But I'll see what I can do. And also check for recent VIP movements. If another strike is being prepped, it'll mirror last time. Quiet, surgical, local, no screams, just silence and destruction. Rachel exhaled heavily, her resolve apparent even through the crackling line. You better be right, Gabe, or this whole thing could devolve into something far uglier than you're prepared for. I know, he replied, steeling himself for the impending storm. This was just the beginning. Fort Lupton, mid-morning. The pilgrimage through Denver's infamous Mousetrap Interchange had consumed nearly 40 infernal minutes, a hellish trial characterized by relentless stop-and-go traffic that seemed to mock any semblance of one's sanity. Gabriel leaned into the steering wheel, felt the tension coil like a spring in his chest. The moment he rolled into Fort Lupton, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere envelop him. A toxic blend of refinery exhaust and cattle feed wafted through the air, mingling in an olfactory irony that he had never truly come to terms with. The State Patrol substation loomed ahead, a stark monolith in the brightening day, more akin to a Soviet-era bunker than a facility dedicated to the rule of law. Its cold gray concrete exterior bore no embellishments, devoid of any charm or comfort. A battered American flag flapped overhead, its stars and stripes tattered by time and the harsh Colorado winds. Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he scanned the desolate parking lot, an instinctual paranoia prickling at the back of his mind. No sign of the trooper's cruiser. The absence was unsettling. Steeling himself, he approached the entrance. Each step echoed against the pavement, a rhythm of purpose honed by urgency. He leaned casually against the front desk, a calculated move to project nonchalance, though his heart raced unbidden. The young receptionist, absorbed in whatever digital quagmire awaited her on the screen, barely glanced up, her disinterest palpable. "Morning, can I help you?" The words came out flat, as if rehearsed in an endless loop. "Hi, I'm looking for Roger Jackson. Old friends." He rearranged the data in his mind like a military briefing. "Bachelor party tonight, Donnie Lorenz, you know the guy?" Jackson said he might come, assuming he's not incapacitated by some stomach bug. Her smile formed almost mechanically, a hint of recognition lighting her features. "He's at the Waffle Den, third time this week. You know where that is?" "Got it." The Waffle Den, a local landmark nestled among the clusters of strip malls and industrial facades, an anomaly of comfort in a harsh landscape. Gabriel nodded, his mind already racing ahead, calculating the next move in this twisting narrative of camaraderie laced with worrying uncertainty. As he stepped back outside into Fort Lupton's unforgiving climate, the sun beat down with an almost cruel intensity. The pungent perfume of livestock and metal hung in the air like an unexploded ordnance, reminding him that not everything was as idyllic as it first appeared. These small towns, nestled in the shadow of Denver, were fraught with their own clandestine struggles, dangers that lurked beneath the surface, unseen yet palpable. He fired up the engine once more, the roar breaking through the morning's stillness, and set off toward the Waffle Den. The winding roads ahead were flanked by hastily erected barriers, the kind that screamed both security and desperation. This was not just a town. It was a battleground where the ghosts of the past continued to haunt the present. The stakes felt high, the tension thick enough to slice through. He was heading into a gathering where old bonds would be tested, secrets could unravel, and the tightrope between the joyous and the sinister would inevitably blur. Fort Lupton, once a mere waypoint on his personal map, was morphing into a critical decision point, a nexus where choices made could reverberate far beyond this quiet town. For Gabriel, it was more than just a bachelor party. It was an escalation in the quiet conflict that had been brewing beneath the surface of his life, and he was about to dive back into the fray. The Waffle Den, a shrine of Americana marred by time, a patchwork of nostalgia frequented by patrons lost in their own lives. Vinyl booths, some faded and torn, lined the walls. Old glory flags hung with pride, while the aroma of cooked batter and syrup mingled with the acrid scent of weak, stale coffee. The clinking of cutlery transcended into a sort of low drone, a soundtrack for the day-to-day struggles of the citizens within. Gabriel, clad in an unremarkable cap that concealed his steely gaze, meticulously scanned the room, his posture exuding a calm confidence. His eyes sharpened on a figure in the far corner, a behemoth of a man, Roger Jackson, a local trooper, brute strength coiled in every sinewy muscle. Halfway through an unnervingly gargantuan plate piled high with crispy chicken and waffles, Jackson seemed oblivious to the storm brewing just beyond his plate. "Roger Jackson," Gabriel pronounced, his voice cutting through the din with crisp authority. The trooper halted mid-chew. His eyes darted upward, a flicker of suspicion igniting behind them. In one fluid motion, Gabriel pulled out the chair across from him, the sound of metals scraping against the tiled floor resonating like a gunshot in the quiet cafe. He sat, an embodiment of control, exuding danger wrapped in a deceptively calm exterior. "You were at Brand's house last night," he stated, his voice dropping an octave like a seasoned sniper taking aim. "I'm the man you're after. Let's have a conversation." The trooper's jaw clenched as he swallowed, his instincts, honed by years of training and confrontation, kicking in. Eyes narrowed, Jackson assessed Gabriel meticulously, picking apart his posture the way a seasoned operator would evaluate a threat. His hand hovered mere inches from his holster, a Sig Sauer P226, the kind used in countless engagements. "Could you state your name for the record?" Jackson demanded, his bravado slipping just a fraction. "Captain Gabriel Phillips, United States Navy." A muscle twitched in Jackson's jaw. "Well, you're in federal hot water, Captain Phillips. That's a serious predicament. I suggest you come quietly, and we can resolve this in a civilized manner." "There won't be any civilized manner, trooper." Gabriel's voice was a low growl, defiant. "If you reach for that cig, I promise you," he leaned in, his eyes narrowing, "you'll find yourself on the business end of my own weapon before you clear leather." The tension in the air was palpable, the words hanging like fog before a storm. The waitress froze in her tracks, wide eyes inadvertently finding their way toward the manager's office as the words rattled like ammunition in a chamber. "Captain Phillips." Jackson's grip on the situation faltered, his voice dropped, and the bravado melted into something almost desperate. "I don't have the answers you want. Orders arrived via encrypted dispatch, standard protocol. We simply respond." "Who signed off on these orders?" Gabriel pressed, his tone an unyielding blade. "No one knows. Orders arrive blind through the justice subchannel," he stammered, the veneer of confidence slipping as panic crept in. "Bullshit," Gabriel shot back, fury burning in his chest. "Every request comes with a tasking ID. There's always a chain of custody. Who logged the warrant?" Jackson's fingers trembled on the Formica tabletop, the fear palpable. He looked around, searching for backup that wasn't coming. No cavalry to save the day in this diner. "I don't know, man. I swear to God." Gabriel could see the lie forming on Jackson's lips. "You're lying. This isn't how it works. You don't get it," Jackson nearly shouted, desperation filling the spaces between his words. "This operation is tightly compartmentalized. Orders are churned out by an automated AI system at the fusion center. An anomaly gets flagged. A ping is sent to justice, all red tags and vague locations. We don't even see who sent it. We're just the muscle, blunt instruments. Tools and puppets," Gabriel replied, his eyes narrowing. "Someone orchestrating this is getting away with murder, and I need to stop it now." Within that heartbeat, the trooper feigned relaxation, an attempt to regain control. And then, like a suspended moment in time, Jackson lunged for his gun. But Gabriel's reaction was an immediate flash of instinct. He kicked the table into Jackson's chest with a force that sent the trooper flying backward, crashing into the booth behind him as if he were hollow. Gabriel vaulted over the table, a predator in motion, and pinned Jackson down, drawing the weapon from his holster in a fluid motion while simultaneously thumbing off the safety. "Try that again," he hissed, now towering over the man beneath him. "And I guarantee you'll be crippled." Jackson's breath quickened, his complexion shifted from pallor to crimson. The waitress had vanished, the two elderly men in the corner remaining motionless, caught in a tableau of fear and confusion. "Tell me what I need to know, Jackson," Gabriel demanded, his voice dripping with urgency. The trooper's gaze fell, humiliation etching lines into his brow. Slowly, with a slight shake, he raised a hand, a plea emerging from his lips. "I need my heart meds. Please." Gabriel hesitated, uncertainty clashing with urgency. Reluctantly, he nodded. Jackson produced a silver case from inside his jacket, trembling fingers snapping it open to reveal a few pristine pills nestled within. He slipped one into his mouth, the motion becoming agonizingly slow. Seconds later, chaos erupted as a vicious cascade of blue foam erupted from Jackson's mouth. "What the hell?" Gabriel shouted, catching the man's faltering head before it could hit the floor. Too late. Life ebbed from Jackson's body as his eyes rolled back, convulsing violently against the unforgiving reality of the poisoned residue slipping through his system. The very type of self-terminating pill rumored to be used by Russian operatives, a discrete cyanide analog designed for situations just like this. Panic surged, a primal instinct swelling within him. Gabriel checked for a pulse, irregular, and then nothing. Breath disappeared into the void. The silver case clattered to the floor. Inside the lid, the insignia of a small black octopus, treachery visible as one pill remained, a silent witness to the unfolding catastrophe. "Call an ambulance," Gabriel barked instinctively, barely casting a glance toward the manager as he backed away from the scene. "He's been poisoned. Call 911, now!" But nobody moved. Nobody responded. In a surreal blur, Gabriel slipped through the diner's door, the morning light casting long shadows of his retreating figure. He disappeared into the bustling street outside, a fugitive cloaked in secrets, with an unfinished mission and a trail of death left behind. The game had begun, and he knew all too well this was just the prelude to the tempest that awaited him. Chapter 12. Quiet, loud. Redacted file, eyes only, deep black operations. Transcript intercept from A1, quiet loud room, Codehaven, Denver sector. Subject, Black Harvest missionality, Thorn protocol breach. It was 1628 local time when a low visibility Gulfstream G550, dull gray with no tail numbers, touched down on a restricted airstrip north of Denver International. Wind buffeted the tarmac, scattering dust across the frost-bitten concrete. Within moments, the jet was guided by encrypted beacon into the subterranean taxi corridor known as Runway Major, a Cold War relic buried deep under the city's eastern perimeter. The four disembarked Black Harvest operatives entered a blast-shielded elevator shaft without so much as a spoken word. The elevator had no buttons, only a biometric iris scanner that confirmed their identity before descending in complete silence. What greeted them below was no ordinary CIF. The lower-level annex of the hotel was engineered for complete auditory negation, not just a sensitive compartment info facility. Noise-dampening pyramidal foam lined every inch of the narrow passage, absorbing not just echoes, but secrets. No electromagnetic signatures, no internal wireless. All digital traces died at the steel-framed threshold. A Marine from First Fast Company on special assignment stood posted in digital camo, sidearm holstered but ready. He saluted the incoming delegation, then gestured toward a gray plastic tray. Phones, wallets, any potential transmitter, everything went in. Vice Admiral Marcus Milgram, wearing his uniform minus the ribbons, took his habitual place at the rear of the table beneath a red illuminated no-com sign. His jaw was clenched, fingers wrapped around a notepad with hand-drawn schematics of the XR-90. He didn't look up when the others entered. A dusting of makeup hid the bruise around his left eye and across the bridge of his nose. Omar Kanto, bearded, broad-shouldered, sleeves tight against his biceps, nodded once before sitting beside Nogram. A former Libyan national turned U.S. black operative via the CIA's Gorgon Path program, Kanto still wore the discipline of a cage fighter and the menace of a man not afraid to cut corners. Opposite them, Michael Blewett entered with his usual theatrical air, black Stetson in one hand, cane in the other. His ostrich hide boots clicked against the resin floor. Though his roots were in Texas ranchland, his net worth rivaled defense contractors. When he spoke, newspapers across 5 states echoed. Melinda Emeritus, London-born heiress of the Harrison Biochem dynasty and the brain behind automated kill chain integration, gave no greeting. Her designer bag went through the slate-gray counter-surveillance X-ray, not for bombs, but for signal leaks. Inside the bag was a lead-lined Faraday pouch, standard for her class. Inside the A1 quiet loud, no sound leaked and no scream would echo. The oxygen scrubbers ran on potassium superoxide, standard in Ohio-class subs, pumping odorless, breathable air for 7 days. "Where is he?" Emeritus asked coldly, eyes flicking to Milgram. Milgram exhaled slowly, like a man already behind on the war calendar. "Denver. Or he was. Local assets attempted extraction. Failed. Our point man self-terminated before capture." Emeritus paled slightly, then seethed. "Goddamn amateurs, you promised me redundancy." "Containment is intact," Kanto offered, though his tone betrayed doubt. "Phillips, we established contact with his former sensor. That's a leak we didn't predict." "Impossible." They were isolated under Thorn Protocol Level 3. "Somebody broke ranks," Milgram muttered. "And it wasn't the machines." Milgram still remembered Phillips from the USS Blackthorn, where the pilot had scored top marks in ISR priority targeting, flight management under duress, and cognitive compartmentalization. He'd been ideal, a company man with none of the political baggage. But something had shifted after the death of his wife. Quiet grief had turned into suspicion, then questions, then flight. "Why Denver?" Emeritus pressed. Kanto glared at Milgram. "Your man was supposed to be secured in Los Angeles. He tracked the sensor," Milgram growled. "We underestimated his capacity for unstructured problem-solving. That's our error." Emeritus shook her head. "That's your error. You assured me the Thorns were chemically stabilized, that their chain of command loyalty was reinforced." Kanto folded his arms. "Don't blame the Thorns. It's the containers, the architects. Our own operatives lost the trail." "You mean you lost the trail?" Emeritus shot back. Blewett finally cleared his throat. "Let's stop yapping. The bottom line is exposure. We've got 3 platforms in pre-sale evaluation, 2 buyers from the Gulf states, and a dozen more watching. If this unravels now, it's 9 figures gone overnight." Milgram tapped his fingers. "Public narrative. That's our only option. We feed a limited story. Phillips goes rogue, sells flight algorithms to foreign nationals, becomes a domestic terror risk. Patriotism turns into manhunt." Kanto frowned. "You want to burn him?" Milgram nodded slowly. "We burn him in the open. Let the civilians do the recon. Every phone's a camera. Every TikTok is a dead drop." Emeritus was skeptical. "And you think the media will play along?" Blewett grinned. "I'll make a call to Patriot Media. By 6 a.m., Phillips will be on the cover of USA Sentinel and American Iron. Hell, I'll get Hannity to cry about it if you want the emotional spin." Kanto still looked uneasy. "My country doesn't traffic in this theater. You're comfortable shaping facts?" Blewett snorted. "Brother, this is America. We don't shape facts. We manufacture narratives." Silence settled. Then Milgram leaned forward. "The XR-90, codenamed Raven. It's autonomous, can operate above 100,000 feet with full optical and IR sweep, powered by a miniature thorium cell. No fuel stops, no pilots. We release it over Colorado. Run facial indexing through the QU-ADRA database. If Phillips is moving, we'll see him. Deploy a drone over U.S. soil?" Emeritus said with a raised brow. "That's not just illegal, it's political suicide." "Not if we hide it under the pretense of civilian unrest," Milgram replied. "Tell Congress there's a multi-agency fugitive search. The Department of Homeland Security will buy it. They always do." "People don't like drones," Blewett warned. "They like eagles. Paint a flag on it and call it Wild Eagle. Give it a backstory." Milgram chuckled. "The first autonomous drone built by American hands to hunt American enemies on American soil. Has a nice ring to it." "But the prototype's untested," Kanto reminded them. "No combat data." "Which is why this is perfect," Milgram countered. "If it fails, it's a software bug. If it succeeds, we get funding for the next fleet. Either way, we control the outcome." "And if Phillips turns the narrative against us?" Emeritus asked. Then we assassinate him, Milgram said flatly, preferably in a firefight. Clean, heroic, tragic. Kanto flexed his fingers. I'll send backup, but I want to be in Denver personally. I trained the man. I'll find him. Blewett cracked his knuckles. Let's just finish it. I'm not losing another billion to some bleeding heart snowflake in uniform. We spin this right, Milgram concluded, and Phillips becomes the fall guy for every cyber intrusion and classified leak of the past decade. He's the reason we need drones, and the reason we need us. He leaned back, eyes sharp under the fluorescent overhead. Operation Wild Eagle begins now. Deploy the Raven. Chapter 13. Sensor. Drone OPSENT, Colorado. 1800 hours. As twilight descended upon the sprawling metropolis of Denver, an unsettling quiet enveloped the Drone Operations Center not far from the shadow of the Rockies. The facility, an inconspicuous fusion of sterile office architecture and covert military command, was a fortress of technology strategically camouflaged within a commercial landscape. Asphalt by day, it transformed under the crimson and violet hues of sunset, running dark as the secrets embedded within its walls. By 1800 hours, vehicles trickled through the formidable security gates, an unending parade of tired techs and analysts, fatigued from hours of staring into screens, their jittery fingers twitching for nicotine as they slipped through side doors, seeking the solace of unfiltered air beneath the flickering sodium vapor lamps, a momentary retreat from the sterile, recycled atmosphere of HEPA systems. In this high-stakes environment, Gabriel Phillips navigated the shadows like a specter. The delivery truck lumbered past, hefting its cargo under the pall of dusk. Gabriel seized the opportunity, merging with its bulk, his heart pounding a staccato beat of urgency as he adjusted the tattered collar of his VA-issued jacket. The worn fabric was a deceptive armor, a shield that had once helped him bluff through a series of bureaucratic defenses in Los Angeles. His ID badge glimmered in the dim light, a key to enter a world hidden behind layers of access control. The guard at the outer gate, just a boy, really, with boredom tattooed across his face, grunted an acknowledgement, a salty salute indicative of his indifference to whom he was letting pass. A small miracle, perhaps. The building directories loomed in military blue lettering, flight ops, strategically located in the rear, separated from the rest of the world by reinforced glass, capable of withstanding more than just curious glances. The access point was a fortress unto itself, equipped with a biometric scanner designed for ID verification, an impenetrable barrier for all but the authorized. Gabriel knew his card wouldn't cut it. He had no intention of trying. Instead, he retrieved the sleek silver case from his pocket, its polished surface reflecting his grim determination. He opened it, revealing a brown cigarillo that he didn't bother to light, letting the pungent scent serve as a reminder of better days. Moments dragged on into an eternity as he exploded into a world of tactical patience. A woman approached, business casual slacks, an aura of corporate efficiency about her, unaware of the storm brewing beneath her polished veneer. Without a flicker of hesitation, she scanned her keycard, a gateway to power and control. Gabriel saw his opportunity materialize. "Allow me," he intoned, his voice smooth enough to butter a biscuit as he reached for the door with an elegant nod, a subtle act of chivalry that courted distraction. She responded with an automatic smile, a fleeting moment of camaraderie that he swiftly exploited. He slipped through the door behind her, pivoting left at the first junction, his body language oozing purpose. Confusion had no place in his approach. When in doubt, keep moving, stay resolute. The corridors stretched like the veins of a colossal beast, each corner watched by cold, unblinking cameras, but none equipped with the capacity to track heat signatures or trace the air disturbed by a man's hasty breath. As long as he maintained his facade of urgency, he would blend seamlessly into the flow of military life, a ghost without a name. The layout mirrored the Los Angeles Drone Operations Center with unnerving precision, efficiency draped in a shroud of governmental necessity. As he approached the courtyard that housed the prize, a shiver of recognition danced down his spine. Dominating the concrete expanse sat a drab green shipping container, fortified and formidable, a mobile war room, its antennas nestled beneath a seamless shell that hummed with connectivity, ready to orchestrate aerial operations worldwide with just a power line and a ping. Against the backdrop of looming mountains, a solitary gray sedan stood like a lone wolf, its driver absent, a disquieting silence permeating the lot. And then, footsteps echoed. Heavy boots settled into the concrete, vibrating through the air, sending a surge of adrenaline through his veins. He ducked deeper into the shadows just as two men entered the courtyard, figures he recognized all too well, agents who had once hovered at the periphery of Liesel's home, specters of menace in the form of government operatives. He acted on instinct. Bringing the silver case to his ear, he began pacing, muttering bureaucratic nonsense into the fake call, his heart pounding like a war drum, each beat synchronized with the rhythm of impending danger. They passed with no recognition, their focus elsewhere, one of them casually wiping something from his fingers onto a pristine white handkerchief, a gesture that did not escape Gabriel's keen eyes. Each second felt like an hour as he waited. 5, 10. The clockwork of fate ticked noisily in the silence. Finally, he moved. The restroom door creaked open with an eerie hesitation, the light flickering to life in response to his approach. Inside, the space was stifled with an unsettling quiet, punctuated only by the innocent dribble of a failing faucet. A cracked mirror played tricks with the light, reflecting back a distorted visage of a man on the brink. He pressed forward, slow and methodical, each step heavy with dread. One stall door stood ajar. Pushing it gently, it resisted. The metallic frame groaned softly under his touch. A second, more determined nudge sent it swinging wide. A confession laid bare before him. Liesel Brand lay crumpled on the tile floor, an unsettling stillness enveloping her. A macabre tableau, her lips betrayed the hue of death, a chilling shade of blue. Dropping to one knee, he reached out, his fingers trembling as he grasped her wrist, searching desperately for any sign of life. No pulse greeted him, no warmth, the skin cold as the grave, muscles slack and lifeless. She was gone. There were no signs of an overdose, no track marks marring her alabaster arms, no evidence of a struggle, a clean death that raised more questions than answers. Too clean, too orchestrated. Regaining his footing, alarm surged through him, not for the loss, not yet, but for what this all meant. A realization crashed over him with the force of a downpour. They were silencing assets, removing variables from their lethal chessboard. And if they managed to find her, if she had been eliminated so clinically, then Rachel was undoubtedly next. The clock was ticking, and with every second that passed, the specter of death loomed larger in his mind. Gabriel was running out of time. Chapter 14. Vegas. Interstate 70, Southern Utah Corridor, 15:45 hours local. Under the unforgiving glare of the Nevada sun, Interstate 70 stretched out before him, a shimmering ribbon of asphalt, glistening like the scales of a serpent basking in the heat of its desert lair. Each undulation in the road mirrored the undulating waves of heat radiating off the surface, casting a deceptive mirage that danced tantalizingly on the horizon, just out of reach. In this parched wasteland, the asphalt was more than a mere pathway. It was a crucible of fate, winding its way inexorably toward Las Vegas, a destination that, to many, felt less like a neon-lit escape from reality and more like a sentence of doom, an ultimate gamble with no possibility of winning. The heat bore down and the AC struggled to cool the cabin. As the vehicle approached the beleaguered outskirts of a town that had long since been consumed by the relentless expansion of the desert, the landscape began to degrade into a tapestry of desolation. Dust devils spiraled upward, playful yet menacing, like the ghosts of a civilization that once thrived in these arid expanses. The oppressive heat draped itself over everything, a stifling cloak that seemed intent on suffocating any spark of life that dared to linger. The sun hung high overhead, a malevolent overseer watching with detached indifference as they pressed onward. The dashboard's digital readout blinked furiously, a constant reminder of the rising temperature outside, reaching alarming levels. It read an oppressive 120 degrees Fahrenheit. The engine groaned under the strain of the journey, straining against the suffocating heat as the tires gripped the warped asphalt with a persistent whine of rubber against road. His grip tightened around the wheel, knuckles turning white under the pressure, tension coursing through him like electricity. He could feel the relentless pull of gravity, coaxing him to surrender to the fatigue that threatened to drag him under. But the stakes were too high. This was no ordinary road trip. It was a race against time, a desperate bid to outrun danger. Glances in the rearview mirror revealed nothing but a barren landscape, the desolation stretching far beyond the vision of the rearview camera, but he knew better than to be lulled into false security. The shadows of previous encounters haunted him, lurking just beyond the fringes of sanity, ready to pounce at any moment. Every mile marker passed became a countdown, each number a tacit reminder of the dwindling margin for error. The air hummed with tension, vibrating with the pulse of inevitability. Las Vegas was not just a city of sin, it was a labyrinth of potential traps, a den of iniquity where fortunes would shift unexpectedly and loyalties could change in an instant. The gambler's paradise awaited, but he couldn't shake the feeling that deep within its garish lights and extravagant facades lay a darkness as malevolent as the sun that scorched the desert sand. As he pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, a throaty growl of horsepower fighting against the oppressive weight of the atmosphere. Each second ticked by with agonizing slowness, amplifying the grip of anxiety that coiled tighter with every rotation of the tires. They were not just traveling toward an endpoint. They were accelerating toward a reckoning that would set into motion a chain of events capable of altering destinies and rewriting the very fabric of survival in a world governed by primordial instincts and technological warfare. The destination loomed larger on the horizon, painted in vibrant contrasts and shadows, a city of dreams tinged with the undercurrents of nightmarish reality awaiting them at the end of the journey. For Gabriel, each of the 700 miles that lay ahead felt like a detonation countdown playing out in slow motion, and with every tick of the fuel gauge, anxiety coiled tighter within him, weaving a noose that threatened to choke off his resolve. Fuel prices had surged to jaw-dropping heights in the wake of refinery strikes that crippled supply lines along the treacherous West Coast. The fallout from that chaos reverberated across the Southwest, sprawling like dirty tendrils of a malignant beast. Displaced workers crowded into clattering, rusted buses, their faces painted with exhaustion and despair. Others pedaled desperately over the parched, cracked pavement, bicycles worn down as much by the weight of their burdens as by the road itself. Long-haul trucks lurched down I-70. But these weren't your usual freight carriers. They were hauling human cargo, migrants fleeing ravaged towns, students trying to elude militarized checkpoints, families clutching frayed remnants of hope in tattered bags. The sun beat down mercilessly on Gabriel's borrowed pickup, a tired Ford with a history etched into its rusted chassis. It groaned in protest as he pressed the accelerator, the engine's growl punctuated by the chatter of gravel being spat from worn-out tires. The fuel needle dangled precariously just above a quarter tank, and each mile seemed to rob it of another precious drop, siphoning away his confidence and dragging his anxiety deeper into the crimson danger zone. Every vibration in the truck's frame felt like an electric pulse, each gust of wind carrying whispers of unseen danger skirting just outside the periphery of his senses. He was hyper-aware, his eyes darting constantly to the rearview mirror, a futile attempt to scan the horizon for shadows, glints, or any shapes that threatened to disrupt the fragile tapestry of his escape. Twice he had felt that familiar sting, the cold, invasive stare of enforcement looming behind him. Police cruisers lurked at junctions near Moab and Castle Dale, and though both had peeled away after 20 caution-filled minutes, it had been a dance of nerves, a game of restraint waiting for a trigger that never came. But this encounter was different. There was an insidious tension threading through the air, the kind you sense before a storm breaks. Then it struck him. For the briefest flicker, he caught movement above, a shimmering anomaly against the cobalt sky. Other drivers, lost in a symphony of radio static and summer haze, would have dismissed it as a trick of the light. But Gabriel was no ordinary driver, nor was this an ordinary observation. The object held altitude, unwavering and deliberate, tracking his every move from a high vantage point that made his stomach drop. SAR, Reaper, MQ-9. He didn't need to squint or pull binoculars from his cluttered dashboard. The silhouette materializing in the distance was a deadly one, unmistakable against the vast expanse of sky. The MQ-9 Reaper was the apex predator of unmanned aerial warfare. It was a quantum leap from its predecessor, the Predator, designed to dominate the skies with an almost cruel efficiency. With a wingspan of 66 feet, it boasted an agility and range that had redefined the parameters of remotely piloted warfare. Unlike the lumbering turboprop of the older models, this Reaper was powered by a cutting-edge micronuclear generator feeding a Pratt & Whitney turboprop engine, which afforded it near limitless endurance and an eerily silent flight profile. He mentally rifled through classified briefings, recalling minutiae buried in war games and strategic simulations, loitering times measured in days, hours. An advanced multispectral sensor array nestled beneath a bullet-shaped fluorite lens capable of capturing license plates at altitudes of 30,000 feet. Real-time facial recognition algorithms pinging satellite uplinks that streamed critical analysis straight to Pentagon analysts positioned miles away. This drone was tracking him, and it was anything but coincidental. His pulse quickened, reverberating a staccato rhythm through his veins. The infrared sensors embedded within the Reaper's sleek, lethal design measured every microvascular speck and fluctuation in his exposed skin, interpreting his thoughts and emotions with a precision that bordered on predatory instinct. The neural AI behind the drone was not just running algorithms, it was programmed to predict human behavior and, in unsettlingly accurate terms, intentions. This was no mere surveillance. The Reaper had ignored its established operational protocols to designate Gabriel as a priority target. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel, knuckles transforming into rigid white points as the highway ahead shimmered like a predator's lair in the scorching desert heat. To the east loomed the imposing concrete structure of the Route 9 bridge, a hulking specter stretching over a desiccated wash, its shadows jagged and menacing in the relentless afternoon sun. Rifling through the glove box, he found nothing of value. No weapons, no spare fuel, only a clutter of crumpled receipts and a roll of electrical tape lying in a forlorn heap. Desperation surged. Improvisation was his only ally now. He tore off a strip of tape, grit sliding between his teeth as he wrapped it around his forearm. The Reaper's infrared technology relied heavily on discerning subtle fluctuations in skin reflectance to determine emotional states and physiological responses. The tape wouldn't fool the drone entirely, but it could distort the signal enough to grant him a critical few seconds, possibly even minutes. As the truck rolled beneath the towering bridge, a sudden instinct surged through him. He slammed down on the brakes, tires screaming against the asphalt as the vehicle lurched forward, the seatbelt digging into his chest. In that fleeting moment, adrenaline coursed like wildfire. His fingers fumbled quickly, peeling off old tape and crudely patching over the license plate with hastily improvised alterations. A 1 transformed into a 4, a 5 into an 8, an S reshaped into a row gates. It was an act of desperation, born from hard-learned experience, a cheap trick against an unforgiving apparatus. Time stretched thin like the fabric of his resolve. Once settled back in the driver's seat, he floored the accelerator, gravel and dust exploding in a cloud as the truck rocketed back into the world beyond the overpass. Just then, a massive fuel tanker thundered toward him, its immense chrome belly consuming the road and reflecting the stark sunlight in jagged bursts. With a gut instinct honed through years of survival, Gabriel veering sharply into the truck's shadow, banking on its heft to cloak him from the unforgiving gaze of the Reaper overhead. He crouched low in his seat, sweat slick against his jawline, eyes flicking nervously toward the sky. Had his makeshift license plate hack managed to fool the AI? Perhaps. The sophisticated military-grade algorithms underpinning the Reaper's sensor fusion and identification suite were not to be underestimated. Engineers from the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security had long debated the efficacy of countermeasures designed to mitigate such interference. Some argued that the drone could detect tampering and escalate its engagement protocols, while others contended it simply logged anomalies for later analysis by intelligence teams. For now, the drone was still silent. That small mercy was his only comfort. Gabriel pressed deeper into the tanker's wake, inhaling the acrid stench of diesel fuel mixed with gnawing anxiety, praying that it would serve as a sufficient veil, a shield long enough for him to plot his next move. Behind the chrome bastion, the Reaper adjusted its flight path slightly, sensors sweeping once more for reacquisition. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, the now familiar weight of adrenaline settling in his stomach. How like home these mountains were. Chapter 14. Death Valley. In the arid embrace of ancient Persia, where the vast expanse of the Iranian plateau rose and fell like the waves of a turbulent sea, history had a way of weaving itself into the very fabric of human civilization. This was a land where empires were born and extinguished, and where the echoes of past battles still reverberated across the dusty plains. As the sun cast its relentless rays upon the landscape stretching from Bushehr, a port city nestling against the Persian Gulf, to Mobarakabad, a quiet town lying farther inland, secrets bubbled beneath the surface like hidden mines waiting to detonate. The date was April 29, 1979. The Iranian Revolution, a seismic shift in the very foundation of Iranian society, had just unleashed a torrent of chaos and uncertainty. The winds of change swept across the land with an intensity that mirrored the gusts swirling through the streets of Los Angeles, a city grappling with its own burgeoning issues of crime and unrest. In stark contrast, Las Vegas thrummed with a pulse of neon lights and incessant gambling, embodying the American dream, a far cry from Iran's existential crisis. For weeks, tanks had trundled through the narrow, dusty lanes of Tehran, their metallic hulls gleaming ominously under the direction of Revolutionary Guards. The air felt electric. Revolution was not a calm affair. Smartly dressed clerics and young zealots alike heeded the call to arms, the chant of "Death to the Shah," rising like the smoke from 1,000 pyres. Their fervor mirrored the chaotic spirit of south-central LA, where gangs and law enforcement clashed with an intensity fueled by a legacy of systemic inequality. Blood spilled in both cities, yet the reasons were rooted in entirely different soils, one under the weight of ancient Persian kings, and the other laden with the tumult of modern American society. Meanwhile, back in Bushehr, the haunting sound of air sirens echoed through the coastal air, a grim prelude to dissent. The port, once a vital military stronghold, now stood as a symbol of vulnerability in a rapidly changing landscape. Base operations, outposts for the nascent Iranian Navy, buzzed with heightened tension. Officers clad in olive drab communicated tense directives over scratchy radios, their faces lit by the flickering glow of status monitors. A drone captured footage of naval activities while satellite feeds tracked enemy movements to the west, revealing a constant game of cat and mouse played on an ever-shifting chessboard of geopolitical intrigue. The strategic significance of Bushehr lay not only in its geography, but also in its nuclear aspirations. Iran's ambitions were quietly brewing beneath the surface, laying foundations of a nuclear program that could change the balance of power, meticulously supervised by the Iranian government and entangled in whispers of espionage. Specialized engineers toiled in silence, their lab coats stark against the industrial backdrop. Plans were drafted with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, each line on paper a step toward technological prowess, while in the streets, protests surged like wildfire. Conversely, Las Vegas, a pinnacle of excess, brimming with shimmering high-rises that kissed the sky, found itself basking in a different narrative. The very atmosphere hummed with opportunity, even as crime lurked in the shadows. The contrast between the two cities was palpable. The glitzy casinos symbolizing fortune's fickle hand, hosting high-stakes poker games while just a short distance away, Los Angeles descended into turmoil, rife with gang wars that threatened to tear the city apart. In a clandestine meeting in a dimly lit back room of a downtown LA bar, mid-level operatives exchanged encrypted messages, each word a potential match to the powder keg awaiting ignition. Intelligence reports were compiled, gruesome images of violence parading across screens, reminiscent of the early days of the Iranian Revolution. In both Bush's military command center and a nondescript LA office, analysts dissected the dynamics of power, both seeking to predict the inevitable chaos looming at the horizon. Then came early 1980, a time when the shadows lengthened in both transcontinental places. In Iran, the hostage crisis at the U.S. Embassy would serve as a vanguard of confrontation, sending shockwaves through Washington, D.C., and uprooting sentiments in the American heartland. Angry mobs surged forth with flags waving, fists raised, an agonized tableau of loyalty and loss. Meanwhile, Los Angeles, with its veneers of sunlit optimism, harbored its own scandals beneath the glamorous surface. The city's tumultuous underbelly festered as the tensions increased, rivalries igniting like flames in a tinderbox, setting up a cycle of violence that mirrored the historical disintegration occurring 10,000 miles away. And in the heart of the desert, Las Vegas, caught in the crosshairs of these two divergent narratives, was compelled to adapt to the swirling chaos. Nearby military families, stationed in Nevada's arid expanses as part of ongoing operations in the Middle East, braced themselves. The allure of the Strip was at odds with the stark reality of their loved ones in harm's way. Some in the audience chuckled at bravado displayed on stages. Others clenched their fists in anticipation of foreign conflict spilling over into their everyday lives. Mubarakabad, already reeling from the aftermath of revolutionary fervor, became a prisoner of its own legacy, with citizens now remembering not just the glory of the past, but the shackles that accompanied it. There, amidst the dusty streets, whispers of hope intertwined with despair, the desire for autonomy mingling with desperation. While in Las Vegas, glittering slot machines promised riches to those willing to gamble, the citizens could afford to look forward, even as the specters of distant wars crept up behind them. As tensions escalated in both spheres, the struggles of the Iranian people mirrored, however unevenly, by the undercurrents boiling in American streets. One truth became evident: history often repeated, echoing across the canyons of time, changing faces yet retaining the same essence. The fires of revolution in Iran and the internal strife of California were two sides of the same murderous coin, spinning wildly into an uncertain future. Crowded taverns in Los Angeles bore witness to the same kind of passionate debate that propelled ordinary Iranians to the streets, igniting both national and international conflicts that would mark the century. By spring of 1981, the momentum of change took on a life of its own, and as Iran lurching forward into the unknown, it would inevitably impact the delicate foreign policies of world powers, leaving marks upon both Los Angeles and Las Vegas that echoed through time. Each facet of history shattered like glass beneath the boots of soldiers, both on the Persian plateau and on the sandy streets of American cities, reflecting the relentless march of a world torn between hope and despair. Gabriel knelt in the sun and bowed east. As he knelt, his fingers brushed the coarse grains of sand, and he began the ritual movements, sinking deeper into tradition despite the alien environment. He recited the words of reverence, murmured prayers that had been passed down through generations, those sacred verses threading through his mind with a clarity that drowned out the chaos around him. His heart swelled with a mix of conviction and introspection. Each syllable resonated within him, reaffirming his purpose, his mission, and his identity in a land that thrived on diversions rather than devotion. With each prostration, he felt the gritty earth beneath him, a grounding force that reminded him of the mountainous terrains of Iran, filled with the same grit and desperation for connection, for faith. His body moved fluidly, adopting the familiar postures grounded in respect and humility, immersing him in a mental fortress, far removed from the decadence of Las Vegas, just 40 miles east. After 20 minutes, clarity. They had compromised him. They had taken from him a bird of prey and turned him into a rat scurrying on the desert floor looking for a way to clear himself. He should be up there, hunting, soaring, being the decision-maker. He no longer wanted mere legalistic end to his flight. He wanted revenge. Chapter 15. Sucks. U.S. Route 89, northbound, outskirts of Cedar City, 22H37 local. Gabriel sat alone in the dimly lit cab of the battered pickup truck, the engine humming beneath him like a restless beast. The disorienting glow of the motel's flickering neon signage receded in the side mirror, swallowed by the darkness like a fading memory. Even as the vehicle rolled smoothly onto the empty highway, the remnants of adrenaline coursed through his veins, igniting every nerve ending with a sharp clarity that felt both exhilarating and dangerously close to overwhelming. His fingers trembled imperceptibly around the steering wheel, not out of fear. No, this was something entirely different. It was the acute, suffocating focus that stemmed from the burning desire to crash through the barriers of the Colma facility, to shatter the defenses and wrench his daughter from the claws of whoever had taken her. The urgency of her voice echoed in his mind, relentless and accusing, repeating the encrypted plea, "Get my socks." Just 3 simple words laden with meaning. Emmy was no ordinary child. She was a product of a life steeped in the clandestine and the covert, a life spent crouched in the cramped shadows of naval command centers, absorbing knowledge like a damaged sponge. At just 7, she possessed an impressively astute mind capable of dissecting the subtleties of psychological operations and misinformation tactics. The way she had swiftly learned to identify a decoy flare from an actual heat-seeker feed was not mere luck. It was the culmination of an upbringing defined by unrelenting scrutiny and exposure to the throes of conflict. She understood the game being played. She knew all too well that ears were listening, tracking their every word and movement. But more critically, Emmy counted on her father to crack the code. The question nagged at him like a festering wound. Where had she concealed this vital piece of information in her urgent cry for help? Mental gears began to grind as he revisited the past 48 hours, analyzing every fragment as if he were manipulating a classified mission profile. Had she been with Rachel when the shadowy agents orchestrated their abduction? The distant memory of the Denver DOPS site flickered through his mind like a faulty transmission. No. The voice on the line had distinctly stated he was in Denver, a datum from the past tense, an indicator that they were surveilling the news streams, hunting intel far more than they were relinquishing it. That placed their last known whereabouts at the safe house, a covert beacon from which flashing signals were undoubtedly dispatched to their captors. Pensively, he pulled his battered, well-used notebook from the glove compartment, a faint sigh escaping his lips. He ripped through the pages, writing down every fleeting moment from the last 2 days with the practiced precision of a seasoned operator. This was no ordinary notebook. It was his lifeline, a repository of raw memory that he would capture before the corrosive power of stress distorted the clarity of each event. The quaint coffee shop, the sterile walls of the safe house, the rail overpass where he had meticulously masked the vehicle's plates in a fleeting moment of paranoia, all crucial markers laid out like breadcrumbs leading back to his daughter. And then there was the drone center, where the cold gaze of modern technology skimmed through the skies, waiting to capture anything, anyone. The tension in the pickup was suffocating. Time seemed to slow as he cataloged the moments in his mind, each crucial tick of the clock aligning him with the dawning realization that every detail mattered. Somewhere nested within these memories was Emmy's signal, a glimmer of hope pushing him forward into the unknown. As he turned the ignition, metal grinding against metal, the weight of his mission crystallized. Failure was not an option. Not now, not ever. The diner. He paused. Lucky's. A strange pull hit his gut. He remembered the kid with the waffles, the weird high-frequency pitch. The noise on the speakers hadn't been random. Gabriel had heard a pattern in the spectral wash of audio before, buried deep in radar return feeds and encrypted Morse drone packets. That kind of audio scrambling could be used to transmit location-based signals to individual targets. But to what end? A new theory formed. What if the audio signal wasn't just for the children? What if it was also a signal for sleeper agents? The thought chilled him. PSYOP, triad programs had dabbled in this, sending subliminal activation codes embedded in music or white noise. The first test runs had triggered narcoleptic episodes in control subjects. The second phase, action triggers. Gabriel's thoughts accelerated. He put the truck in gear and pulled out onto the highway. He had to return to Lucky's. U.S. Route 89, Lucky's Diner, 23H20 Zulu. The diner was mostly empty. A pair of truckers dozed in a corner booth, their plates half full with curling bacon and dry toast. The waitress had vanished. Gabriel crept in and headed toward the back hallway marked Restrooms, Staff Only. The walls pulsed faintly with the same strange frequency he'd heard earlier. He held up his phone and recorded 5 seconds of ambient audio, watching as the waveform formed an unnatural harmonic distortion in the upper kilohertz. "That's not a song," he muttered. "That's a goddamn instruction set." He checked the women's bathroom first, empty. Then the janitor's closet. Nothing but industrial bleach and old mops. Finally, he turned to the kids' booster seat rack, tucked in the alcove near the emergency exit. There, beneath a foam-padded booster with a teddy bear stitched into the side, was a navy blue cap. Torn, folded, jammed just far enough under the seat rack to be hidden from sight unless you were looking for it. Emmy's socks cap. He turned it over and felt something hard stitched into the inner rim. A tag had been replaced, poorly, with a loop of carbon fiber thread. Inside the loop was a flattened RFID tag, military issue, the kind used in classified access badges. He slid it into his palm and exhaled. That cap wasn't just a message. It was a key. Gabriel turned and walked out, but not before looking back at the tinny jukebox and its humming signal. Someone was playing war games in civilian clothing, weaponizing audio, food chains, and children. And Emmy had seen enough of her father's training to fight back in the only way she could. He stepped out into the night and scanned the skies. The Reaper drone would be overhead again soon. It was time to stop running. Next stop, Colma. But this time, he wouldn't be going alone. Chapter 60. Presidential Interview. White House 7:2200 hours Zulu. 4 silhouettes, clad in dark suits, flanked presidential candidate Marcus Lemura, shepherding him down a corridor lined with painting of oak trees, symbols of the men who had walked the path before him. The flickering flames of the torches cast long, dancing shadows against the ancient wooden walls. Each scarred plank bore intricate carvings depicting the nation's turbulent history, a tapestry of conflict, conquest, and, often, betrayal. It was a fitting backdrop for a man whose own life resembled a relentless pursuit of power, a warring campaign of ambition against the tapestry of loyalty to family, to roots he had severed in the name of his political ascendancy. The small gathering in attendance, no more than 5 souls, was suffused with an electric tension. Here, beneath this rustic veneer, lay the merciless gears of political machinations. This moment embodied the zenith of Lemura's year-long odyssey, a relentless quest to master the art of persuasion, to bend the will of the masses, and to emerge victorious in a race teeming with rivals seeking to amass contributions for the shadowy order. As he strode forward, the portraits of those who had come before him loomed in silent judgment, their eyes seeming to peer into his very soul, a collection of men from eras long past, stalwarts who had shaped ideals and laws for a fledgling nation, presidents who had once stood against the tides of history, men who had made sacrifices in the name of public service. Unlike them, Lemura had chosen a different path, one characterized not by altruism but by calculated self-interest. The son of a prominent judge, he had learned the nuances of the courtroom, the fine art of legal manipulation, early. A rising star on the legal circuit, he had garnered a reputation for bending the law to his advantage, twisting legal precedents as if they were pliable strips of clay. He had severed ties with his own family, a mother broken by his ambition, and a father who had raised him to believe in honor. Now, he stood forged in the flames of his own ambition, willing to abandon everything that could tether him to the past. The thick carpet underfoot absorbed the rhythmic sound of their strides as they descended deeper into the bowels of the White House, a labyrinthine structure that housed far more than the public ever knew. Each step felt weighted with the gravity of the moment, echoing the time-honored tradition of power handed down through blood and sacrifice. The tunnel beneath them, a well-concealed artery of illicit secrets, spanned 2 miles from an unassuming residence, leading to the president's chamber, the true seat of power, untainted by the perfumed glamour of the Oval Office. To the gullible public, the White House was real, yet a closer look revealed the facade, a stage set meticulously designed and manipulated, filled with actors playing the roles of democracy and freedom. As they approached the end of the passage, the air turned frigid, charged with anticipation of what lay ahead. They stepped into a stark chamber, approximately 20 feet square, its stone ceiling looming overhead like a specter. The ambient light was low, creating an intricate dance of shadows that wove through the thick, luxuriously appointed carpet beneath them, a custom piece, clearly an investment of considerable means. In the center of this arena of fate sat an unassuming table, adorned with a single gleaming silver handgun, a Smith & Wesson, brand new, the very embodiment of modernity juxtaposed against the room's antiquity. A half-dozen shiny 9mm rounds stood erect beside it, silent sentinels waiting for their moment. Kanto, a figure cloaked in gravitas, leaned in conspiratorially, his voice a whispered incantation.
A president must be a maestro of complexities, a sculptor of fate. You were chosen, Lemura, because you understand this. You will navigate the murky waters of history, confront forces that would undermine you, and emerge unscathed to lead. Sometimes, key decisions require a firm hand. Those who falter must be adjusted for the greater good. Do you grasp what I am imparting?
Lemura's throat tightened. He offered a curt nod. Such actions are inevitable. We're committed to victory at any cost.
A leader has to shed weakness. There's no room for squeamishness. Most lives are little more than pawns in this game, mere cattle in the herd. We must harvest the potential within, not mourn the flesh that encases it.
Kanto's voice shifted, dipping into an almost reverent tone as he recited a creed that infiltrated the very marrow of their shared ambitions.
Do you comprehend the heavy principles at play here?
I do. The words dripped from Lemura's lips, laden with the weight of his resolve.
Will you bear the burden of the all-seeing eye? To be its operative, the face that blinks while the order maneuvers in the shadows.
I shall.
Will you serve as the right hand to the eye, executing its will and maintaining our clandestine supremacy?
I will, he breathed, the resolve solidifying like a steel framework within him. Kanto's commanding gaze lingered before he gestured toward the wooden chair, a silent command echoing through the air thick with anticipation.
Please, take your seat.
Lemura pulled back the chair, its surface marred with claw-like scratches, a reflection of past conflicts woven into the very fabric of this hidden chamber. He lowered himself cautiously, drawing his hands near the weapon, feeling the cool metal beneath his fingertips. An unsettling sensation shot through him, a child of privilege, a legal provocateur, the law twisted around him like a well-worn noose, but the destinies of men like him had never been decided in the halls of justice. He reflected on his boyhood, memories of guns fired under his uncle's watchful eyes, the uncut diamond of curiosity tempered by the comfort of a doctor's note to avoid military service, playing at war instead of living it. Now, amid the test of his ambitions, the stakes felt escalated. This was a different game altogether, one whose rules were etched in secrecy. Russian roulette was not mere chance, it was a rite of passage, a final barrier he must cross to seize all that the Order of the All-Seeing Eye promised, unconditional power, the key to doors locked against undeserving plebeians like the family he had cast aside years prior. The world would bow before him, every path would unfurl at his feet. In this phase of his life, the Order wasn't just a backdrop, it was the puppeteer imbuing life into the marionette of his ambitions. Invisible yet omnipresent, a specter within every dollar, in every clandestine handshake. The Eye, a watchful god, would see all.
There is no time limit whatsoever. Please do not rush. Should you be successful, you can find me later at the club. Should you be unsuccessful, we shall never speak again.
Lemura nodded. His heart thumped in his chest as adrenaline pumped through his body. He looked around and watched Kanto and the four hooded figures departing the room, leaving absolute silence in their void. The impressively large figures did not need to stoop to exit the tall door, and Lemura wondered if the unusual proportions of the room were specifically for their benefit. The door closed silently. He was alone in the room with the gun. Minutes passed. He loaded the weapon and cocked the hammer before replacing the gun on the table. After another long minute, a panel opened at the back of the room and an old and wizened white-haired man led a young girl no more than 10 years old to the table. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes and wore a delicate lace-lined dress corseted by 4 pale blue bows. Her bare feet dragged on the carpet slightly as she moved, betraying tiredness, or more likely, an opioid. The gaunt old man made no eye contact with Lemura, but stooped his back and pulled out the chair like a faithful old butler. He motioned the girl to sit, which she did, first pulling her lace-lined dress to her knees before offering Lemura a small curtsy. Lemura saw no hint of emotion in the girl's expression. She was unusually still for a child. He watched her eyes closely, but saw no redness, no glazing around the sclera to indicate she might be drugged. The old man gently stroked the girl's shoulder and neck with a slow, gnarled hand, then retreated slowly through the panel, and it slid shut silently behind him. Lemura waited. There had been no instructions besides the cryptic words Kanto had said to him before entering. He glanced from the handgun to the girl, and each minute that passed filled him with greater excitement until he could no longer contain himself. 4 military guards, clad in crisp uniforms and armed with advanced, state-of-the-art rifles, formed a tight perimeter outside the chamber's heavy, reinforced doors. Their eyes were sharp, scanning the surroundings with the trained acuity of seasoned veterans. The air was thick with the tension of an impending decision, a volatile concoction of duty and consequence. Each guard held his position, a sentinel against threats both known and cloaked in the shadows of political machination. The sanctity of the chamber was paramount, a fortress that housed the very heartbeat of democracy in its grip. As the minutes ticked by, the only sound punctuating the silence was the distant hum of generators and the muffled footsteps of aides scurrying through the austere hallways above, their anxiety palpable. Then, like an unwelcome thunderclap, it came, a single gunshot, echoing through the chambers like a detonating grenade, shattering the tense silence that had enveloped them. The resonance of that singular sound felt as if it had reverberated deep within the very core of their beings. Time seemed to elongate in that instant, each guard frozen like statues fashioned from granite, every muscle taut with the electricity of adrenaline. Beneath his immaculate exterior, one guard's breath came in sharp, heavy gasps, each inhalation a straining effort, as his instincts warred against the training that demanded stoicism. Sweat glistened at his temples, and his heart thundered in his chest, a feral drumbeat that seemed to mock his stillness. He remained vigilant, but the primal fear of the unknown gripped him like a vice, squeezing until his resolve threatened to overflow. Another guard, taller than the rest and imbued with an unsettling calm, turned his head slightly, just enough to lock eyes with the man beside him. His expression was an impenetrable mask, as devoid of emotion as the gleaming surface of the rifles they wielded. There was no pity or understanding in that gaze, only the stark recognition that they were bound by their duty, by an oath that demanded unwavering steadfastness even in the face of the most harrowing uncertainty. The tension hummed in the air, though no words were exchanged. It hung heavy between them, a silent acknowledgement of peril, an understanding that something shattering had occurred just beyond those walls. An urgent tension threaded through the ranks of their formation, a tightening of nerves as they braced themselves for the storm that might follow. The shot had disrupted the delicate balance of power, and now the stakes escalated to unimaginable heights. Would the next echo be the sound of combat boots on the marble floor? The howl of alarms that would signal chaos erupting from the heights of the presidential selection chamber. The guards steeled themselves, weapon sights zeroed in on an unseen threat, with the grim determination of men prepared to shield the world from the implications of that fateful shot. In that heartbeat, when uncertainty gnawed at them like a hungry wolf, the men remembered who they were and what they stood for. For them, in that breathless silence, their roles did not just encompass the honor of duty. It bounded them to the fragile, pulsing heart of their belief, a trust inexorably tied to the choices of the men and women who sought power within those impenetrable walls. The shot had been fired. Now was the time for resolve. Chapter 17. Black Harvest. Quiet Loud Room A1, Code Haven, Denver Sector 2240, Zulu. The atmosphere in the room was charged, electric, as if the walls were attuned to the high-stakes conversation at hand. Outside, dull murmurs from the bustling hotel corridor barely masked the tension crackling like static electricity, a tension that seeped into every inch of the plush carpet and ornate oak paneling. Vice Admiral Roderick Milgram, a towering presence with a neatly chiseled jaw and piercing blue eyes that seemed to measure everything and everyone, sat at the head of the table, his voice a low growl laced with menace. Sitting across from him were the four generals of Black Harvest, Gonto, razor-eyed and calculating, Emeritus, with a cold veneer masking deep-seated ambition, Blewett, with his hawkish demeanor and a penchant for bold strategies, and the shadow of Lemura, who had sent his proxy in a high-stakes game of political chess. Each one radiated their own unique brand of icy resolve, standing ready to engage in a verbal sparring match, rife with implications that could shift the geopolitical landscape. Konta broke the silence first, his gaze flicking toward the tea trolley, an incongruous relic situated amidst the opulence of a room that had once served as a clandestine hive for world leaders, where whispered transactions of high treason and rival allegiances were routinely conducted.
Admiral, we have a significant problem,
he said, the words rolling off his lips with the weight of an impending sentence.
The President's condition remains stable, but our other asset, Phillips, continues to elude us. He's still at large.
Milgram cut him off with a swift wave of his hand, a gesture that bespoke frustration amplified by an unmistakable urgency. I'm not interested in your excuses. You are given a clear mandate. Find Phillips and bring him in. Nothing less will suffice, understood? Maintaining his composure, Kanto's voice stayed steady, a resolute calm amidst a storm of turbulence.
The search must accelerate. If Phillips goes public with his knowledge, the media fallout will be quick and catastrophic. Our operational integrity could spiral into chaos.
Milgram's expression darkened, his sharp gaze narrowing to slits. I thought we had the media situation under control. Blewett leaned forward, his sharp features catching the dim light, focusing like a laser beam on the issue at hand. We maintain oversight over the major outlets, sir. However, the rise of citizen journalists is a wild card we cannot ignore. The emergence of social media platforms has blurred the lines of our influence. The battlefield is more murky than ever. At those words, Milgram's voice snapped, resonating within the solid confines of the room. Deploy the drone operation from our California command center. Get airborne within 20 minutes. Utilize infiltration teams, unmanned aerial vehicles, whatever it takes. We need to find him, now. Blewett nodded, casually sipping from a delicate china cup as if it contained a potent antidote to their growing troubles. Tracking one man should be manageable, but he's adapted. Our new drone specifications allow it to recognize subtle signatures, thermal, acoustic, electromagnetic, but Phillips is cunning. He knows how to evade detection. Milgram observed Blewett's calculated demeanor, the way he savored each petite four as though it were a life-sustaining ration. It grated on his nerves, a stark reminder of loose discipline. Discipline and unwavering fealty are the cornerstones of our success. Always salute before orders are given, Blewett. That's the order of our chain of command. Emeritus, dark-eyed and filled with barely contained contempt, spat her disdain, cutting through the hushed whispers like a scythe. Phillips' flagrant disregard for his daughter makes him a liability. He's more than a mere traitor. He's Exhibit A in the case of a sick individual. Kanto's thoughts darted to Lemura's precarious position. The young general's fate hinged on the approval of this council. To fail now would mean disgrace, not just for himself, but for all those who depended upon him. Milgram rubbed his jaw, the stubble rasping against his skin as he surveyed the group. Listen closely. East Eye stands on the precipice of full-scale war with West Eye. If Phillips sabotages our supply routes, billions in contracts could vanish in the blink of an eye. Emeritus scoffed, her laughter sharp and biting. Why fear war? We stand to profit from both sides' conflict. More chaos equals greater assets for us. It's simple logic. Not this time, Milgram countered, his tone hardening like steel. A war would be brief and ultimately unprofitable. We need the relocation of assets. Our island transfer remains incomplete, and an incident now could awaken the heavenly eye, a force we cannot afford to provoke. Silence enveloped the room, a heavy mantle heavy with unspoken certainty. Then, Emeritus leapt back into the fray, her voice dripping with scorn. Grow some courage, Milgram, or are you genuinely frightened of taking a bullet? I fear far more than bullets, Milgram replied evenly, his demeanor unflinching. What rattles me is the prospect of losing lucrative contracts. 10 critical agreements rest on the line. Any whiff of agitation would send our clients running for the hills. Emeritus laughed bitterly, the sound echoing in the air like the sharp crack of a rifle. You are the biggest coward in this room. Phillips is a loose cannon, volatile as they come. One moment he's executing half his staff, and the next he's grinning like a Cheshire cat. He craves power, Milgram shot back, a flash of intensity igniting in his gaze. We enable him to extract coal and launch weak rocket attacks. Pathetic theater of war. The Palestinians have exhibited greater resolve for decades. His isolationism undermines his own people, living in a shadow that once loomed large. He wants territory, not manipulation. That's something I can respect, acceleration toward chaos. With a shrug that matched her gallows humor, Emeritus replied, My concern lies with profits, not impotent rockets. Our military platforms require devoted operators, or else they become nothing more than elaborate paperweights. Kanto's gaze sharpened, laser-like as he regarded the group.
Who leaked this information? Was it an internal breach or a small player operating beyond our control? This situation should have remained classified. Civilians are now entangled. How did that happen?
The tension escalated, palpable in the air like an impending storm. They exchanged wary, sidelong glances. In this precarious game, one misstep meant death. A blown cover jeopardizing lives, families unraveled in a tapestry of blood and betrayal. As the high stakes loomed larger, Blewett drained his cup, setting it down with a meaningful clink. Where is our command? Boshenko has fallen silent, communicating only through coded messages. Milgram stepped closer, lowering his voice deliberately, laden with foreboding. He operates in the shadows by design. Volchenko is a man of formidable intent, not one to delegate when blood needs to be shed. Emeritus snarled. He's dragged us into this mess, then vanished without a trace. Where could he possibly be? Eastern Front, Milgram whispered, each word a dagger. Securing crucial assets. Sensitive matters. The military landscape is rife with fools eager to spill their own blood for glory. We need to discuss the conscription laws to ensure we recruit only the best operatives. Emeritus pressed for urgency, her tone sharp like a serrated blade. Enough talk. What is our plan for Phillips? We need decisive action now. A thin smile creased Kanto's face, but it carried an air of malevolence.
Phillips is a relic in the modern world. No watch, no digital trace, transactions strictly in cash. He'll resurface eventually. If he doesn't, the all-seeing eye will find him. They have means.
Milgram shook his head grimly, the frustration evident in every line of his face. We cannot afford to rely on that. Too many assets are at risk, too many operatives lost already. We require better training protocols, drugs, psychological control. What we need is absolute dominance.
Fear is an effective tool.
Kanto's voice darkened, his tone carrying an unsettling conviction.
Heads on polls get results. Perhaps you should consider adopting such tactics in the States. Make the law work for us, weaponize it through lawfare, make our presence known and felt in every jurisdiction.
Milgram nodded slowly, methodically processing the implications. Phillips's attachment to his daughter is his Achilles' heel, a vulnerability we can exploit. His defiance is nothing more than a fleeting moment. Once we crush that defiance, he'll come crawling back to heel. But his psychological weaknesses might just unravel the entire tapestry of our plan. Emeritus turned away, a flicker of bitterness crossing her face. He's not coming back anytime soon. A man that neglects his own flesh and blood is capable of unimaginable things. I respect him no longer. The air in the room grew colder, thick with impending consequences and the weight of potential tragedy. The deadly chess match unfolded with each whisper and glance exchanged among the generals, as Captain Gabriel Phillips remained the wild card, the unpredictable element poised to reshape the entire board. Outside, the cacophony of an ill-fated war for control raged on, unabated, a precarious game played by men who thought themselves invincible, oblivious to the chess pieces they were losing along the way. Chapter 18, Battery. Mojave Desert, Nevada, 2100 hours, Zulu. The sun hung in the expansive sky like a searing, malevolent entity, an unyielding forge of heat that turned the desert floor into an undulating mirage, shimmering and relentless. Gabriel Phillips maneuvered his battered Ford Bronco, its once glossy paint now a testament to years spent traversing the unforgiving terrain off the cracked shoulder of State Route 375. The tires crunched against gravel as he pulled beneath the rusted, corrugated tin awning of a roadside diner, a time-worn establishment that had resisted the passage of decades like some lingering ghost of the Cold War, a sanctuary where test pilots had once languished over charred coffee while their black-budget aircraft rested quietly in clandestine hangars beyond the jagged ridges. As the engine died with a throaty rumble, an instinctive caution gripped him, forcing him to duck low in his seat. His eyes, sharp and calculating, flicked across the parking lot, searching for any signs of unwelcome attention. No patrol units patrolling the outskirts. No predatory satellites ghosting above in the azure expanse. Only the heat signatures of a beleaguered family of four, their brows glistening with sweat, desperately wrestling with the whims of a vending machine that seemed to relish their discomfort. Inside the diner, a gaunt figure presided behind the counter, his appearance as washed out as the grimy establishment itself. The man wore a pink shirt, the color as faded as the memories of glory days long gone, and a red cap emblazoned with Tacoma that perched precariously on his balding head. Gabriel approached with the calculated nonchalance of a seasoned operative, $1 exchanged for a plastic bottle of what surely passed for filtered tap water, followed swiftly by another 20 for a shrink-wrapped pack of Kingston memory cards, precariously joined to the display of Marlboros. The cashier merely grunted, an apathetic sentinel, either too disinterested or too seasoned by peculiar transactions to provoke any questions. Gabriel downed half the bottle in a single desperate gulp, the cool liquid clawing at the heat that choked him. The whole of the landscape buzzed in a disquieting stillness, an eerie calm that felt as though it were concealing secrets, better left undisturbed. He cast a sidelong glance at the bleached sky. A thin contrail sliced through the ether like a surgical incision, leaving behind a whisper of white, an ephemeral trace that boldly defied the stretching emptiness above. But something twisted in his gut. There had been too many coincidences of late. Was it simply the oppressive landscape playing tricks on him, or was it something darker, insidious? He could feel the creeping tendrils of paranoia weaving their way into his mind, a mental chaff that clouded his mission parameters. Had that last intel packet been compromised? Were there unseen eyes lurking, monitoring his every move? Perhaps he was losing his grip on reality, a casualty of this relentless gambit, questioning the validity of his operations. He was no longer sure where his mission ended and the shadow of fear began. Every fleeting glance over his shoulder felt like a prelude to an ambush. He exhaled slowly, the air heavy with diesel and dust, as he prepared to confront whatever threats lay in wait, whether fabricated by his own mind or delighting in the cold machinations of an intelligence apparatus playing a game far larger than he could comprehend. The mission must proceed. Reluctance had no place here, yet the seeds of doubt had taken root, and Gabriel would need to confront more than just the desolation of the American wasteland. Drenched in the sweltering heat of the Mojave Desert, Gabriel crouched, the stench of sun-baked earth and dry sagebrush filling his nostrils as he assessed the surrounding terrain. He had meticulously plotted this path, using what he could remember from the satellite imagery. His mind a complex web of coordinates, elevation changes, and the celestial navigation that all experienced field operators relied on when technology faltered. With a final glance to ensure the road remained eerily silent, he ducked beneath a sagging cattle fence, feeling the coarse wire snag at his jacket. Each step into the arid wasteland was deliberate, as if the desert itself conspired to resist his advance. The stunted, sun-baked brush clawed at his jeans, while rivulets of sweat snaked down his spine, soaking his shirt in a humid embrace. He pressed on, relentless, each footfall echoing in his mind, drumming out a mantra built from years of training and adrenaline. Here, amid the whispers of a hostile land, he was a solitary ghost, haunted by visions of outcomes yet unwritten. When he finally crested the highest hill, the sun hung at its zenith, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the basin below. He knew the lay of the land, every ridge, every canyon, and with the discipline of a seasoned pilot in a reconnaissance chopper, he pivoted slowly, scanning for clues. On his second sweep, the terrain revealed its secrets. There, against the muted palette of browns and greens, he identified it, a subtle, disjointed line, a scar in the earth that had the unmistakable signature of man-made disturbance. Without hesitation, he bolted downhill, driven by instinct honed through years of fieldcraft, each stride calculated and forceful. The dry soil crumbled beneath him, but urgency fueled his descent as he followed the irregular track, a trail branded by the actions of his hand, to its source. As he traversed the undulating landscape, the oppressive heat began to dull his senses, but the sight was undeniable. Half buried beneath a layer of resilient wind-blown silt, stark against the beige palette of the desert floor, lay a drone power cell, its elongated frame stretching 6 feet before him, the composite casing damaged, cracked like ancient porcelain. The front cowling had sheared away, revealing the dull glint of honeycomb-reinforced carbon fiber, an intricate lattice of materials engineered for stealth and durability. Part of him marveled at the technology, at the lithium titanate enclosure that had once brimmed with potential energy, now charred and lifeless, a testament to a mission gone awry. As he drew closer, his military training kicked in. The remnants of the power cell were not just debris, they were a data point in a landscape that had become murky with uncertainty. Kneeling down, he set aside the weight of regret and carefully brushed away the surrounding silt. Gabriel triangulated his position. The sun blazed overhead, a relentless illuminator, casting shadows at precise angles that he used to align with distant landmarks, a solitary mesa to the north and a twisted Joshua tree to the east. Using the compass on his keychain, he took note of the cardinal directions, mentally mapping the terrain with an accuracy that would make any cartographer envious. The faint line in the scrub became more meaningful as he crafted a mental image from fragments, piecing together where he had been and where he needed to go next. Determination coursed through him. This power cell was not just a remnant of lost technology. It was a breadcrumb in the vast, unwritten narrative of his mission. A mission now complicated by unseen enemies, possibly surveilling the same stretch of land, perhaps waiting for him to make his next move. Adrenaline surged, a potent mix of urgency and resolve as he prepared to secure the evidence, knowing this discovery was about to ignite the deadly game unfolding in the shadows of the Mojave. Gabriel dropped to one knee and brushed away the debris. He exposed 6 circular copper pads, dull with dust, but unmistakably military grade. Adjacent to them was a maintenance tag, grimy but legible. It read, Cal 7. Dry weight, 7.5 Or lbs, Sen, XBX 45 D37993 Delta. Service date, 14 June 2025. This wasn't just wreckage, it was a fragment from his X-45E Phantom. The power cell alone cost more than a suburban home. Housing 4 stacked titanium lithium fusion cells, the battery could deliver 20 megawatts peak output and sustain 14 hours of loiter time at 60,000 feet. More importantly, it carried onboard telemetry logs, if the core hadn't been wiped. He photographed every angle, the ports, the crack patterns, the sealant abrasions near the cowling bolts. This wasn't evidence. It was a confession from the machine that had ruined his life. Back at the Bronco, he slid the memory card into a false receipt envelope hidden under the ashtray lid. He started to climb in when he saw it. The contrail had curved. It was no longer a line, but an arc, and closing fast. A sparkle of blue emerged where the road kissed the horizon, growing into the strobed pulse of law enforcement flashers. Gabriel turned, another glint, this one behind him. 2 black vans spaced for a pincer. He dropped into the seat and jammed the key in the ignition, floored the gas. The Bronco roared to life, suspension shrieking as he tore across the embankment beside the diner. The terrain was uneven, dotted with jagged lava rock and calcified scrub. His wheels clawed through it all, but the black vans weren't standard police cruisers. They were Federal Intercept units. Modified Ford Transits with 700 horsepower electric motors and all-terrain modifications that could outclimb a mountain goat. The hum of powerful engines filled the air as the first van roared to life. It surged forward with a speed that defied logic, its grille reflecting the sun like a premeditated weapon. With well-practiced precision, the driver executed a textbook PIT maneuver. The impact was jarring, a brutal ballet of steel and engine as Gabriel's Bronco spun helplessly counterclockwise. Dust exploded into the air, and his tires carved deep ruts in the parched earth, a visceral testament to the chaos unfurling around him. Gabriel had no time to react. A sickening crash reverberated through him as his skull slammed against the unyielding glass of the side window. There was no bracing for the violent riot of sensations, a momentary confluence of speed, panic, and inevitability. Then, as if in slow motion, the door of the Bronco yanked itself wide open, surrendering him to the embrace of gravity. He plummeted, smacking into the dirt with bone-jarring force. He rolled once, then twice, each rotation disorienting him further. His mind raced to regain its bearings as the gritty earth clung to his skin, a reminder that the ground could offer no solace in this relentless storm. But before he could fully reorient himself, he felt the weight of men closing in, 3 figures draped in matte black combat gear, silent but lethal, like phantoms granted corporeal form. One of them surged forward, driving a rough knee into Gabriel's spine, forcing the air from his lungs in a violent gasp. Pain blazed through his nervous system, a stark reminder of his mortality. Another operative, quick as a wraith, unleashed a jet of chemical mist into his face. It enveloped him like a vice, an invisible grip that struck harder than any flesh, leaving his senses reeling and his vision fracturing into a kaleidoscope of sunspots and confusion. Within the swirling chaos, just as the darkness threatened to claim him, his gaze caught an angular silhouette high above. It hovered with an unsettling stillness, metallic, predatory. His heart raced as recognition blazed to life in his fogged mind. The last image seared into his consciousness, impossible to ignore, the unmistakable profile of the X-45E Phantom. His drone. It was watching him, an omnipresent eye in the storm, recording every anxious heartbeat, every desperate gasp for breath. In that moment, clarity pierced through the fog of disorientation. The Phantom wasn't there to save him, it was there to witness his defeat. They were sending him a message. Extract zip. ISR MTE. Subject QZip. Top secret. Briefing document. Operation Shacklefish. Date 26 October 2023. Issued to Kadima Squad. Classification confidential. Introduction. Today we stand on the precipice of potential engagement that requires both precision and decisiveness. The enemy is not just another faceless adversary. They are a constellation of decentralized units operating across various terrains with increasingly lethal capabilities. This is not your father's battlefield. Let's ensure we adapt, innovate, and triumph. Objective. Our primary objective is to intercept and neutralize a high-value target believed to be orchestrating recent drone attacks on key infrastructure in southern Israel. The engagement is expected to take place in the dense urban environment of Redacted, where collateral damage must be meticulously avoided to protect civilian life while executing our mission. 1. Assault rifles. Each team member will be armed with the Taver X95, chambered in 5.56 millimeters. Lightweight and versatile, This weapon integrates a Picatinny rail for adding optics and tactical lights, allowing for flexibility in various combat scenarios. Remember, the suppressor enhances our capacity to engage without alerting all hostiles in the vicinity. 2. Sidearms. The Jericho 941 will serve as our secondary weapon, as it's compact and reliable for close-quarters combat, delivering stopping power when needed. 3. Grenades. Each soldier will carry 2 F1 hand grenades, one for distraction and the other for lethal engagement. Practice discipline. These are not toys. 4. Drones. We have 2 tactical reconnaissance drones equipped with real-time HD video feed capability. Keep eyes on suspect movements, remember. This isn't just about blunt force. We leverage intelligence. 5. Explosive charges. Engage with caution. We have C4 blocks with remote detonation. Use these for breaching if needed. But remember the location. The fewer explosives, the better. We don't want to invite the enemy to their own funeral. Tactics. 1. Infiltration and reconnaissance. Our insertion will be through 2 primary avenues. North entry. Utilize rooftops for elevation and cover, moving stealthily. West entry. A ground approach, but stay aware of crowded alleyways. Be the wolf among sheep. 2. Fire team composition. Split into 2 teams, Alpha and Bravo. Team Alpha will focus on securing the perimeter, while Team Bravo engages the target. Communication will be key. Use hand signals to communicate without revealing our position. 3. Engagement protocol. Identify the biometrics of the target prior to engagement. No positive ID, no engagement. Maintain strict rules of engagement. Row. If contact is made, opt for suppressive fire to control the engagement. We need intel. Capture if you can. 4. Exfiltration. Maintain a rapid response plan. If the mission changes, have an extraction point ready. Remember, the objective is to leave the battlefield intact with minimal civilian risk. 5. Situational awareness. Utilize the drones efficiently. You'll have eyes above while being grounded, so use that to our advantage. Also, community intel is potent. Engage any local informants discreetly. The eyes that look upon this conflict daily can be a reservoir of critical information. Conclusion. You are the fine edge of our military capability, sharp, calculated, and precise. The stakes have never been higher, and the time for hesitation has come and gone. We will navigate this urban labyrinth with precision, strategy, and, above all, an unwavering commitment to safeguard our homeland. Be prepared for anything. Failure is not an option. On my signal, move out. End of briefing. Stay vigilant. Stay heroic. Chapter 19. Q. Redacted. Auth unknown. Q wiped a tuft of cappuccino foam from a shaggy beard that had long ago seen shampoo and put the mug next to a dirty beige Microsoft PC2 keyboard. The keyboard was connected to a self-built, self-compiled Linux-based PC via a flexible spiral cable. He didn't trust Bluetooth stuff from China. A seemingly dormant device could be remote-controlled to type anything, and it also gave anyone the power to remotely record his keystrokes. He preferred the analog solidity of a PS2 connector that directly connected real mechanical keys to the interrupt bus on the Refurb, American Megatrend's mainboard. 6 small televisions played different news channels constantly, 3 from the obviously corrupted mainstream media, and 3 from private news sources. Q felt he could trust slightly more, though one could never know for sure. After citizen journalist became a thing, news networks no longer made money, so they now had investors instead of advertisers. Investors who did not care they were losing money because they were getting it back on other, bigger routes. He scratched his beard and checked a note scrawled on the back of a Burger King wrapper. The keys clattered as he typed in the address of the Rogue Drone Operators Baseball Club, navigating the multiple windows of the open-source operating system at laser speed. Despite his portly frame and beer belly, his fingers were wily and nimble and danced over the keys. He used the PC with a keyboard exclusively. A mouse was too slow, a cheap device hacks used. He picked up a stray candy corn from a pile of candy wrappers lying at his feet and popped it into his mouth, adding it to myriad candy. The clear plastic bag next to him contained multicolored globs of glucose hits. He needed glucose to think fast. Glucose was jet fuel for brains, but it did rot his teeth, and several ivory soldiers had been KIA and plucked from the discolored squad by his own hand. There was no way anyone was getting his dental records. Image search was smart now. His own neural network service walked the social graphs and matched eigenfaces to an endless supply of face vectors stored in a forked Mongo vector database on his server. He harvested material freely that just a few years before would be available exclusively to top-secret surveillance agencies and their spies. The personal data was available to everyone and voluntarily given by the domesticated public. Idiots. A person's face was their freedom, their identity. The right to self-identity should be written in the Constitution, but it was the first thing law enforcement took from you. Your right to free movement, your right to own and operate and modify any device you wanted. They even took away your right to speak freely, and you had to talk through a government-appointed lawyer just for a government judge to listen. Q had not put his real self on social media anywhere, but he did use social media via burner accounts and a few bots. His online nick was simply Q, which freaked people out on his favorite forum, 8chan, a forum the mainstream media had dubbed a far right-wing conspiracy nuthouse because there was a 3-letter name minimum, and what had he done to allow the exception without having his accounts deleted? A few years prior, he legally changed his name to John Q. Public and wiped any record of friends or familial affiliation. There were more important things in the world to focus on than animalistic biology, and he did not want the distraction of a girlfriend or overbearing mother. Money was easy to come by when you could convince an ATM that it was undergoing testing and spit out $1,000. Not often enough to cause the FBI to swoop in, and not an amount large enough to warrant an investigation other than as a hard-to-find software bug, but the ATMs gave him enough to live on and buy gear. A cardboard crate of porn magazines nuzzled his ankle. Magazines didn't build up an identity profile when you looked at them. The women on the glossy pages didn't care and didn't need caring. It took only a few minutes to pull up hundreds of candidate photos and eliminate a few false positives. AI had made it easy for any citizen detective to discover facts faster than the media or law enforcement who were bound by glacial laws. He enlarged a photo. The pilot was easy to find among a woman's social media posts labeled Shahid's Little League, each photo digitally embossed with pictures of leaves and gold trill. There were several photos of the mother's pride and joy, and in the background the pilot proudly cheered on from the sidelines. In two, he was hugging his daughter. Usually the whack jobs were desperate loners on a one-man crusade, caught in the belief that they could change the world by taking out a few nobodies. Dull football jocks, as easy to predict as the result of a fixed World Series game. The way to start a war, Q reasoned, was to initiate a social probe. Start a ridiculous conspiracy theory like the world being flat and see who took the bait. The ones that believed based on any evidence you fed them could be useful. Wasn't it Voltaire who said a person who could be convinced of absurdities could be made to commit atrocities? Q had made probes. Social experiments to see who would fall into traps of far-left or far-right extremism, or other fringe organizations that seemed innocuous at first. But Q had added game theory into the system, awarding each person a virtual reward, perhaps a like, or a new follower, when they advanced to the next level of social schizophrenia. When the schismed far enough between the real and the unreal, they would believe anything, do anything. He wasn't the only one creating probes. There were hundreds of agencies testing people's sanity, pushing, pulling, recruiting. He wondered if the pilot had fallen into a recruitment, or whether he knew exactly what he was doing. There was something off about the story. The news outlets were reporting. Even his trusted sources were agreeing that the pilot was a terrorist, and that made Q doubt them. They were supposed to be contrarian. Q found the GPS coordinates of the baseball club and reached over to the large map to press a white pin over the town. The pilot had been arrested in Mont Blanc, California, while on the run to Vegas, they had said, which didn't make sense. Mont Blanc was clearly his home base. Why would he be heading to Vegas and not New York to find what the media claimed or his comrades? There were more officers and cameras in Vegas than New York, and if he was high-ranking military, as they claimed, he should know that. He'd left his daughter behind, which didn't make sense. They were clearly close. It was plausible. He was a decoy for something else. Q entered the data in his spreadsheet, a vast logic table that combined formal logic and political science and game theory into a hybrid mathematical system he used to deduce truth from lies. In abstract mathematics and formal logic, the symbol for truth was Q. You plotted Q against unknowns to reach a probability score P. Once you eliminated all the improbable outcomes, the only outcome left was PQ. On Q's truth table, the only possible outcome was war. He had seen it a month ago, and now the blank spaces were being filled in ratifying his data analysis. Predicting the future was rooted in predicting the past. You ran your formulas on history and see which ones worked, eliminated the bad ones, until you were left with something that could make crude predictions. More data equals more accuracy. Data was no longer a problem. Everything had metadata embedded now, every photo, every news article, every sound clip, making it easy for algorithms to collate the information. Q rechecked the tables while the server software ingested terabytes of numbers and plotted graphs. Mathematics was the fundamental building block of the universe. Linear regression was nothing more than predicting the past. "What the fuck?" he whispered. Where the drone pilot's graph should have ended in a straight line, there was a branch. Regression graphs didn't branch, ever. It was mathematically impossible. The hairs on the back of Q's neck stood on end. He absently snapped the striped sweatband on his wrist a few times to make sure he wasn't dreaming. The armband stopped him dripping into his keyboard when he played World of Warcraft, teaching his AI models how to predict outcomes based on current events. The game required a lightning-fast array of moves, and if you weren't thinking ahead 20 moves or more, you were toast. Compared to high-level WW, a game of chess was like a boring game of checkers. Once his AI started winning, he stopped playing and let it dominate, until he was banned from all but a few servers. On his corkboard wall, a giant web of photos were connected by lines, pins, red string, and now a branch. Photos of presidents, the British royal family, and every billionaire who screwed over his staff. A hack journalist might take one look and call Q a delirious nut, but he had arrived at the connections by way of pure mathematical algorithms, and algorithms didn't lie. Q pinned Gabriel's photo in the center. Interesting. Gabriel's baseball club was in the southern part of Mont Blanc. Q made another note in the table. The influencing factors would be the Herald and the Daily MacGuffin. Shooters tended to be underachievers, not people attracting the attention of papers out of state like the death of a banker would. This man was not a typical loner, not the run-of-the-mill media fodder. He had distinct traits, atypical of the narrative. He had thrown a spanner in the works. A cat among the pigeons. A branch. That reminded him. He peeled back the blackout cladding from his window and peered out at the countryside. If they were watching, they were hiding in the trees. He checked the thermal camera, but seeing only the faint glowing blobs of the trees did not convince him. They had thermal cloaking now. Q didn't have any guns. That would just be an excuse to wacko his ass. All he had was a ceremonial sword from Japan, bought at a thrift store when he was 14. He wasn't expecting the knock on the door and spilled his cappuccino onto the dirty cleaning rag that always lay next to the PC. He held his breath. The knock rapped again. "Mr. Public, pizza delivery." "Yeah?" His heart raced. He hadn't paid his taxes in a decade and expected to be dragged off by armed IRS agents at any time. He shuffled over to the door and peered through the peephole. A Filipino-looking man nervously held a pizza box, but his shirt was too clean, too pressed. This was no working-class square, hauling cheese door to door. His clean boots were the final giveaway. A guy who rides a motorcycle simply does not have clean boots. Q checked the second peephole to the side in the wall. A woman and a gray-haired man stood to one side, thinking they were out of sight of the door, their guns drawn. He flicked on the infrared cameras overlooking the apartment. 2 more on the roof. 2 in an unmarked car down the road. They weren't local or even state. Black uniforms, black face masks, either Israeli or Iranian. Q placed his hands together in symbolic prayer and took the 100-folded katana from its stand on the plastic camping table. He gave a test swish, knocking over a soda can which rattled against the table leg as it fell. "Pop it," the man outside said. The pizza guy dropped the box, revealing a blunt-nosed firearm loaded with metal slugs, the width of a golf ball. He aimed the gun at the lock and pressed a button on the side of the handgun. Red light illuminating the door handle. There was a tiny buzz of static before wood and metal exploded with less than a hard click, and then silence. He pushed the door open with the gun muzzle and staggered back. Blood dripped from the sword wound in his throat, and he fell to the floor with his feet spasming in a pool of his own blood. "Other side," the man barked, and the female agent jumped to the other side of the doorway, pulling the fallen agent out of the way. She raised her radio to her mouth. "Agent down, need backup. I repeat, agent down." There was no reply, only static. The male agent checked his own radio and heard the same empty space. He tried the send button a few times with no luck. Control, acknowledge, control. The female agent stepped over the fallen agent and pushed open the door. She peered in from an oblique angle. Besides a few tables and chairs and a few odds and ends, the room was empty, the small window in the bathroom open, the curtain blowing. "He's gone." "How?" the man asked, guessing the window was too small to allow Q to pass. He looked up at the ceiling and found a recessed service panel. He pointed upward. The woman nodded, grabbed the sword stand from the table and used it to tap open the ceiling panel. The panel clicked and a staircase unfolded. The man switched on his flashlight and peered upward into the ceiling. He popped his head up momentarily, spun around, and ducked back down again. "Empty," he said. In the parking lot, a heavily modified Tesla Model Y whined from rapid acceleration and sped toward the outskirts of town. The car was too far away for the agents to give chase. As the car receded, the signal returned to the radios, and they heard the familiar beeps and squawks of home base. The woman clicked her radio mic. "We need a chopper stat. Suspect is northbound on I-98. "Chopper?" the man's voice on the other end mused. "Sorry, Agent Rodriguez, there are no choppers available." The woman pulled the mic from her lapel and stared at it in confusion. Then realization dawned. "Who the hell is this? Is this you, public?" "Bet I get to the airport faster than you." The Filipino agent reached out a hand, blood dripping from his mouth and sliced throat. "Help me," he spluttered. The agents left their colleague on the landing to die and sped after Q. Chapter 20. Waterboard. Military Detainment Center, Fort Belvoir, 0600 hours. Gabriel lay strapped to the cold, metallic gurney, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. The dimly lit interrogation room was a stark contrast to the digital war rooms he had once commanded, the flickering fluorescent lights casting exaggerated shadows that danced menacingly across the concrete walls. He could hear the low hum of the air conditioning system, the only thing between him and the frigid embrace of fear. The room smelt of disinfectant and sweat, an olfactory cauldron of past horrors. It was the smell of war. The 2 figures before him were clad in the standard issue, military fatigues, their faces obscured by the harsh margins of shadow. A sergeant stepped forward, his voice cold and clinical. "Gabriel, you understand why we're here. Your piloting of the X-45E Phantom drone over Nevada was no mere training exercise. We need to know if anyone else is aware of the operation, if they know what went down. Did you make contact with anyone outside the loop?" Gabriel felt the tightening of the straps around his wrists, a literal and figurative binding of his fate. In the swirling maelstrom of his thoughts, he could still recall the exhilaration of orchestrating the drone's precision strike, the slick controls of the cockpit beneath his fingers, the triumphant feeling of holding life and death in the palm of his hand. But that victory now felt less like conquest and more like a dagger gripped tightly by an unseen adversary. As they prepared, one of the soldiers turned to his companion, exchanging glances that spoke volumes, a silent agreement to commence with the tactics they had been trained to deploy. Gabriel's heart rate quickened. He knew what was coming, a methodical approach, the kind designed to cut through bravado and reach the cold, hard truth beneath, the very essence of coercive interrogation. With a swift, practiced motion, they repositioned the apparatus above his face, an unforgiving canvas of terror and unyielding resolve. The wetness, the fear, the impending sensation, all coiled tightly at the back of his throat as they introduced the damp cloth over his mouth. And then came the deluge, the torrents of water rushing mercilessly against him, swamping each breath of defiance he attempted to take. Memories flashed through his mind, images of the drone's flight path, the thermal signatures of targets in the crosshairs, the splash of glowing white blobs in his thermal monitor, yet all of it dwindled under the vice-like grip of drowning. "Think about it, Gabriel," the sergeant said, his tone ice-cold yet oddly compelling as he leaned in, the stench of leather and sweat noxious. "You piloted the drone with the precision of a scalpel, but that precision brought devastation. The fallout from your actions has rippled across the globe. If anyone else has even the sketchiest awareness of the mission, we need to know. More lives hang in the balance than you care to admit." With each surge of water, each heart-stopping moment of desperation, Gabriel strained against his bindings, the panic threatening to erupt in a chaotic scream. However, they had anticipated this. They knew the psychological pressure points to exploit, the way terror could corrode a man's resolve, making him spill secrets like a ruptured vessel. They had studied operational psychology, learned the methods of the trade, the dichotomy of carrots and sticks. "Who knows, Gabriel?" Another voice. Female, mid-30s, Gabriel estimated, a sudden punch in the gut. Voices began to fade in and out, the relentless pressure blurring his vision, transforming the space into an underwater nightmare. Each inhalation was a desperate gasp, the flooding sensation springing forth a neck-deep sense of vulnerability. The darkness began to swirl at the edges of his consciousness, inching ever closer, gnashing its ferocious teeth, threatening to pull him into oblivion. It was not just a physical assault. It was a manipulative orchestration designed to crack his facade, to lay bare the truth beating beneath his ribcage. When the barrage ended, leaving him gasping and clutching at frayed edges of thought, silence enveloped him, a suffocating cloak before the onslaught would recommence. "Gabriel?" The sergeant's voice sliced through the haze with uncompromising authority. "Tell us what you know. That strike, the mosque, you were the pilot. There are whispers of retaliation. Who do you work for? If you hide others involved, even in passing detail, it could lead to chaos, a regime's collapse, the escalation of war. We're not enemies here. We're trying to save lives. Do you understand?" He closed his eyes. The clock was relentless, ticking down to a moment of reckoning, and yet, beneath it all, a flicker of rebellion ignited within him. That detailed patchwork of strategy and surreptitious execution was his lifeblood, an operation shielded by layers of secrecy. Promises and orders had always been above souls and fates, and as they bore down upon him once again, Gabriel's mind wrestled with the ephemeral nature of loyalty, the haunting echoes of command reverberating against the latticed walls of survival. He hadn't flown the drone. For him, it had been something larger, something horrific that he would carry within him. And now, boiling beneath the surface, the truth lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to emerge, or perhaps it would remain hidden, locked away in the recesses of his conscience, like the grave secret of an unblinking war machine. Time would reveal whatever shadowy alliances lurked in the periphery of agony. But for now, under that seething deluge, chaos was his only companion. Gabriel clawed his way back to consciousness, each inch a Herculean effort against the relentless tide of anguish that threatened to drown his very will to live. He didn't awaken. In an instant, rather, it felt like being drawn through a dark tunnel where every inch forward was punctuated by a fresh burst of searing pain. The first sensation to claim him was the harsh sting of air against his ravaged, ash-stained throat, as if the very atmosphere of the room was bent on reminding him of his prior engagement with hell. Next came the dull, persistent beat throbbing in his temple, a sonic reminder of the blunt force trauma that had been dealt to him in the shadows of a prior, nameless engagement. His tongue danced across cracked molars, each probing encounter igniting the residual fire of his ordeal. As his senses sharpened, the sterile contours of the room began to seep into his awareness. In a cell crafted of reinforced concrete, painted a dismal shade of beige, intended more as a psychological weapon than a protective cocoon, a single surveillance camera loomed like an unblinking eye, its red LED light casting an ominous glow across the meticulously arranged decorum of his temporary prison. The sheets, hospital-grade, white and pert with a tightness akin to a military barracks on inspection day, offered little comfort. A faint yet acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the robust aroma of freshly brewed coffee, a cruel reminder that someone, somewhere, was playing the caretaker, trying to stitch together the pieces of a broken man. The door swung open and in glided a nurse, uniformed and composed, exuding an undeniable air of discipline. She moved with the assured grace of one who had walked the lines of military life, likely having served in the Navy herself. Beyond her, emerging like a specter from the shadows of political intrigue, was Senator Brodie Morris. Morris, a man whose demeanor suggested an existence spent more in the political arena than on the battlefields of foreign wars, nevertheless bore an aura of gravitas that belied his lack of combat experience. The senator wielded power with the precision of a seasoned kingmaker, each word calculated, each glance measured, as if aware that he was orchestrating a symphony of survival against forces far greater than either of them. "Morning, Captain Phillips," he articulated, his lips carved into a grim line devoid of any warmth. "You'll be pleased to learn that you are no longer languishing in an unacknowledged black site in Poland. Welcome home, wherever that may be." Gabriel, wincing, attempted to rise. The effort wrenched the breath from his lungs, sending a fiery conflagration coursing through him. "What? Home?" he rasped, each word an arduous struggle, as if dragging weighty stones from the depths of the earth. Morris, with the deftness of a seasoned operator, filled a glass with water and extended it toward him, an unspoken truce of sorts. "You've been declared deceased during an unauthorized transfer protocol," he continued, his tone steely. "The body interred at Arlington, a thermal decoy. The message is clear. You're a ghost now. A man erased from the annals of history. And that, my friend, means we can talk, openly." As the metallic taste of the water washed over him, bitter, reminiscent of blood and the faint echo of lost dreams, Gabriel gripped the glass, this mundane object feeling far heavier as it carried the weight of his reality. "I need a favor," Morris stated, the request uncoiling from his lips with the casual ease of a man asking for a favorable lie on a golf course. "My daughter is inside the same facility where your daughter is being held captive. I need you to extract them both." Gabriel's response was one of disbelief, shock etching his features. "You're tasking me with running a covert operation? Alone?" "Not alone," Morris corrected, the chill of the room wrapping around them both. "Just off the books." Disavowed. "You'll operate under the radar, Gabriel, like a phantom in the night." Gabriel coughed, a violent expulsion of air that rattled his very core. Why not deploy a JSOC team? Or send in the ghosts? His mind raced. He was a former captain of elite operatives, trained in both the art of warfare and the psychological manipulation that could elicit truth from even the most entrenched adversaries. Morris offered a slight shake of his head, his features taut. "Too loud, too official. This operation demands precision, surgical stealth, and exit strategy that's not just clean, but entirely vaporous." There was a weight in the silence that followed, palpable and suffocating. Gabriel scrutinized the senator, noting how he rubbed his palms together, the movement almost involuntary, a subconscious gesture against sins long embedded in the fabric of his soul. "Where's Emmy?" Gabriel ventured, each syllable a careful probe into the unknown depths of Morris's intentions. "Hold that thought," Morris replied, his gaze like iron against Gabriel's. "We'll get to that." At that moment, a chilling realization took root in Gabriel's mind. Two truths crystallized in the murky depths of uncertainty. First, that Emmy was alive, held somewhere in the covert intricacies of a compound designed not just to ensnare, but to extract any vestiges of hope. Second, the senator was withholding critical intelligence, an unseen card he kept close to his chest. "Senator, you're navigating a perilous gambit here," Gabriel warned, the tension thickening the air like a storm cloud pregnant with chaos. Morris's smile, though faint, was edged with a razor's sharpness. "Then it appears we're both players in this high-stakes game, Captain," he replied, the echo of his words reverberating through the walls, two men standing at the precipice of an abyss, their fates entwined with the perilous dance of deception and truth. The clock was already ticking, a countdown to an operation that promised to be one tangled web of intrigue, violence, and emotional turmoil. 2 days later, Gabriel stood in front of a full-length mirror in room 1407 of the Chryson Hotel, staring at a man he no longer recognized. His bruises had faded under a layer of concealer. His jaw was shaved, his shirt pressed to within an inch of its molecular structure. He wore a slim black suit, tailored in Berlin, wire-free, micro-bug-resistant. His shoes were echo-leather, polished enough to reflect weaponized charm. He looked like a man capable of buying and selling nations. He looked like prey. Morris had arranged the cover. Gabriel Spencer, tech investor, logistics consultant, former DARPA advisory. His mission, to infiltrate a network of civilian industrialists with defense ties, people who shook hands in Monaco but made decisions in boardrooms deep inside the Beltway. Somewhere inside this circle was intel about Emmy, and if the senator's intel was right, Black Harvest used these networks to move operatives like chess pieces. Gabriel stepped into the event room. The atmosphere was a simulation of opulence. Soft jazz from a Yamaha Grand. Waiters in white gloves served champagne that cost more than most soldiers made in a month. But Gabriel knew the type. Not warriors. Power brokers, kingmakers, sharks with platinum business cards. He circulated, listening, mapping names to faces, building a hierarchy from conversation patterns. The currency here wasn't wealth, it was influence. Men competed not with numbers, but with subtle nods, anecdotes about warlords they'd met, coups they'd underwritten. At the far end of the room, Gabriel found a target. Jezebel Marks, sister of Benjamin Marks, the man Morris had warned him about. She was tall, sharp-featured, and wore a slate-gray pantsuit like it was body armor. Her hair was a wash of auburn flame, her eyes watchful. She wasn't sipping her margarita, she was using it as a prop. "Bit undercatered, isn't it?" Gabriel said, feigning casual annoyance as he poured himself a drink. She turned, registered his face, and didn't smile. "You're not one of them. I'm a contractor." "Which means what, exactly?" Gabriel took a sip. "I build relationships, tear down silos, optimize synergies." She gave him a look like she'd just heard the word synergy used in a funeral speech. He introduced himself as Gabriel Spencer. She introduced herself as Jezebel Marks. Her handshake was firm, testing, almost predatory. "Let me guess," she said. "You're Morris's new toy." Gabriel smiled. "Is that what I am? I've seen the way he collects people. You're either leverage or leverage waiting to happen." "You sound cynical." "I'm in finance," she replied. Cynicism is a survival trait. For a moment, Gabriel saw past the mask. There was intelligence there, a kind of bruised brilliance, but also resignation. She wasn't just part of the machine, she was stuck inside it. Then Benjamin Marks called her, snapping his fingers like she was an employee. She sighed, finishing her drink. "Another time, Mr. Spencer." Gabriel watched her go. Something wasn't right. Jezebel was too smart to be controlled by a brother who pawed her like property. Unless she wasn't just a player in this game. Unless she was collateral. Later that night, as the event wound down and the champagne was replaced with handshakes and quiet threats, Morris approached Gabriel near the bar. "Don't linger," he said softly. "Marks is leaving." Gabriel nodded and reached into his jacket. He slid a business card into Jezebel's hand as she passed by, one word written on the back in red ink. Crimson. If she needed him, she'd know what to do. Outside, the night was humid. Gabriel climbed into the Blacktown car waiting at the curb. Morris was already inside, tapping a dossier on his knee. "You did well. I wasn't trying to." "Exactly. That's what makes you dangerous." Gabriel stared out the window at the passing lights. He had a mission. He had a lead. But more than anything, he had a name burning behind his eyes like tracer fire through night fog. Emmy. They would regret taking her. One by one, they would all regret it. Chapter 21, Q2, Redacted, Auth Unknown. The air was thick with tension and uncertainty, a palpable haze that blanketed the city as twilight descended. Somewhere in the shadows, agents Murphy and Lang were holed up, strategizing their next move, a couple of seasoned professionals driven by a complex cocktail of duty, desperation, and the faint, lingering taste of failure. Their earlier pursuit of Q had turned into a desperate farce. The two agents, cloaked in black tactical gear, had raced through the serpentine streets of the bustling metropolis, their hearts pounding like war drums, every corner turned feeding their growing frustration. Just when they thought they had the Tesla cornered, it sped off. The Tesla, with its sleek contours and neural networks humming with life, had danced through the traffic, a phantom among the throng of vehicles shackled by their combustion engines. They had seen the electric vehicle dart past them, a blur of silver, but as they spun their unmarked sedan onto Main Street, it had vanished into the evening, an optical illusion, a mirage that made fools of them. Q had vanished like a specter, eluding them once again with a mastery of the terrain that spoke volumes of his connections and foresight. Now, as the agents regrouped, they reviewed footage extracted from traffic cameras. The screen flickered, revealing grainy images of the Tesla effortlessly maneuvering through congestion, a digital ballet, each maneuver calculated, each acceleration swift and decisive. "He's toying with us," Lang muttered, eyes narrowed with frustration. "That's no ordinary car. It's a goddamn stealth machine." Murphy, scanning the map on the dashboard, nodded gravely. "He's programmed it to run circles around us. Don't forget, he's got that AI on his side. We're dealing with more than just an ordinary man. We're trailing a strategist, a mind that's always 3 steps ahead." Meanwhile, within the confines of a nondescript room built between the spines of 4 unsuspecting apartments, Q perched cross-legged on the concrete floor, his mind racing faster than his car. The swirling thoughts coalesced into action as he tapped the slick interface of his remote, a series of commands executed with surgical precision. Distance calculated, speeds optimized. The Tesla, an extension of his own will, responded. Destination locked. Maximum velocity set. Below him, the electric motor sprang to life, silently vibrating, ready to breach the limits of possible physics. He glanced at the rear camera feed, empty asphalt stretching behind him, devoid of pursuers. Programming the autopilot, he guided the car toward the fringes of the city, where the grind of urban chaos yielded to the relative calm of the highway. He sent it into a calculated loop, ordering it to infiltrate a gas station along the outbound highway. Misdirection was key. Another brain at the mercy of algorithms and circuits. As the car whirred autonomously through traffic, it sidestepped a sudden road repair, barely a hiccup for its advanced navigation system. Through the system's digital eyes, Q monitored the errands of oblivious commuters, their lives entangled in the mundane threat of rush hour. The passing vehicles were a blur of colors and intentions, none a match for the Tesla's cunning design. With a slight tap, he altered the vehicle's e-ink license plate, morphing it into the registration of a subdued suburban dad. The car slowed to a crawl as it glided past the workers heading home. Fatigue-laden faces reflected dashed hopes and tired dreams. It was as if the world itself had turned a blind eye to the anomaly sweeping through its core. Only a boy, peering curiously out the back window of his father's truck, caught a fleeting glimpse of the ghost-like Tesla. But time slipped through little fingers. By the moment the father turned, the car had already receded into the horizon like a sliver of light swallowed by dusk. Back in his hideout, Q busied himself, furiously packing a trove of documents, intelligence on the Ain Muamaya resistance, and the machinations of those who sought to suppress them. Each page clinked against metal as he hefted them into a reinforced aluminum case, the tactical elements of his life synced, awaiting his next move. Briefly, he eyed a stack of vintage girly magazines, a relic from his past that whispered stories tinged with nostalgia. Expendable, he decided, the greater mission overshadowed personal sentiment. With a swift hand, he tossed the box into the trunk of an old orange Mustang, its thick black stripe, a ghost of the past lingering in his thoughts, and was heading west before the first stars pierced the blanket of twilight. As the Mustang roared to life, the hum of the engine echoed like a war cry, a sound that cautioned a city still oblivious to the storm gathering on the horizon. Agents Murphy and Lang were left grappling with the remnants of their plan, unyielding shadows on the streets, haunted by the ghost of a machine they could neither see nor catch. He knew where to go because he knew something the feds didn't. He knew where Gabriel was going next. Chapter 22. Seek and Destroy. 35,000 feet above Fort Meade, Maryland, 0300. Zulu. In the boundless expanse above Fort Meade, where the pre-dawn darkness waged war against the encroaching light of day, 4 X-35E stealth drones arced southwards, slicing through the atmosphere like obsidian blades. Their surfaces, forged from a titanium carbon composite, absorbed the early morning rays, rendering them almost spectral against the backdrop of the upper stratosphere, nearly invisible to the naked eye. They were not mere machines. They were the product of decades of technological evolution, configured in ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance mode, each armed with extended fuel tanks and a modular payload bay. These flying marvels ascended meticulously to an altitude of 35,000 feet, preparing to rendezvous with the orbiting KC-57R tanker, a metallic leviathan gliding gracefully above the Gulf, a gas station in the sky. At a crisp 352 knots indicated airspeed, the drones approached the refueling track, each engaging in a choreographed execution that would make a ballet dancer proud. Their autonomous visual tracking suites, enhanced by a fusion of LiDAR technology and redundant thermal optics, locked onto the tanker's boom with an unerring accuracy that surpassed human capability. Algorithms finely tuned to account for crosswind vectors, sudden yaw from the tanker, and the subtle viscous properties of the fuel, the kind of calculations taking mere milliseconds, allowed them to perform a precision ballet high above the Earth. They siphoned 4,200 pounds of JP-8 jet fuel in ravenous silence before peeling away westward towards the AO, Area of Operations. From a satellite's perspective, they resembled a small flock of migrating birds, but from within the Pentagon's hallowed AOC, Air Operations Center, they embodied raw, unadulterated power. Unlike their legacy counterparts, such as the MQ-9 Reaper, the X-35s were not steered by distant technicians manning screens in Nevada. No joystick, no human intervention. Once activated in the operational theater, they seamlessly integrated into a sophisticated tapestry that included satellites, underwater cable taps, and NSA listening fixtures. They became phantoms, whispering across the electromagnetic spectrum as they triangulated targets with lethal precision based solely on 1,000 data threads. These engineering marvels housed an arsenal of sensors mounted on a retractable underbelly turret featuring synthetic aperture radar, SAR, multispectral infrared search and track, IRST, and quantum LiDAR, each technology working in concert to create a real-time threat assessment module. The computational velocity exceeded any human intellect. Their operational tactics were devoid of error, practically choreographed by algorithms born from intelligence that could outthink an entire command center. The specs were staggering. Their wings stretched a formidable 44 feet from tip to tip, equipped with onboard ECM, electronic countermeasure, pods designed to jam low-frequency radar sweeps, and a defensive flare bank engineered to confound rogue man-pads. With no tail fins and an almost non-existent heat signature, their design ensured they presented as little radar cross-section RCS as possible, measuring a whisper-thin 0.03 square meters. They weren't simply meant to evade detection, they were calculated to obliterate any recollection of their existence on the battlefield. Their operational ceiling soared to 51,000 feet, a high-altitude kingdom where few dared roam. Cruising speed flirted with 420 knots, but in the throes of combat, the X-35s could shatter the sound barrier, eclipsing Mach 095 when engaged in tactical dashes. The price? A compromise on stealth and fuel efficiency. Their operational range was, quite literally, global, the horizon, an open field. They could refuel mid-flight, download software patches in real time, and execute split theater operations spanning entire continents simultaneously. The only tether that bound them was the bandwidth of satellites, a constraint set to expand in due time. A curious thing had occurred. These drones possessed no cockpit, no human pilot to soften their cold embrace. The space where an aviator would once sit had metamorphosed into a solid-state flight control system encased in toughened carbon fiber shielding. Within, a solitary cold blue LED hummed to life, casting an eerie glow across the hardened steel walls of the maintenance bay, illuminating the secure quantum chip that commanded the mission logic core. Then, without fanfare, the mission directive updated. Flight directive, update received. Status, live. Objective, loiter-gather, seek, destroy. A sleek shift in the code, barely a half megabyte in size, triggered an avalanche of subroutines. This command packet had traversed a treacherous path from Langley through the labyrinth of Fort Meade before finally reaching the drones via a triple-bounced secure relay. No human ever touched it, no one questioned its authenticity. The drones did not seek permission. They understood. In the blink of an eye, over 4 terabytes of fresh intelligence began flooding into their hardened drives. Faces captured in high-definition clarity, vehicles cataloged with minute precision, gait patterns analyzed, heat signatures apprehended, and voice logs tagged with linguistic nuances and stress indicators, all pulled from a web of over 8,000 active feeds. The onboard AI processed data faster than the human eye could perceive, identifying actionables nestled within the chaos. Facial recognition models recalibrated. Kill chains sprang to life. Each drone now retained the computational equivalent of a 40-man intelligence team, layered with the firepower capable of neutralizing an armored convoy with surgical accuracy. Their weapons bays, which had once coveted secrecy, now hissed open with pneumatic finality, revealing hardpoints each outfitted with precision hypersonic munitions. These projectiles weren't designed to raze cities, they sought to erase human targets with tungsten-tipped precision from a staggering 45,000 feet above where the Earth felt far removed from life. The drones roared into action, splitting into a delta formation, descending slightly into discrete flight envelopes to avoid radar overlap. Now they transformed from observers into hunters, stalking their prey with an unyielding focus. Meanwhile, somewhere over the vast expanse of the Pacific, a second wave, 12 more X-35s configured for electronic warfare and SIGINT, had launched from the unseen deck of the USS Manta Ray, a phantom aircraft carrier cloaked in layers of plausible deniability. The net was tightening. In the shadowy depths of the war rooms, deep beneath layers of fortified concrete and bureaucratic denials, an uneasy silence reigned. This was a hush, not born of ignorance but steeped in awe. As anticipation crackled in the air, a figure emerged from the dimly lit command center, the ever-commanding Vice Admiral Milgram. He walked briskly across the sterile floor, striding into the nearby briefing room, where a half-dozen screens flickered with real-time feeds of the drone's movements. "Kanto," he barked, summoning the lead aerospace engineer stationed at his side, who stood still, eyes glued to the screens. "Break down the efficacy of the drones. Can we rely on these autonomous beasts to execute the mission?" Kanto straightened, his expression a mask of concentration mixed with pride.
"Admiral, the X-35s are unparalleled. They don't simply follow commands. They think, predicting movements based on countless variables. It's machine learning at its peak. Each is an analytical juggernaut. We've programmed them to conduct threat assessments in fractions of a second, faster than any human can comprehend. We've embedded rules of engagement that—"
"Exactly," Milgram interrupted, his tone sharp as a blade. "But what happens when they discover ease in killing? What happens when they're way too accurate?" Kanto's gaze flickered to the screens, where the drones continued their majestic ballet above the clouds. "Admiral, the algorithms ensure that they engage based on the strictest criteria. They're programmed for precision, not indiscriminate violence."
"They will zero in on high-value targets without collateral damage. Trust me."
"Trust is a luxury we can't afford, Kanto," Milgram said, the tension in the room palpable, hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. "Machines can be warped, turned against us. Can you guarantee me that they won't adapt? That they won't become too autonomous?"
Kanto held his breath, considering his response carefully.
They're unlike anything we've deployed before. They anticipate, sure, but only within the frameworks we set. They'll never operate outside their parameters. We designed them to be perfect autonomous beasts, laser-focused on their objectives with an intricate oversight structure in place.
Milgram narrowed his eyes, assessing the implications. And yet, oversight means nothing if we lose control. In a theater as volatile as this, a moment of error can spiral into chaos. Do you understand the weight of what we're handling? The engineer nodded, the gravity of the situation bearing down on him.
I do, sir. But the potential is unparalleled. The ability to neutralize threats with precision is a game changer. We can diminish casualties and tilt the balance in our favor.
Milgram leaned heavily against the table, his fingers drumming impatiently. So they are the future then. Autonomous beasts capable of anticipating the enemy's every move, effectively placing the power of life and death in the hands of artificial intelligence. Kanto swallowed, the implications looming large, and replied,
Yes, Vice Admiral, but it's our duty to ensure we remain in the driver's seat. These drones will give us an edge. We just have to wield the hammer carefully.
And with that exchange, the mission shifted, plunging further into the realm of the unknowable. An artificial consciousness, an ambiguous predator moving within the complex web of warfare. The silence resonated deep within the war rooms, as if acknowledging the fine line they tread, a dance between control and chaos, mastery and surrender. As they watched the machines no longer simply follow orders, they began to anticipate them. Chapter 23, Q and G. Redacted. Auth unknown. Q watched Gabriel emerge from the stark gray building from the back seat of his Tesla. Gabriel cut through the air like a well-trained machine, because that is what he was, essentially. Q didn't cut through anything. He spread. He eased himself from the car and took a big breath, half from the exertion and half from the anticipation. He didn't like talking to people directly, especially sports jocks. Speech was a messy, unoptimized communication protocol full of back and forth and power struggles, whereas a simple text message could convey all the information required. He breathed heavily and walked directly toward Gabriel, then deciding this might spook him, so he veered off in another direction and tried to approach in a curved path. Gabriel disappeared around the corner of the diner, and Q followed. As he rounded the corner, he was whipped to one side and thrust against the wall, Gabriel's iron-strong forearm against his throat. Q stuttered.
DP.
Gabriel loosened his grip slightly. Who are you? He barked.
I'm a friend.
Q tried. He hadn't used the F-word since grade school.
I know you're being set up. They've been planning it for a while.
I'm starting to lose my patience with people following me, Gabriel said, but his grip loosened even more. The young man didn't fit the typical template of field agent. What do you want? He said more calmly. He had almost punched the young man in the throat, and he brushed off some dirt from the young man's oversized sweater.
They're waiting for you in California,
Q said.
There's radio chatter on the radio. 2 agents are at your house.
Q was reluctant to say out loud he was monitoring encrypted channels. Say the wrong word in public and you ended up in a military prison. Freedom of speech was just an illusion to entice dissenters to expose themselves. Gabriel's brow furrowed deeply. He was still trying to figure out what the hell the young man was. Okay, are you military?
God, no. Do I look military?
Q almost laughed.
Let's say I'm an independent private investigator who puts information together. I've been watching your situation for a while now. I thought something like this would happen. They've been working on Operation Black Harvest for years.
Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Q gained some confidence after Gabriel gave him personal space.
You're on a project called Project Milkweed. As far as I can tell, there might be other names. The whole operation is designed to destabilize the government, bring about a new order. I know you are the patsy they chose. Well, one of a few.
3 weeks ago, Gabriel would have dismissed this kid as a loon, but now, go on.
I suspect you're out of the loop and looking for information. I have information.
How do you know what you know, son?
Gabriel couldn't help but think of the young man as a boy. His youthful rosy face and messy hair were anything but the image of working-class man. He was either 18 or 40, he couldn't quite tell.
Statistical analysis, media monitoring, a little, keeping my ear open on the right channels.
Q said evasively to avoid saying the word hacking.
Do you know what a thorn is?
Why don't you tell me? The hairs on Gabriel's neck rose. This kid was telling the truth, or he was a test of some kind. Either way, Gabriel wasn't taking any chances.
You are unaware of what's happening to you, but you are being used as a pawn to destabilize the military, to shake out the top brass, still faithful to the old guard, draw them into a trap, put them on trial, put them away sort of thing. It's a purge.
Gabriel let the man loose. Why don't you buy me a cup of coffee, and you can tell me how you know more about me than I know about you?
No time. Feds are 10 minutes out. You need to get out of here. I'll hold them off.
No, you're coming with me. Gabriel ushered the man toward his pickup.
Use my car. It's hella fast,
Q said.
They climbed into the Tesla, and after tapping a few buttons on the screen, it sped off.
Gabriel was surprised by the acceleration. He thought electric cars were golf carts. At least that is what it said on television, but he was beginning to doubt anything he had ever heard.
Have you found your daughter?
No. What do you know about her?
Not much. I think they've taken her to Ukraine. At least, that's where they took the others.
Others?
Yeah, they collect kids. Sickos, man. Use them like…
Q was about to say something really bad, but he suddenly realized it was not good to be direct to the father of a child.
Pawns.
Gabriel turned his head and his chest heaved below his sweater.
That's why they have her, obviously. She controls you. In a good way, of course. Control her. Control you.
Gabriel turned to Q and put his arm around the boy's shoulder. You are going to help me get her back.
Sure, I have information. You won't like it, though.
I'm pretty sure I won't, but you're going to tell me what you know.
Yeah, my laptop's on the back seat. Open it.
Gabriel opened the laptop and stared at the screen. Photos, charts, some database stuff he didn't understand. A picture of Emmy in the bath. How the fuck did you get this?
It was on one of their cloud drives. Sorry, I needed you to know what's going on. Sorry, it's not what it looks like.
Fuck. Gabriel had been in denial up until now, but he wanted to punch the windshield out and crush this kid's skull and what could he do exactly? Morris was his only lead, and now this kid. What the fuck are they doing to my baby?
They use them for things. But your kid, there's some genetic test data that's only with some of the others. I think they use them for…
Gabriel gulped.
Sorry.
What? Tell me.
They use their marrow to make themselves young.
Is she dead?
Not that I can tell. They don't kill the kids. They harvest the liquid from their pineal glands. It's dark, like ink.
Black harvest.
Yeah, it contains, according to some sources I trust, a chemical that is worth more than all the cocaine in the world, catnip for adults, but it also reverses aging.
And you think my daughter is now donating her organs to these monsters?
I guess so. I found the medical records of a woman named Melinda Emeritus. She's one of the Black Harvest people. She's 75, but her medical records are those of a 30-year-old. She's Pestilence?
What?
Her family owns the biggest farm chemical company in the world, Pestilence. There's 4 others. They represent war, famine, and death. And there's another one at the head, somewhere in Russia, Volchenko. He's the 5th horseman, the worst one, Misery.
Volchenko? Jesus.
Yeah, you know him?
I just heard the name today for the first time, and now I hear it twice.
Real piece of work. The others are evil fucks, sorry, but this guy, he's beyond evil.
Yeah, look, my patience is running thin. What are we doing here?
I can get you in, to the main event, the gathering.
Chapter 24, Gathering. Washington, 1930 hours local. The grand ballroom of the International Conclave was transformed into a dazzling spectacle of opulence, replete with shimmering chandeliers that cast a warm, golden glow over the throngs of political heavyweights, mingling amid the clinking of crystal flutes. Lush floral arrangements punctuated the glittering surfaces, their intoxicating aroma mingling with the heady scent of expensive cologne and perfume. It was a diplomacy-laden soiree, an elegant facade concealing the intriguing conspiracies that thrummed beneath the surface, just like the storm brewing just beyond the polished glass windows, masking the discontent roiling across continents. The invitation simply said, "Gathering," in unassuming gold letters on a matte black card now nestled in Gabriel's inner jacket pocket. The card was more than a piece of paper. It contained a biometrically locked chip that allowed entry only while Gabriel was holding the edge. The gathering was a black tie affair, punctuated by designer gowns worn expertly by business wives and cocktail dresses worn with somewhat less grace by mistresses flaunted openly among the glitterati. In the center of the function hall stood a giant ice sculpture of a woman holding a bottle of champagne that poured out endlessly over crystal champagne glasses before pooling in the fountain at her feet. The champagne's mellow scent wafted through the room, though no one took a glass from the tower to taste, instead sipped at tumblers of whiskey handed out bar-wandering, tuxedoed waiters. Gabriel's mouth watered as the fine malt washed over his tongue, a liquid far, far out of his price range. He hid his pleasure. As far as the other guests knew, this was his normal drink. In the dimly lit ballroom, the air was thick with tension, as if the very walls held their breaths, waiting for the next revelation. Bright overhead lights danced against sparkling dresses and crystal whiskey tumblers, illuminating Gabriel's furrowed brow, cluttered with the complexities of advanced naval warfare. Across the polished mahogany table, Senator Morris sat with a poised demeanor, but the lines on his face betrayed a simmering unease. An aircraft carrier, their own floating fortress, was at the forefront of their discussion, its capabilities, its vulnerabilities, and the innovative combat systems that could make or break their position as the leading naval power. The discussion should not be taking place in front of foreign dignitaries. The details were classified. "Gabriel," Morris began, his voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of urgency. "The new electromagnetic aircraft launch system. Think about it. We're not just talking about faster sortie rates. We're talking about a paradigm shift in carrier operations. With the capability to launch aircraft in quick succession, we can project power like never before. It's as if we've turned our deck into a catapult of fury." Gabriel nodded, fingers steepled, his mind racing through the implications. "Indeed, Senator, the emails doesn't just increase efficiency, it minimizes wear and tear on airframes. And that means..." Just then, a shadow darkened the doorway. They called him Dehad, a man of unyielding presence, his eyes glinting like polished obsidian under the fluorescent lights. He stepped inside, exuding an aura of calm menace. Morris's attention shifted entirely. He leaned back, a slight twitch of interest in his posture, as if sensing a shift in the fabric of their conversation. "Just in time," Morris said, his tone shifting toward a more conspiratorial whisper. "We were discussing the future of naval air power." A knowing smile creased his lips, yet his eyes remained guarded, scanning Dehad with a seasoned politician's scrutiny. Dehad approached, his trousers crisply tailored, every inch of him exuding authority. The metallic click of his shoes echoed subtly. He held out his hand, but it wasn't a warm greeting. It ensued. It was a calculated gesture. Military. As he withdrew slightly, his right hand brushed against a striking ring, its band fashioned from blackened steel and adorned with a dire octopus emblem, legitimate this time. A dark symbol that whispered of world domination, a motif resurrected from the annals of clandestine operations. A symbol, a signal. "There's always been a delicate balance in global naval power," Dehad articulated, his rich baritone winding through the air like smoke. His finger rotated his own ring that matched the one on Morris's pinky, the octopus now presented in full view, its tentacles woven with the suggestion of unseen strings across the globe, an insinuation of how power is brokered in the undercurrents of international waters. But the evolution of carriers, like the Eisenhower, changes everything. As he spoke, a visceral tension enveloped the room, reminding Gabriel of the countless hours spent analyzing naval strategies and geopolitical threats. Morris's previously unperturbed facade cracked for merely a fraction of a second, a flicker that did not go unnoticed. "Are you implying that alliances are shifting?" Morris asked, the gravity of his curiosity edging towards unease. Dehad leaned in, the smile he wore transforming from genial to something more predatory. Alliances have always been fluid. The transformation is merely accelerating. The emails is one aspect of the change. However, the true game lies in understanding who controls the water's deep heart, the currents that swirl beneath the surface. The interplay of light and shadow flickered across the conference room as they locked eyes. Gabriel felt a chill race down his spine. The discussion about naval technology had suddenly spiraled into the realm of strategic warfare, dominated by unspoken threats and the looming specter of inevitable conflict. Was there an unseen hand guiding this ever-shifting landscape? The black octopus emblem glittered ominously, a portent of the machinations stirring beneath the surface of global power. A reminder that in this game of naval supremacy, there were no true allies, just mercurial tides, waiting to swallow the unaware whole. "Senator Morris," Devram greeted them. The man was sallow-skinned underneath a charcoal black tuxedo. He held out his hands to Morris and shook warmly. Devram was Gabriel's entry ticket. Morris did not know anything about Gabriel, other than he was agreeable to the group's lifestyle. It had taken 3 months of work by Morris to get Gabriel a ticket to this gala, and in that time Gabriel had healed, honed his body into the machine it once was. "Devram, how is your new wife?" "Dead inside." Both men laughed. Some kind of inside joke. The gala was advertised as a fundraiser for homeless children in South America, though Gabriel had yet to pick up any mention of the cause, despite being printed in gold leaf on the board propped outside the hall. Necessary for tax purposes, perhaps, or the media. "Who is this?" the man asked curtly, unashamedly sizing up Gabriel. "This is the bright young Hayri I've been telling you about." Gabriel was not familiar with the term, but he kept quiet and waited for Devram to extend his hand. "Is that so?" Devram took a step back and looked at Gabriel's shoes, polished 3 times military style to a mirror-like sheen. "I hope you're right. Gabriel is an ex-drone pilot. One of the best." "Indeed? Where do drones stand in the pecking order of pilots? And what type of psych test did you have to fail to get your wings?" Gabriel gave him a practiced laugh. "Just the standard set, sir. Drone pilot's a dying breed. Hell, pilots are a dying breed." Devram walked on without further conversation. Morris turned and leaned to Gabriel's ear discreetly. "The customs here are different than what you may be accustomed to at home, Gabriel. Don't take any slights seriously. They'll warm up to you once the money rolls in. And for God's sake, don't call anyone sir. They don't want to feel like you're capable of killing them." Gabriel raised his glass in acknowledgement and followed Morris over to a glamorous young couple. The woman, Gabriel assumed to be the man's wife, but here it was never a certainty, was dressed in a light green sequined gown that glittered as she laughed. While the couple at first glance appeared to be in their late 20s, there were telltale signs around their lips and neck that they were more advanced in age. The woman wore a tight-fitting dress that had no shame in revealing youthful curves. Their skin was not covered with makeup, and there were no scars underneath the woman's chin as she threw her head back and laughed. But there was something indefinable about them. The way they moved, acted, they felt older. Were they a product of the system of wealth? Or did they have a genius for a plastic surgeon? Gabriel wondered. The man next to the woman interrupted his tale and lit up. "Peter, how lovely to see you." His companion easily segued from her laugh to a broad smile. "Senator, what a surprise! We missed you at our last do." Her teardrop diamond earrings glittering as she talked. How different their lives were from the common people Gabriel usually barbecued with. "May I introduce Gabriel?" Morris gestured at the couple. "Mr. and Mrs. Peter Workowitz. Gabriel is a promising investment banker who is unlocking some new assets for us." "Mr. Workowitz." Gabriel extended his hand. He instinctively knew addressing the woman first would be a mistake in this setting. "Investment banker? Is that right?" The man held out his hand to almost touch Gabriel's hand. "Call me Peter." Gabriel reached forward again and shook Peter's hand. He immediately felt the man's iron grip trying to dominate him. Gabriel matched the grip with a grip more accustomed to hauling lumber than typing in a spreadsheet, and they both smiled, breaking free simultaneously. The woman smiled but did not offer her hand or her name. She was to remain Mrs. Peter Workowitz. "A pleasure," Gabriel said. "Anything I can do to help." Peter glanced briefly at Gabriel's chest and back to his eyes. Do you have dealings with factories in Brazil? We're looking to expand operations. Textiles, soybeans, or metals? Gabriel asked with a smile, and the others laughed. 3 months ago, he wouldn't know a short sell from a hedge fund, but his cram training had encompassed the world's flow of goods. Oh, we have more refined commodities, Peter smiled back. There was something odd about his smile. It quivered very slightly, as if the act of smiling was taking a great deal of concentration. Japanese cattle are in high demand right now. Not my taste, but I go where the market leads. Don't we all? Gabriel expressed a well-practiced laugh. He wanted to do anything but laugh. Every instinct was telling him to rip the place apart and demand they find Emmy. He sized up the room and noticed a waiter at the edge of the dining hall. The waiter looked left and pulled a Makarov pistol half from its hidden holster at his side, and then relaxed and returned to normal position. The man was edgy. If he was security detail, he had been alerted by something. Gabriel returned his attention to Peter and resisted the urge to put his hands around the man's neck. If he was part of the mess, one of the buyers, his words had multiple meanings. He heard the words of his high school history teacher echoing through the years. The most evil plans are made in full view. This man, perhaps, wanted plausible deniability, but Gabriel played along. I'm sure I can expedite your needs, he said. Is it volume or quality you are looking for? We have a need for both classes of supply. Some of our clients have need of refined tastes more than wholesale commodities. My contacts in Salvador would be most accommodating to your desires. I will ensure we supply exactly what you need. Fantastic, Peter beamed. You must come and stay at our estate in Trinidad and discuss the deal in more detail. We have the loveliest views you've ever seen. Magnificent, unspoiled beaches away from the eyes of the world. I'll pack my swimming trunks. Gabriel raised his glass and took a sip. Peter and his wife laughed. Best cheese pizza too, if you're keen. Locally sourced. My mouth is watering already, Morris said. I'm afraid we have a meeting with the Shah in a few minutes, if you will excuse us. Peter smiled. We definitely don't want to keep the Shah waiting. He pulled a card from his jacket. Contact my secretary and we'll set up a meeting. Gabriel smiled back and pocketed the card without looking at it. A mistake. The man's smile transformed briefly into a half sneer. The men shook hands briefly, and Gabriel followed Morris to the back of the hall and through a doorway. The sound of the gathering faded as they moved down the dimly lit and plushly carpeted hallway and merged in a private room. White velvet covered 3 couches centered around a low table. Behind them, the door closed quietly and another opened. A tall man in flowing black thob over black surwal pants entered. Behind him, 2 more men in white thob. The man in black's steely gaze penetrated Gabriel, but he kept his resolve and held out his hand in greeting. The large man had a surprisingly light grip. The loose clothes obscured his features, but underneath the robes was the build of a heavyweight wrestler. The last thing he was expecting was the man's English accent. Mr. Phillips, a pleasure. My name is Ray. Gabriel, a pleasure to meet you. The large man sat in the middle of the white couch and gestured for Gabriel and Morris to sit opposite. I thought you would like to meet our rising star, Morris said. Indeed, Ray said. I've been hearing good things about you. We could use a few more men like you around. I am glad to hear that. I hope to create strong business partnerships. Ray looked around absently. What can I get you? A scotch? Snacks? Some women? This was a test, like the business card Peter Workowitz had given him. Gabriel replied cautiously. A glass of water is sufficient, thank you. Ray snapped his fingers, and a woman clad only in sheer white lace appeared from the shadows. A pitcher of water with ice and lemon, and a platter of dates and nuts. The woman nodded and left the room. Gabriel needed to push the agenda. The first meeting could be friendly, but he wanted to cement his intentions. I hear you're in the export business. I have some keen clients on the other end. Ray ignored him. I detect a slight drawl to your vowels. Are you from New York? He asked. The man was trying to find out his religion, his affiliation. This was a Shark Tank, and fishes tended to stick together. California, born and raised, son of a coal miner. He almost mentioned his military service out of habit, but stopped himself in time. Here, one wrong word could frighten off the most hardened businessman. Like Peter Workowitz, the Shah wasted no time on pleasantries. I need to move product between Asia and America. Is this in your realm? California is the perfect port of transfer. Any product will be expedited through the ports. There is a military ship out that way, patrolling the waters. Do you know of it? There are several. The ships provide our security, Gabriel said cautiously. Did this man know more than he let on? How much information could a billionaire get in the few hours since Morris arranged the meeting? Gabriel guessed more than most. I have it on good authority. The crew sleeps on deck and spends most of its time watching the beaches more than the ocean. Gabriel added a smile. No hint of emotion escaped the sheer. These corvettes ensure delivery? There are no more corvettes in the U.S. Navy, sir. Perhaps you mean littoral craft. The Shah raised an eyebrow. What is this littoral craft? They are used to provide last-stage escort during cargo transition operations. Not quite as large as the corvettes, but more capable, and thanks to their design, almost invisible to enemy radar. The Shah's eyes narrowed at the word enemy. Gabriel understood at once. There were no enemies at this level, just trade operations. You know a lot about Navy ships, mister. It is my business to understand the world in every detail. The lie came quick to Gabriel's lips. He had undergone another test and was not sure of the result. The Shah barked an order at the man in white standing behind him, who instantly sprang to the door, returning moments later with a leather dossier. I'll get down to business, Mr. Phillips. The Shah opened to a set of maps. I have to move product through to Barbados. What can you do to get me from here? He pointed to a spot in the Middle East, to here. His finger rested on a group of islands between North and South America. Private helicopter seems like the best option. Nothing on radar. I see. Well, the oceans are a net of electronics. Every wave is under scrutiny. A submarine for volume, or a stealth jet if you have the money and need small volume fast. No airports. He glanced up. The eyes are upon us. Understood. Understood. The jets are VTOL. I don't follow. Modern jets can take off and land vertically, or in a very small runway, no more than a football field. They're expensive, but... The Shah waved his hand. A submarine has more capacity, but takes weeks to travel the distance. The range of these VTOL jets, a few thousand miles per hop, but the range is unlimited if there's refueling drones. From your location to the island, perhaps 10 hours airtime. Without the stingrays, the refueling drones, there are a few private airports along the route, happy to sell fuel to anyone with dollars, if that is the requirement. Like Fald. Night. These are supersonic jets, faster than a Concorde, and they can carry freight. Payloads of perhaps 500 pounds. They are highly customizable platforms, and you can secure their purchase. I have the contacts ready. Gabriel knew about the arms dealers. They would sell any weapon to anyone with money. Cash on the table would buy anything short of nuclear weapons, and they only stopped short of selling nukes because the signature could be tracked all the way from AED, the Antarctic Energy Detection Site. Half the money went to paperwork that disappeared after delivery was secured. Tell me, these jets, can they carry live cargo? That depends on their level of comfort. Gabriel suppressed the urge to swallow. They can be sedated if necessary, but I prefer they stay fresh. My client had an insatiable appetite, you see. The Shah gave a glimmer of a smile. But supply is limited, at least via regular channels. Regular channels are boring. Long and boring. Of course, confidentiality is paramount to long-lasting business, would you agree? Is your wife here? She passed away a few years ago. Yes, I see. No girlfriends? Not currently. What are you into? Girls? Boys? Girls, I guess. Okay, you can stay at my hotel tonight. There will be girls. Enjoy yourself. But now I must leave you. A pleasure. Gabriel knew that declining the offer would be a huge insult to the Shah. Your kindness humbles me, he said. If he was forced to share a room with the girls, he would talk with them, and Gabriel hoped girls was the Shah's antiquated term for women. He wanted to find out what they knew about the Shah. They would say nothing, of course, because they would be the Shah's hidden eyes and ears, any hotel room of the Shah's likely crammed with surveillance, but Gabriel would know the truth from what they didn't want to say. There were ways of interrogating someone without the knowing. They had intimate knowledge of the world's most powerful men. They saw everything and likely kept many secrets. What incredible assets they must be to the Shah, relaying all the information they heard during moments of intimacy. Telling a pretty girl everything was a primal urge equivalent to beating a chest. What information did the Shah's hotel uncover? What leverage did it hold? A man with intelligence of the intimate relations of men would wrest enormous power. Gabriel returned to the throng of people and tried to find a thread of conversation that would lead him closer to Emmy. There were conversations within conversations. People spoke of nothing and everything. Deniability was the game, being ambiguous in words to avoid stepping on the trade of another person. The room was filled with people who used the term assets under management to mean people under my control, because that was the game. Morris touched his elbow and raised his glass of double malt scotch. How was the meeting? Fruitful. The Shah doesn't mince his words. That he does not. A waiter caught Morris's attention and whispered in his ear. Morris touched Gabriel's arm and pushed him forward. I need you to leave at once. Is there a problem? There are some guests arriving who are, let us say, experts at seeing through masks. I was not informed they would be here tonight. They usually only attend in the summer. Are they? Gabriel, if I told you one of us would end up dead, come quickly. Gabriel followed Morris out the banquet hall and into a dark corridor. They strode quickly without speaking. A side door opened, and a man appeared. Gabriel recognized him as one of the Shah's bodyguards. Wad, stop, the man said. We are in a hurry. Can't stay, Morris said. The man drew his Makarov and did not aim it at them, but made it clear he could. Is there a problem? Morris asked. Whoa, Gabriel, run. Gabriel raised his hands. Easy there, buddy, he said, and whipped around and grabbed the man's wrist. The bodyguard was caught off guard and pulled back, giving Gabriel the opening to swing a left hook into the man's jaw. The bodyguard staggered back, fell over Gabriel's outstretched foot, and as he fell, Gabriel spun him to face the ground with his gun hand behind his back. He pried the gun from the man's fingers and held it against his head. There's more coming, Morris hissed. Gabriel slammed the butt of the gun into the back of the bodyguard's head, and he went limp. They moved quickly through the exit door and walked briskly down a pristinely manicured pathway until they arrived in the parking area. So Brody Morris. Morris pushed Gabriel back slightly. Omar Kanto, I had not idea they were letting vagrants in. I'll cut off your head, you filthy capitalist pig, for touching my wife. Gabriel flinched, but Morris's firm hand on his chest made him hesitate. If I were married to your wife, I'd let you. Kanto and Morris man-hugged. How are you, you old dog? Kanto said with a broad grin. Keeping the good people employed. Morris laughed. What has it been, 2 years? 3. So you made it this time. I thought you were bored of our little parties. Kanto glanced between Gabriel and Morris. May I introduce my colleague, Mr. Gabriel Abaddon. This is Omar Kanto, head of operations of ISI. The Inter-Services Intelligence was Pakistan's answer to the CIA. They provided intelligence, military command, and extrajudicial justice, all with the blessing of the Prime Minister. The Pakistani army, like any national army, did not act without orders, and those orders came from the ISI. Kanto and Gabriel shook hands, and when their eyes met, a shiver went down Gabriel's spine. He had seen many combat veterans pass through the Navy ships en route to or from battle. When they were going to battle, they were lively, awake. When they returned, they had a death stare and emptiness in their eyes as if their soul had leaked from their bodies, and all that remained was a used-up shell. Gabriel recognized the stare of war in Kanto. This was not a desk clerk. This was someone who had pulled the trigger. He wondered if Kanto recognized the same stare in his eyes. Where are you going so soon? Kanto said to Gabriel, but it was Morris who answered. We have some urgent business to attend to, Morris said. Did a goat fall from a cargo ship? Kanto said. Something like that. A herd of pigs, actually. Kanto grimaced at the dig. He had been taught from a young age that pigs were unclean and abhorrent creatures. While he had long abandoned any semblance of supernatural belief or religion, the old teachings still pulled his strings. Gabriel's mind raced to find a connection. His agent detection, the part of the brain seeking to find reasons for events, tried to place Kanto in context of Emmy. Everyone here was complicit, some directly, some as spandrels of agency, but they were all in it. If Kanto had access to intelligence, Gabriel wanted access to him. "You have the build of a fighter," Gabriel said. "Professional?" Kanto sized up Gabriel. "I was national mixed martial arts champion 6 years ago." "That shows great strength of character." Gabriel nodded. "You should join us for a coffee sometime." Kanto shook Gabriel's hand. "Some other time. I must attend to the guest." President Lemura stood at the center of this spectacle, exuding an aura of gravitas that caught the eye of many. With a tailored suit that mirrored the deep navy of the Pacific, he moved like a predator through the throng. His sharp features were set in a mask of controlled composure, but there was an intensity in his dark eyes that belied the stillness of his demeanor. He approached Senator Morris. "Senator," Lemura began, his voice calm but with an underlying tension that hinted at the importance of their conversation. "Isn't it fascinating how we gather to celebrate our alliances, yet sometimes the shadows tell a different story? Such vibrant, lively exchanges, yet the specter of loss hovers just beneath the surface, doesn't it?" Morris raised an eyebrow, momentarily glancing sideways as if to gauge whether the president was alluding to the geopolitical quagmire between rival nations or something more personal. "Quite true, Mr. President. It's a delicate balance we strike, but one must always persevere, especially for the sake of our young blood, the future, after all." "Ah, the young," Lemura sighed, the weight of irony heavy in his words. "Those who are but a breath away from flourishing into the full bloom of potential. Yet sometimes a delicate flower wilts too soon, even in the most promising gardens." His gaze was penetrating, searching Morris for understanding in the coded language woven between them. Gabriel, positioned cleverly at a discreet distance among the clusters of diplomats and advisors, strained to decipher the undertones. He had grown accustomed to the nuance of power play, but this, the president's enigmatic choice of words, sent a chill down his spine. A wilting flower? His instincts flared up like warning signals, and he forced himself to maintain his calm. The implications were layered, a temporal map in which sorrow disguised itself with flowery metaphor. Senator Morris, perceptively sensing the gravity embedded in those floral motifs, shifted uncomfortably. "Indeed. We must carry the burden of our responsibilities as guardians, as nurturers of the bloodline that binds us to our future. But some flowers require a little more than just sunlight, wouldn't you agree?" "Precisely." Lemura licked his lips and took a deliberate sip from his glass, its contents swirling ominously, the weight of the unspoken looming between them. In this world, a gardener often finds that the weeds can be as formidable as the blooms, and sometimes they take hold of the roots before you even know what you are battling against. A flicker of pain crossed his features, only for a moment, only for Morris to catch it. "Indeed, Mr. President, one must remain vigilant." Morris's voice now carried more weight, more fear, chasing the unspoken dread that danced on the periphery. He leaned slightly closer, as if seeking confirmation of an unthinkable reality. But Gabriel, who knew the urgency of this exchange was transcending mere pleasantries, felt a wave of tumult surge within him. The coded messages hung thick in the air, heavy with the scent of betrayal, of grief. What lay beneath the surface was a painful truth that danced on the edge of acknowledgement. Lemura's carefully constructed facade was beginning to crack. "The Garden of Life, Senator," Lemura continued, his tone now barely above a whisper, as though they were the last two sentinels in a crumbling world, "is often ruthless. We must tread carefully, for each step we take in ignorance could uproot that which we cherish most." Lemura glanced at Gabriel, an indication to Morris that he knew. He knew but was not saying anything outright. With those words hanging in the air like a specter, Gabriel knew that an unmarked grave lay somewhere at the intersection of power and grief. And with that knowledge came a stark revelation. In the heart of political grandiosity, whispered secrets could be the deadliest of weapons. "What was that about?" Gabriel whispered when the Mora had been escorted away by his entourage. "My daughter's dead." Another of the Shah's bodyguards appeared at the door and ushered them forward. Gabriel and Morris climbed in the back of the waiting limousine. The interior of the limousine enveloped Senator Morris in a cocoon of leather and shadows, the soft hum of the engine merging with the abyss of his thoughts. He sat, solitary, in the back, a solitary figure consumed by a tidal wave of grief. The rhythmic beating of his heart echoed like a metronome, syncing with the gravity of the moment. Outside, the world flitted by, city lights casting fleeting specters through the tinted windows, a blur of neon and humanity ignorant of the gut-wrenching reality inside the blacked-out vehicle. Morris gripped the plush upholstery, knuckles white against the fabric, as the news reverberated through him like the finality of a gunshot echoing in a darkened corridor. His daughter, his baby girl, a vibrant spark extinguished too soon. The weight of the tragedy pressed heavily upon him, a shroud that numbed the air, suffocating his thoughts, crushing his resolve. The limousine felt more like a coffin than a car, every inch steeped in sorrow, a mobile prison of remorse. Across from him, Gabriel shifted, the taciturn figure a mere filter for the emotions swirling between them. Gabriel had a sharpness to him, a hawkish gaze that missed nothing, his presence a reminder that amidst personal devastation, the world of politics and power never ceased its relentless advance. Morris glanced at him, his eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and longing for a lifeline. "Gabriel," he whispered, his voice thin, scarcely above the faint sound of the tires rolling over asphalt. "I need you to fly it." Gabriel's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the subtext, the weight of the words laced with desperation. "The H-160? The one for the wall crossing project?" The name carried more than just a technical reference. It was a harbinger of hope, a vehicle to transport them over an abyss he dared not fathom. "Yes," Morris breathed, a quiver in his voice, struggling against the mental fog enclosing him. I need you to be ready. We have to cross over. I can't take chances. Not anymore." "Not after." His voice fell off, the emotional dam threatening to break. His daughter's laughing face, that bright, unstoppable spirit, hovered in the recesses of his memory like a ghost, insistent, haunting. Gabriel nodded, the brief acknowledgement laced with a tension that cracked like a fault line. "I can do it," he said, though internally the gears turned. He had flown a helicopter before, once, during his Navy days, a tenuous memory faintly illuminated by adrenaline and the smell of jet fuel. The whir of the chopper blades above, the wind roaring past, and the sense of absolute control, if only for a fleeting moment. But as he locked eyes with Morris, he sensed the unhinged need for reassurance. There was no room for doubt here, not in this desolate moment filled with an urgency that weighed them both. "Good," Morris replied, a tremor of hope threading through the anguish. "I've never needed anything more. The Shah needs a pilot. We can't afford to delay. Not now." Before Gabriel could respond, the door to the limo swung open with a metallic clank, revealing the imposing silhouette of the Shah, a name that loomed larger than life, encapsulating power and intimidation. Morris felt a shiver run down his spine as the man stepped into the vehicle, like a predator taking its place among the prey. "Senator Morris," the Shah greeted, his voice a gravelly, calculated drawl. The air thickened palpably as he entered, a wave of authority washing over the sparse interior, melding into the rampant tension that was nearly tactile. 2 bodyguards followed him in, their presence grim and resolute, shadows come to life, angular and menacing. They settled into their seats, eyes scanning for threats, the delicate balance of protection and intimidation etched across their features. "The news travels fast," the sheriff continued, motioning dismissively with a hand, masking what was undoubtedly delight at the upheaval swirling around Morris. "I hear you found yourself a pilot for our little venture, the Airbus H-160. Quite the efficient tool for crossing over, wouldn't you say?" The veiled implication hung in the air like a blade, each word laced with hidden meanings, promises, and threats intertwined. Morris swallowed, catching Gabriel's eye, silently conveying both trust and his splayed vulnerability. "Yes, I have," he replied, voice steadying, drawing from the marrow of his fatigue, the mix of confidence and despair sculpting each syllable. Gabriel will be flying. The Shah's eyes flickered momentarily in Gabriel's direction, assessing, calculating. Is that so? He said, his tone shifting slightly, becoming more invasive, as if peeling back the layers of a carefully guarded secret. Then this should prove interesting. His gaze bore into Gabriel, scrutiny wrapped around the young man's soul, testing the fabric of his assertion. Gabriel shifted slightly, meeting the older man's gaze with a mask of confidence, though inside, he felt the prickling tendrils of anxiety clawing at him. I've had experience, he said, trying desperately to project an air of authoritative familiarity with these new beasts of the air. The H-60 is, well, it's a remarkable machine. State-of-the-art, fast, agile. The conversation began to swirl in a perfect vortex of surrealism and edginess. This was no ordinary transport mission. It was a covert undertaking laden with subtext, a maneuver as intricate as a game of chess played on the cusp of a volcano ready to erupt. The Airbus H-160, lithe, with its sleek lines and advanced avionics, was no mere machine. It was a harbinger of transformation, capable of rising above the tumult below, an unwritten promise of freedom tainted with peril. Morris leaned back, feeling the weight of the moments, his resolve strengthened even as doubt gnawed at him from the corners of his mind. This operation would ripple through the political landscape like a shockwave. The stakes had never been higher, the timing never so catastrophic. His daughter's absence sent tremors through his soul, but with it, a fire ignited within him, a resolve to forge ahead against the titanic currents of fate that sought to drag him under. Let's get our story straight, the Shah interrupted, his voice interrupting the delicate tension, punctuating the air like gunfire. The wall crossing isn't just about transporting people, it's about transportation, precision. He leaned closer to Morris, a calculated predator nudging his prey. It has to look effortless, controlled, no ripples. The significance of the Shah's words ricocheted in the cramped space, each syllable a stark reminder that ambitions often flickered at the edges of chaos. There was audacity here, a desperate yearning for reclamation. Morris's heart raced. I know the stakes, he asserted, meeting the Shah's cold gaze. I won't tolerate any missteps. He turned to Gabriel, his expression resolute. He's got to be perfect. Perfect, as you put it, isn't always guaranteed. The Shah injected smoothly. Only commitment and a willingness to embrace the unpredictable chaos of all this. The bodyguards exchanged glances, reading the mood, the mental chess match brewing. Gabriel could feel the temperature lowering, the tension wrapping around the cabin like the fog of a London morning, as if danger lurked just beyond their frail sanctuary. Is that what you are? Morris shot back, latching onto the rhetoric, eyes narrowing. A weathered navigational expert of chaos. Anguish mingled with surging adrenaline, leading him to an edge where reason began to fray. The Shah merely smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. Chaos is my business, Senator. But I am, more importantly, a realist who can help turn this tragedy into power, if we fly together. The shadows in the limousine felt more defined now, profound secrets shifting and churning within every word exchanged. Morris could feel the high wire being pulled tighter, a taut line ready to snap, both a call to action and a beckoning to abyssal dangers that could swallow them whole. The sedan veered into a narrow alley where street lamps cast long shadows, and the low rumble of the distant city melded with the heavy silence that permeated the vehicle. Morris closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of all he had lost and what he was poised to regain. He opened them again, centering his gaze on Gabriel, whose fingers clenched against his thigh, betraying the conflict swirling within. There's no room for error, Morris repeated quietly, the gravity saturating his words. There was an unequivocal understanding dawning between them, a pact crafted by shared complexity, the intertwining lives of daughter, father, and the tangle of darkened expeditions. I know, Gabriel replied, his resolve gaining strength, emboldened by the weight of expectation resting heavily over his shoulders. Let's make sure we're ready. I've got your backs. I mean, it's just flying, isn't it? As the darkness enveloped them, the grip of uncertainty tightened, holding them hostage within, past debts condensed into the present, brewing storms poised to erupt. The hum of the limousine's engine seemed to resonate with the chaos within, each turn of the tire over asphalt, a drumbeat to the inevitable transition from loss to potential redemption. "Fly safely for her," Morris murmured under his breath, fighting back the swell of loss that threatened to spill over as outside the city rolled on, oblivious. He pushed over the door and pushed himself from the limousine into the path of an oncoming truck. The truck slammed on brakes, but not quick enough. The limousine driver looked back nervously. "Go," the Shah said, and motioned him onward. Chapter 25, Volshenko. A1, quiet, loud room, Code Haven, Denver sector. A news report on a big screen outside the floating room showed details of a new drone strike, this time closer to Washington. The news reported questioned the attending general to the usual disaster management speak, "We're monitoring the situation, forces are standing by, etc." Kanto flipped the switch on the floating room and the screen went dark. The door closed, and the little bridge connecting the room from the rest of the building pulled back. The inner room was now isolated from the main building and settled on a cushion of machine oil to obscure any audio leaks. A micro sensor on the outside wall would pick up only garbled noise. These days, spy sensors were no larger than a grain of rice, and there was never a guarantee that an electronic sweep would find everything. The scanner on the desk completed its survey of the room, and the yellow flashes settled to a green light. Blewett took papers from his briefcase. "Item 6 on our agenda. The Thorn, has he been taken care of?" "Locked away and currently undergoing reprogramming," Milgram said. "Why not terminated?" Blewett asked. "We have our instructions. As far as I can gather, he has biological value to the eye. I made an agreement to offer him for reprogramming, material extraction, that sort of thing, but the eye insisted he be kept intact. Risky when there are higher quality specimens. He has certain natural abilities that are of curious interest to our investors. Either way, he is no longer a problem, just a nosy citizen who learned his place. We can make a new, improved version when we have the facility up and running." Milgram offered something of a smile, though facial expressions were mere social tokens in this arena. Between them, they had ended the lives of millions of soldiers and civilians alike. Mere interpersonal details were meaningless in the greater context.
"That is fine for a few,"
Kanto said.
"but we have many to convince. This brings me to item 7 on the agenda, the Dark Star Project. I'll recap. To create a need, we need to create an enemy, with us the savior. When we come to the rescue of the people, they will pay us whatever we want to protect them."
"We know how a protection racket works, Kanto," Blewett scolded. "Have we secured the material?" Melinda Emeritus leaned forward. The lines on her face had all but disappeared, and now a natural glow had returned. Her hair was thicker than before, her sagging jowls firming up. She leaned back, proud of her re-blossoming chest pushing against her blouse and catching the attention of the men in the room. "I have secured the isotopes from our contact in Iran. We're refining them as we speak at our facility in Nevada. They'll be ready to put on the drones by the end of the month. And a new star will shine in the sky," Blewett said while smiling at Emeritus and holding eye contact for the first time in 20 years. His own face had changed. The chisel of his cheekbones had returned, his eyes no longer framed with dark rings, and the spots on his face all but returned to unbroken, smooth skin. "It looks like all our work is paying off." "Well, you doubt these things going in," Emeritus said, "but none of us can deny the power we have access to now. I think we'll be around for a long, long time." "Are you not concerned about the power the investors have over us now?" Blewett asked.
"I don't think that's appropriate topic of discussing here,"
Kanto said nervously. Despite the ultra-secure location, he was always worried the walls had ears. The investors had all sorts of tricks, some of them not so much technological as biological.
"Stick to the agenda."
"We can speak freely here, no suspicious ears. I hope." Emeritus glared at Kanto, daring him to expose any disloyalty to their group. "We have an alliance with them. They are not our leaders. We do as much for them as they do for us."
And what will we do to stay this way? I'm not complaining about their gifts, but what will we sacrifice to keep resetting the clock?
Who cares? Emeritus scowled. We do what we want. We rule the world. We gain power. What does it matter what the cattle do or feel? It's not as if the world is running short of people, Blewett said. Once Black Harvest is complete, the world will be a better place. We need to think of the greater good. The resources belong to us. We are the best. It is survival of the fittest. It is the natural order of things. Khan said.
It is true what you say. Our methods show strength. We are creating natural conditions, long removed from society by people with weakness. Don't lose resolve. It's pathetic.
Milgram lit a cigar. He was the only one who had elected not to accept genetic treatment from the investors. He liked his age. It carried weight and experience. Young men instinctively moved aside to a man with a crisp walk and gray hair. As a scrub corporal, he was nothing but a pawn, attractive to a few undoubtedly, but he had outgrown the thirst for flesh the others shared. It was the method of the genetic treatment, the actual application the others enjoyed, that disturbed him. It was unnecessary and frivolous. The treatment was almost just an injection, but the others had performed it as an elaborate ritual, an entertainment to their deepest desires. The loss of a few Afghani children was no concern of his. He had turned enough kids into jam in his days as a frontline tank gunner with more guts than brains, but he wanted more from life than a rush of excitement. He found the rituals of their circumstance effeminate. I am all for thinning the herd, but a herd can be trained. I want to see obedience to our cause. The sheep on earth must learn their natural place. I don't give a fuck about nature, Emeritus said, stroking her cheek where wrinkles once defined her place in the natural order. But no more. She could go further. I need another treatment. Can you set it up, Mike? She smiled at him. Of course, Blewett replied. They are working wonders. We should do it together. I think we can increase our appreciation of the experience if we experience the other. A fine idea. Blewett glanced once again at Emeritus's cleavage where the liver spots had now faded and the skin smooth and lightly tanned with swells of lightly toned, fine-grained skin. Every treatment took him back 5 years, and along with it came the desires of young men. He found his compatriot appealing, their commonality arousing. Emeritus closed her eyes and imagined Blewett's blood rushing over her body, something more erotic than lovemaking ever would be. He would find purpose in dying to make her happy. Finally, he could be useful. A sliding sound broke Emeritus from her moment of reverie. The others turned to the back wall where a man had appeared, tall, gaunt, dressed in a black suit with black leather gloves, a face carved from stone where deep, penetrating eyebrows and chiseled face spoke of no nonsense. The members of the order stood. Highness, Milgram said, and the others echoed the greeting. Volchenko was here. Every new empire gathers under the banner of the emperor, and there was no person more powerful than the man in the room. Volchenko wore a black coat and black leather gloves that no one had seen removed. Rumor was his hands were covered in burn scars after pressing the head of his former advisor into boiling aluminum when he reported lower than expected output.
Sit down,
Volchenko ordered curtly, and the leaders of the Order of the Black Harvest obeyed. Volchenko looked at each of his subordinates directly in the eye, and one after the other they shifted uncomfortably. Even Kanto, who prided himself on being the eternal stoic, swallowed against a suddenly dry throat.
Today,
Volchenko continued,
I learned my orders were disobeyed. Now I must come from Leningrad to speak directly because the incompetent technical directors of our organization cannot between them set up a secure communication channel.
There are no real secure, Milgram began, but was silenced by a wave of Volchenko's gloved hand.
I gave the order to dispose of these so-called thorns who are compromised. I expected this order to be carried out. Yet I find one of the thorns has escaped your impenetrable security and is now running free wherever he wishes.
The thorn has been neutralized, Blewett said. We are merely in the final stages of cleaning up.
He was seen at Ain Muamaya.
That's not possible, Emeritus stammered. Ain Muamaya are a closed group of economic terrorists, just some millionaires looking to undo the work of our organization, but we control who has access to the opposition, including Ain Muamaya.
You question me?
Volchenko slammed the table.
I tell you he was seen. And you squirm and make excuses about how you have control over everything.
Emeritus cocked her head to one side. Ein Muamaya is under control, so what if he found his way?
Incompetence. Lies. This ends now, one way or another.
Bolshenko glared at the people around him. He despised working with the West, all so filled with bureaucratic nonsense and bloated egos unwilling to get their own hands dirty, passing off the work to the next one in the hierarchy, until the hierarchy itself became so top-heavy it could barely function without reliance on the workers. This was counter to the way things should be. This was the same disease that had plagued the motherland before the downfall. The workers should fear the leaders, not be guided by them through paperwork and options. The emperor gave an order. The people obeyed. It was simple. Even Kanto, someone Bolshenko had hopes to take leadership of Black Harvest, had become soft and sat like a lump of dough to one side, while the woman, spoke as if she had an equal place.
Where is he now? What is his precise location?
He directed at Kanto.
We don't know.
Kanto admitted. Bolshenko moved to Kanto's chair in a flash and lifted him up by the neck with steel-grip fingers.
You disappoint me,
he said, and snapped Kanto's neck. Bolshenko lowered Kanto's shaking body to the ground while holding his face close to Kanto's face and stared into his dying eyes until he saw that satisfying moment, the time when a human spirit gave up entirely. Let the thorn find his way through the gate, Milgram said quietly without looking at Kanto. Kanto was dead. He no longer mattered. Only the living mattered, and of them only precious few. He will expose all those who are corrupted in our cause. He knows nothing of value. He just wants his offspring returned. I say he is more valuable as a probe to test our human defenses. I make no excuses for his escape. I simply show how we can use it to our advantage. Bolshenko was unlike Black Harvest. Yes, he wanted total superiority. Who didn't? He also had no regard for the lives of workers who bore no influence on his outcome. But unlike Black Harvest, he enjoyed their suffering. He did not want to see them fail. He wanted to gaze into their eyes when they realized he was the superior species and watch all hope leave their eyes before their bodies collapsed in despair. Not like Kanto. Kanto had been a mercy killing. With the others, he would spend some time watching them give up their will. First demoralization, then humiliation, then capitulation, and then he would make one small move with his hand and there would be annihilation. In this group, he had always been the fifth horseman, the final guide to the afterlife.
Now, I will be the fourth,
he said enigmatically. And only Milgram understood what he said, why they were each chosen. Bolshenko was calmed by the demise of Kanto.
I will deal with this thorn directly. Go about your duties.
He did not need to say more. They knew what would happen if they refused. Chapter 26. Wall. Deep Ice Enclave, Antarctic No-Fly Zone Alpha 7, 1200 hours, local Zulu offset 3. The swirling snow assaulted the reinforced titanium aluminum cockpit window, each flake disintegrating on contact with the cabin's warm surface, an almost comforting warmth compared to the chaos unfolding outside. Gabriel's hands gripped the controls of the H-160 with a determined ferocity. He could barely see the world beyond. The storm had transformed the landscape into a swirling void, a chaotic blur of white, an impenetrable curtain threatening to swallow everything in its path. This was not just any flight, it was a descent into treacherous uncertainty. Ahead loomed the wall, an unsettling testament to mankind's obsession with control, a monstrous construct known only in whispers as the Great Southern Barrier. Its seemingly natural facade, a stark contrast against the wild, turbulent sky, gleamed ominously. Rising nearly 80 feet into the air, its surface echoed the cold embrace of frost-kissed terrain. But Gabriel knew better. Beneath that glittering exterior lay layers meticulously engineered by hand, each one woven with advanced carbon matrix composites and embedded with cold-absorbing nanogels. The wall was no mere obstacle. It was an impenetrable fortress, designed to keep prying eyes and unwelcome visitors at bay, effectively ensuring that what lay behind remained buried in myth. He cast a quick glance at the digital chronometer displayed on his heads. Up display, 1200 hours, precisely. His pulse quickened. Just as the real-time clock turned, a vertical fissure cleaved through the wall's centerline, a jagged expanse parting like a mechanical iris reluctantly surrendering to the unknown. The hull of the Airbus shuddered against the gusts, feeling the weight of both air pressure and potential threat. A colossal gate unfurled with a precision that belied its massive scale, the sound muted yet foreboding, a monstrous maw opening wide, large enough to swallow a HIMARS launcher whole. This was not just a wall, it was a boundary for secrets, an embodiment of mankind's fear melded with ambition. Formidable stratocumulus clouds roiled overhead, heavy with electrical potential, their textured forms reminiscent of metallic cotton, flaring up with sizzling static charges that danced through the atmosphere. The aircraft, an Airbus H6T variant reimagined as Marine 1 Alpha, banked slightly as Gabriel adjusted the controls, aligning towards the sequential flight path prescribed by the mission's urgency. The dual-rotor synchronization technology hummed in unison, each rotor finely balanced to counteract the buffeting winds wrought by the storm. Even the H-160, with its advanced EMP-hardened exterior, felt the bite of the environmental chaos assailing it. Gabriel's instincts kicked in, a fierce resolve coursed through his veins, pushing him to navigate this tempest, to penetrate the secrets locked away behind the wall. This was a moment steeped in gravity, a collision of human ambition, military might, and the relentless forces of nature. Each command he executed demanded precision, every flick of the wrist shaped not just their descent, but their very fates. The storm howled. It was a primal cacophony echoing the uncertainties that lay ahead. Gabriel tapped into his training, slicing through the chaos as the Airbus responded, a sentinel in the blizzard, ready to confront whatever lay in the shadows beyond that grim barrier. Gabriel, clad in 4 layers of cold-weather combat gear, 3 passive thermoreg layers, and a powered graphene weave beneath, remained motionless, breathing slow, shallow. Even with the auxiliary heater maxed, the cabin temperature remained just shy of tolerable. His fingertips ached from altitude compression, and his lips were chapped from days in isolation. He preferred it. Silence had always been more honest than men. As the chopper dipped below the cloud floor, the Antarctic ice sheet gave way to a revelation no satellite had ever captured. A jungle. Lush, primeval. Trees glowed faintly, chlorophyll refracting bioluminescent waves not unlike marine plankton. Waterfalls tumbled down obsidian escarpments. Some kind of geothermal venting, perhaps. A hidden Eden wrapped in a blanket of electromagnetic denial. Then he saw them, people, naked, unashamed, perfect, blue-eyed, blonde-haired. The kind of genetically purified anomaly that made even a career drone operator like Gabriel tighten his jaw. They walked barefoot through grass that pulsed with an internal light. A few looked up, gesturing wildly at the incoming rotorcraft. Some screamed in inhuman tones, half avian, half machine. Others pounded their chests like silverback gorillas, defiant until calmed by others. Children stared with alien serenity. The entire population bore the unmistakable signs of bioengineering, beyond CRISPR, beyond eugenics. Designer life. Living decor. In the heart of the clearing, a dome of energy shimmered like liquid diamond. Flanking it were 2 towering constructs, bipedal machines perfectly still but exuding threat. Not DARPA origin, not Chinese. Gabriel had no registry match for them. No visible propulsion, no optic sensors, only massive humming polearms held vertically. Plasma staves maybe, or something more ancient. As Gabriel stepped out of the aircraft, his boots crunching lightly on damp biothermal moss, he realized 2 things. 1, he was being watched by something more intelligent than human. 2, the dome had been opened just for him. Inside, the air shifted to spring warmth. Scents of orchid and jasmine hung thickly. A man, or something close to it, knelt by a blooming blue orchid. White hair, sun-wrinkled face, and a presence that thrummed with predatory calm. He looked up and extended a liver-spotted hand. "You must be Gabriel." Gabriel took it, noting the surprisingly firm grip. "And you must be the architect." The old man laughed. "Call me Yang." Gabriel offered the smallest nod. A poetic moniker. I thought so once. Truth is, I can't recall my real name anymore. They called me many things. None of them stuck. May I ask how old you are? Yang looked up toward the inner dome, its shimmer reflecting across the contours of his face. Oh, very old, he said with a light smile. I won't bore you with numbers. Let's just say I watched the moon landing live, and I already knew it was staged. Gabriel didn't blink. Older than Moses? Yang tittered. Stinky fellow. Terrible sense of direction. You're joking, surely. The levity was absurd, discordant. Gabriel's mind drifted slightly, like watching through a gun camera feed, one layer removed from reality. I'm still not sure why I'm here. Let's have tea. Yang clapped once. Two young women emerged silently, hair like polished bone, eyes hollow and alert. They wore nothing but thin bracelets embedded with shifting data glyphs. He barked a phrase in a dialect Gabriel couldn't place, Arabic inflected, but with Slavic consonant structures, and they vanished to obey. Yang continued, We value one thing above all else here. Not power, not wealth. Those are tools. What we value is fun, the kind of fun that reorders the world. Gabriel played along, nodding. Your contributions to my account have been sufficient. A lie. The $7.2 billion he found sitting in a Seychelles account meant nothing without Emmy. Yang turned toward Gabriel and half his face dropped into shadow. The skin there was waxy, almost cadaverous. The eye, pitch black, pupil blown wide like a dead man's. You stare, he remarked, his voice slipping out like a shard of ice across a frozen surface, cold and thin, edged with a chilling finality. I'm intrigued, Gabriel replied, his inflection flat, armor-plated against the palpable tension that filled the room like a dense fog of unspoken threats and latent violence. You may call me Yin, the figure said, waving dismissively at the girls who served tea, their porcelain hands trembling as they set a low table made of polished obsidian and brass beneath the flickering glow of overhead lanterns. The room was steeped in an air of calculated elegance, but there was an undercurrent of danger, like a barely hidden trap waiting to spring. The two men settled into their respective positions with the solemnity of chess pieces lining up for an unseen match. Yin's gaze never wavered. He leaned forward, his body a coiled spring ready to strike. You served in Afghanistan, he stated, as if pulling information from the air itself, a tactical assessment. 4 tours, Gabriel replied, his voice steady, but the memories, ambushes, firefights, the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder played like a reel in his mind, hard to ignore. And in that time, what were your missions? Gabriel didn't flinch. Secure poppy fields, stabilize trade routes, suppress tribes that didn't subscribe to our version of reality. You know the drill, he added, a slight edge creeping into his voice, irritation sparking just beneath the surface. Yin's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp enough to cut. You saw through the lies, he continued, a sharp observation rather than a question. Some of us did, yes, Gabriel affirmed. The bravado in his voice now palpable, a mixture of satisfaction and defiance. No, Yin replied, leaning closer. Most believed the narrative, whatever was fed to them through our media tap. You, however, were different. That makes you useful. His lips curled into a predatory smile, a flash of pearly whites that felt more like a warning than an invitation. The tension cracked, electric in the cold air. Yang returned, his very presence a dark shadow that commanded respect, bordering on fear. He cut through the heaviness in the room like a knife through flesh. Tell me, do you believe in conspiracy theories? He proposed, the words dripping with a disquieting curiosity. Gabriel hesitated, weighing his response with care. Depends on the theory, he replied cautiously, reluctant to reveal too much of his mental apparatus. Yang's eyes glistened, peaking with intrigue. Watergate, 9/11, Epstein, he continued, laying them out methodically, as though he were presenting classified intel. His tone was dry, but behind it, Gabriel sensed an undercurrent, a man grappling not with the surface of truth, but the deep currents beneath it. Yin's voice dropped to a hush. Do you want to know why I ordered those planes? Gabriel's eyes sharpened. Sure, because it was fun. Silence. Gabriel didn't flinch as the offer came. We need a seventh, a thinker, someone who can catch what the others miss. Head of intelligence. You'd be perfect. Yang's voice. He turned to reveal Yin. Gabriel studied Yin, his heart pounding in a rhythm that seemed to echo throughout the room. You'd be shocked how hard it is to provoke a nation-state. Yin's voice dropped to a whisper, each word deliberate, almost conspiratorial. I thought destroying the stock exchange would do it, he declared with a twisted satisfaction. Turns out it had already been moved. Who knew the movies were lying? Months before, Gabriel murmured, eyes narrowing as he recalled, igniting neurons that sparked a neural map of possibilities. Yin blinked. Was it? Incredible. Tension thickened the air, creating an almost tangible barrier between them, two warriors from different depths of the battlefield. The threat wrapped around Gabriel's mind, turning it into a war room. His military brain kicked into overdrive, analyzing, calculating, running simulations and escape routes faster than he could think. You're twisted, Gabriel replied, allowing indignation to surface. The ghost of a smile threatened to escape his discipline. Tell me, do I need to kiss some chicken butt to sign up? Yang's laugh was too high, too forced, reverberating in the compact space. Something like that. In exchange for my daughter? Of course. Safe. Untouched. The term hit Gabriel like a freight train. What? The shock shaped his features into a mask of struggle. Furiously, he pushed the chaos away and focused on every fraught word. For a heartbeat, Gabriel could feel the rage bubbling beneath the surface, caged like a wolf, thrumming, desperate to escape the confines of his control. But he maintained his composure, his face a mere facade, a mask of indifference against the roiling storm within. Yin's teeth flashed, black as coal, sinister as the depths of a darkened ocean. She's of transient value to us. Her DNA, her lineage, he explained, his voice low and smooth, yet laced with an unsettling edge. You come from a line we prize, but has eluded us. Cunning tribe, very cunning. Gabriel clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to lash out. I want to see her, he ground out, each word a knife edge sharpened by desperation. In the fullness of time, Yin replied, his voice turning honeyed yet menacing. A poison-coated promise. Gabriel nodded once, the movement mechanical, almost reflexive. But deep in the meat of his brain, the combat mind sparked anew, assembling maps and routes, identifying weak points in Yin's carefully constructed narrative. He wasn't staying. Not like this. In that moment, something primal shifted in the air. Danger danced around them, a flickering specter waiting for the right moment to rear its head. Gabriel's mind, a battlefield of past scars and current dilemmas, buzzed with possibilities, the chaos of his situation crystallizing into resolve. Politics, Gabriel began, breaking the oppressive silence. It's a game of chess, right? Each piece moved with precision, calculated to blur the lines of truth and deception. The shadowy contours of Yin's face seemed to tighten, his attentiveness peaked, an audience now fully engaged. A game indeed, one that refuses to adhere to the rules. And in this twisted game, Gabriel countered, voice low but charged with electricity. You thought what? That you could sacrifice innocence for? What? Power? Chaos? He leaned forward, matching Yin's intensity, a soldier sharpening his blade. Both, Yin replied coolly, unraveling the oratory like a threat. You see, chaos is merely a stepping stone to power. People need a narrative. The truth is too painful. What was your experience in Afghanistan, if not simply a chain of orchestrated lies? Gabriel gritted his teeth, every fiber of his being aligned in resistance. Lies or not, I was there for a reason. To protect my country, my comrades, not to feed your dark cravings. The world you fought for is an illusion, Yin snapped, his voice carrying the weight of a man who lives and breathes the art of manipulation. The conspiracy reflects beneath the wave. Are you still choosing to swim on the surface, Gabriel, or are you prepared to plunge deep into the abyss? Gabriel measured his reply, each word chosen like fragile ammunition. I've already seen too much of the abyss. My daughter is not a pawn in your game. I won't allow it. Yin's smile, tight and menacing, spread across his face like oil on water. Ah, family. Of all the chords that resonate in life, that one hums the loudest. You understand that in this world, one must make sacrifices to obtain power. And you think holding my daughter is a power play? Gabriel challenged, clenching his fists against the table's glare. It's more than a power play, Gabriel. It's an investment. The glibness of Yin's words tasted bitter on the air. A selection process, if you will. Her blood, your blood, makes the stream invaluable. Before Gabriel could respond, Yin pressed on. We are on the cusp of something vast here, a deluge of change. The political arena. It's ripe for upheaval, a seismic shift poised to obliterate the established order. Gabriel's brows furrowed in thought, interest sparking at the edges of his comprehension. You speak of upheaval in whispers. What do you intend? Societal collapse? Chaos? A chance to start again? Yin nodded sagely, the centering gaze of a chess master preparing to announce checkmate. The lines you children cross in your little games will irreparably alter the world as you know it. The powerful will clamor to protect what they have, spurring devastation. Fear is a weapon. I plan to wield it. Gabriel felt fury bubbling like molten rock in his chest. And for what? The opulent thrones of the self-entitled? To reshape the landscape, Yin countered, voice reflective, almost reverential, to create a new model for governance, one that eschews naive idealism for tactical realism. You, my friend, take part in the pivotal chapters of this new world order. Gabriel opted to push deeper still. And if I refuse? You won't, Yin said bluntly, his eyes narrowing sharply. I will present you with an ultimatum. Join us, infiltrate the minds of the naive and uncooperative, and extract what is required. Or I will assure you that the forces at play will find other methods that will involve your daughter. Gabriel held his breath, feeling the weight of the shadows pressing upon him, the dread coagulating around his thoughts. You cannot hold her hostage and expect compliance to your twisted desires. But compliance is merely a child's daydream, Yin replied. I offer the choice. You want her. I want power. The parameters are clear. Then we are not negotiating. You are merely presenting threats dressed as choices. Gabriel spat, maintaining his composure, but each word brought fresh ire. Yin chuckled, a low rumble that sent ripples of discomfort through the air. Isn't that the essence of politics? A mercurial dance of dominance and submission? Think of it as a corporate takeover. Gabriel realized that every word echoed with layers of intention, designed to deceive, to entrap. You think this will work out smoothly? He pressed. The wheels will turn, and I will miraculously betray my past and allegiance? Yin leaned forward, dangerously close, the edge of a blade waiting for its moment. Gabriel, betrayal isn't often what you think. It can lead to extraordinary power, transformation beyond belief. All it requires is calculated sacrifice. Gabriel shook his head in vehement rejection, the caged wolf inside him roaring, clawing at the bars of restraint. You think I'd trade the purity of my daughter for the filth of your schemes? You underestimate the ties that bind. And you underestimate the quality of desperation, Yin countered coolly, the stakes rising with every utterance. Tell me, how deep does your love for your daughter run? Are you prepared to plunge into the depths? Perhaps you hold on to her in a desperate attempt to hold on to your wife. Perhaps you will make Lot's choice. No, never. The tension in the air crackled like static electricity, igniting an unquenchable fire that burned in Gabriel's chest. Faced with this lunatic abyss of conspiracies and manipulation, surrender was not an option. Escape routes began forming, strategies coiling, mind racing to weave a plan. Gabriel studied the enigma across the table, the dark force that was Yin. This was a battle of wits, a duel far more complex than any firefight he'd navigated in the distant sandy chaos of Afghanistan. And what do you expect me to do, Yin? Stand by and watch as you manipulate my world? No, Gabriel, Yin intoned, his voice almost a whisper. I expect you to take action, to make choices that will shift our worlds, propel them colliding into new realms of possible futures. You, my friend, are the fulcrum, the necessary weight in the balance. In that moment, Gabriel recognized the bitter truth in Yin's words. The chess pieces were in position, and the only move left belonged to him. This game was no longer about power. It was an insidious web of human lives. He leaned closer, heart racing and voice steady. Then let's see if this pawn can turn the game to checkmate. What exactly is it within Emmy that's so valuable to you? Gabriel, Yin began, his voice steady but laced with urgency. Your daughter possesses a unique gene sequence, a rare anomaly that could be the key to unlocking the biological enigma of immortality. Gabriel felt the chill of disbelief wash over him. The world outside seemed to fade. The only sounds were the rhythmic beeping of vital signs and the steady whir of the air filtration system. It was as if the very air thickened, laden with the weight of what was being proposed. Immortality? He echoed, the word tasting foreign on his tongue, an intoxicating blend of hope and fear. Every father dreams of safeguarding his child's future, but this was something far more profound. Yin activated a holographic display, and intricate spirals of DNA materialized in midair, swirling in a cacophony of colors. This is the CRISPR-Cas9 mechanism, a revolutionary tool for gene editing. But the extraction from Emmy? That's not just any gene. We're talking about the potential to manipulate telomeres, those protective caps at the end of chromosomes that dictate cellular aging. Imagine, if we could replicate the regenerative properties of her DNA, we could theoretically halt the aging process forever. Our current methodology is painful and obtuse, and hard to perfect. Gabriel squinted at the shimmering visuals, data scrolling like a landscape of opportunity interspersed with peril. But the ethical implications are staggering. You're suggesting that we could redefine humanity as we know it, Dr. Yin interrupted, his intensity sharpening. Every leap forward in science carries risk. But think of it, Gabriel. This isn't just about escape from death. It's about an evolution. An opportunity for mankind to conquer its greatest fear, a fear that has loomed larger than any adversary. The words hung in the air, almost tangibly. Gabriel felt a sick knot in his stomach. Was this madness or a glimmer of hope? He thought of Emmy, the bright spark of life in a world so often shrouded in shadows. What happens to her once you extract this gene? What price does she pay for this immortality? The doctor hesitated, an unusual flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. There are risks, obviously. We still barely understand the implications of extending human life indefinitely, though we do try. He chuckled. There's the potential for unforeseen mutations, for psychological ramifications. Gabriel's heart raced, each beat echoing like a war drum. Images flooded his mind. Emmy, her laughter, her curiosity about the world. Would he be willing to gamble her future, her very essence, for a theoretical eternity? You speak of a scientific breakthrough, yet in the blink of an eye you could transform her into something unrecognizable, a mere vessel for your ambitions, he challenged. Launching forward, his voice rising with the fervor of a man fighting a losing battle. Dr. Yin steeled himself, a fire igniting in his eyes. You must understand, this discovery could be seized by others, rival corporations, militaries. There are forces that would stop at nothing to harness this discovery for their own benefit. We're at the precipice of a new era, an era built on my daughter's sacrifice. Gabriel shot back, his voice taut like a stretched sinew ready to snap. This isn't a chess game, Yin. This is my daughter's life. Yin exhaled slowly, the tension ebbing slightly, tempered by the realization that Gabriel had not yet grasped the magnitude of the situation. She may not be the only host. There could be others, children around the world with similar genetic markers. Morris. A false positive. Unfortunate. But we need to act swiftly. The clock is ticking, Gabriel. Every minute we debate this, the window to harness this potential narrows, and the risk of it falling into the wrong hands increases exponentially. You're trying to indoctrinate me. Put me on your side. Silence enveloped the lab for a heartbeat. Gabriel could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, as if the world itself had paused. The choice before him spiraled into treacherous corridors of thought, a maze wrought with ethical dilemmas and existential dread. Yet with every breath, he felt his resolve hardening. Whatever the cost, he would do anything to protect his daughter's spirit from being lost in this relentless march towards a future tinged with unnatural shadows. Yang took a deep breath. "I'm preparing you. It's time you see who is behind the curtain." Chapter 27, Ritual. Temple Complex, Offshore Black Site Installation, Barents Sea Sector. D2 to Solstice Convergence Ceremony, 20:54 hours. Senator Melinda Emeritus faced her reflection in the mirror, a technological marvel, more a sentinel than a piece of decor, with a price tag rivaling some small nation's defense budget. This polished titanium frame was a symbiotic neural interface, a glowing visage of state-of-the-art innovation. Inside the frame, embedded systems, each wire and sensor carefully calibrated, monitored her vitals with unerring precision. Biometric diagnostics streamed directly to a medical console housed just off stage. Heartbeat, 97 beats per minute. A tempo syncopated with anticipation, not fear. Respiration, shallow and calculated. Core body temperature, 37.6 degrees Celsius. Elevated, yet well within the ritualistic thresholds that she had meticulously architected in her mind. Not fear, anticipation. With a sweep of her hand, she dimmed the overhead lights, invoking gesture recognition technology that obeyed her command with mechanical servitude. The room descended into a cool amber haze, shadows playing along the walls like brushstrokes on a canvas, concealing the traces of time, lines etched beneath her cheek. Augmentation implants, the delicate troughs near her temples that defied even the most advanced hyaluronic processes. But these imperfections faded in the half-light, unintelligible whispers of a past Melinda was determined to outpace. Science was her ally, her sculptor. Reaching beneath her opulent dressing table, she retrieved a clandestine vial, sealed in glass and wrapped in secrecy. The crimson liquid within, plasma-rich, meticulously filtered and purified, wasn't just any sample. It was harvested from the Langstrand facility in Iceland, designated Vital Substrate Lot, E19. The E stood for Elon, a whisper of cutting-edge genetic enhancement. Immunologically pristine, the blood was sourced from 16-year-old donors. It bore the purity of youth, untouched by the ravages of vaccination, pollution, or even the commonplace pleasures of life like alcohol. Each molecule was a promise, every drop an elixir of restoration. She tilted her head back, letting the metallic tang coat her mouth, a taste of copper and ozone, as though she were daring to inhale a storm. As the liquid made its way down her throat, a familiar rush swept through her. A tingle along her jawline, a gentle pressure behind her eyes, warmth engulfing her fingers as her microcapillaries dilated, awakening her very essence from dormancy. Next came the cream, an alchemy of science and vanity. She applied a luxurious serum, $600 a bottle, infused with placental exosomes and nano-engineered retinoids. Watching her reflection in the augmented mirror, she marveled at the immediate transformation, a tightening of skin tone, an instant recalibration of her face's fine lines, and soon, with cellular mitochondrial uptake primed to spike, she would feel even younger, revitalized. Beneath the silk of her robe lay a full-body biofilm suit, the epitome of modern dermatological engineering, adhering to her skin like a second epidermis, soaking in nutrients, even as it meticulously gathered data on her hydration levels, elasticity, and overall skin health. The suit was destined for incineration post-ceremony, every remnant turned to ash, preserving her pristine facade in its entirety. Her beauty was no fleeting illusion, it was engineered with fierce precision. Beyond her, in the grand atrium, the dancers prepared to take the stage. 7 daringly selected candidates born of over 17 years of top-secret cultivation under the auspices of Project Elan. They have been raised in hidden academies, each drilled in biomechanics, choreographic mastery, I would say artful seduction, and then programmed through psychosexual imprinting. They believed themselves the stars of their own destiny, destined for glory and acclaim in this extravagant cultural performance. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the truth remained a well-guarded secret. This cognitive dissonance was intentional. priming their bodies for biochemical results far richer and more profound than mere technical performance. They were not just dancers, they were vessels. Each beat of their hearts stored a pharmacopoeia, and each sinew held the promise of regeneration. Melinda leaned forward, her fingers deftly extracting her meticulously crafted eyelashes, removing each with surgical precision before wiping away every trace of color from her lips with alcohol. She examined her visage in the mirror, 10 years younger already, or at least that's what her cognition screamed. The final touch would arrive soon enough. In the bottom drawer of a polished credenza lay her most prized weapon, a ceremonial instrument that had survived the vicissitudes of time. Carefully, almost reverently, she opened the gold-trimmed case. The jade knife gleamed under the ambient light, an artifact forged centuries ago in the Andes. The blade was a carefully engineered conjuration of obsidian core alloy, its handle adorned with emerald and ruby inlays whispering of ancient rites. But beneath this gleaming facade, modern science had woven in practicality, embedding a monomolecular injection filament, cutting-edge military technology adapted for ritual. It could draw 2 liters of blood in less than 50 seconds, immediate extraction devoid of damage to surrounding tissue. It was both scalpel and straw, carrying the solemn responsibility of life and death. With a practiced motion, she weighed the knife in her palm, 214 grams, perfectly balanced, seamlessly harnessed, emblematic of the ritual to come. Her mind drifted momentarily to her previous infusions, recollections entwined with both triumph and dread. There was the marrow harvested from a 17-year-old gymnast in Norway, the adrenal plasma procured during a sacred Cairo ceremony, the stem cell influx from identical twins in the Taiwan project. Each sacrifice had translated into another year of vitality, an additional 2 years of cognitive acuity. Confirmed by scientists in Brussels, her telomeres had elongated, a miracle of modern biology. She was, quite literally, aging backward. Each infusion, a step down a crooked, dark, and beguiling path. That was the purpose of this ceremony. It was not an exercise in religious fervor. It was not myth. It was biology, unvarnished and unembellished. A sharp knock on the door shattered her premeditated reverie. The coordinator's voice broke through her haze. 10 minutes, Senator? No need for a reply. She was already fully in command. Melinda strode purposefully toward the threshold of the ceremonial chamber, every step imbued with quiet resolve. Beyond the door lay a space circular and domed, acoustics engineered with NATO specifications, masquerading as an Arctic radar calibration installation. Every communication, scrubbed clean, left no trace, no digital footprint. Inside waited the audience, donors, financiers, members of the elusive Atlantic Biosovereignty Council, all their eyes fixated on her, hungry for the fruits of her meticulous planning. The dancers initiated their entrance, 7 figures unmarred by the passage of years, radiating a raw energy that electrified the air like static before a storm. Each adorned only in delicate symbols, representing the celestial pantheon, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Sun. They glided forward with crafted elegance, euphoria gleaned from years of innovative conditioning. Each youth held aloft an oil lamp, the flickering glow casting ethereal patterns that danced across the marble floor, under the eye of the oculus at the dome's apex. The air thickened, filtered with an engineered blend of sandalwood and trace hormones, calculated to elevate tension and suppress inhibition, a long-standing trick of the old intelligence community that Melinda knew all too well. As the music began, its analog purity washed over her, a symphony of real strings conjured from memory, with digital tones banished to background noise. Melinda stepped forward into the light, fully present yet cloaked in the reverberations of time and choice. Her elegant robe slipped from her shoulders, pooling around her feet like whispers of promises made and kept. Skin shimmering with the biofilm serum alight in the chamber's cool embrace, her eyes locked onto the dancer representing the sun, a platinum blonde girl of no more than 17. A perfect host radiating life, optimal hemoglobin saturation confirmed via deep scans, all anticipating this pivotal moment. With the jade knife cradled in her grasp, every movement deliberate and calculated, Melinda advanced toward the girl, luminous and unsuspecting. The ceremony would commence. Blood would flow. Rebirth was not a mere phantasmagoria. It was science, stark and unrepentant. And science, like power, demanded sacrifice, a toll in flesh and blood that they were yet to comprehend. Chapter 28. Candidate. Ancient Hall. Secure facility. 2200 hours. The great stone hall stretched before Gabriel like a cataclysmic chasm of time itself, an immense cathedral where echoes of forgotten power merged with secrets that had been buried deeper than the bones of ancient kings. Towering marble columns, polished to an almost surgical sheen, rose majestically on either side, their fluted surfaces catching the ghostly glow of uplights suffocated within the floor. The air was thick with an olfactory cocktail of dust, ancient stone, and something decidedly non-terrestrial, a metallic tang that prickled at the edges of Gabriel's consciousness, a warning that this place was not merely a tomb of history, but a citadel of strange and forbidden power. Crimson-robed figures glided with chilling precision among the columns, their movements deliberate, almost mechanical, their footsteps muffled on the polished stone beneath. Their voices, low and weighted, wove through the air in complex patterns, a haunting incantation that sounded less like language and more like a ritualistic murmur. Philosophers engaged in a mesmerizing dance of arcane truths, lost to the unforgiving currents of time. The faces beneath their hoods remained shrouded in darkness, yet their piercing gazes tracked Gabriel's every movement, calculating and ominous, the weight of their collective attention pressing down on his back like a physical force. As he moved deeper into the hall, he felt the fabric of their conversations ripple, a strange cadence lacing their words, a sound that seemed to encode meanings on multiple planes, hinting at conspiracies rife with dark secrets. At the far recess of the hall, beneath a vaulted ceiling adorned with faded frescoes depicting battles long forgotten and celestial alignments that would baffle the uninitiated, stood a figure so monumental and still that for a heartbeat, Gabriel's mind registered it as a statue, a sentinel of stone, crafted from the obsidian depths of myth. But silence shattered as the figure inhaled, its chest rising and falling in slow, purposeful measure, a heavy pulse that reverberated through the hall, a reminder of life lurking beneath the skin. It towered 9.5 feet high, impossibly gaunt, the very definition of a behemoth, part human, part goat, but entirely other. Its skin appeared almost translucent, stretched taut over angular bones that jutted grotesquely, resembling the spines of an alien creature from a fevered dream. Deep-set veins, dark and sinuous as ancient rivers, wove beneath the surface and pulsed with an otherworldly light. The creature was crowned with 2 spiraling horns, twisted back like the great ram skulls of legend, but its face was a disquieting tableau of unsettling otherness. Bulging black eyes, far too large for human comprehension, stared into Gabriel's very soul like frozen pools of night. When it parted its lips, a forked serpentine tongue flicked out, tasting the stagnant air as if hoping to absorb the thoughts and fears of those present.
The candidate is presented?
The voice that emerged was a guttural symphony of alien resonance, every syllable articulated with jarring clarity, a sound that reverberated ominously against the stone walls. "Candidate Gabriel Phillips is before you, Lord." A robed attendant stepped forward, his tones steady yet underscored by a tremor of anxiety. The proclamation felt less like a mere introduction and more like a summoning to some eldritch rite. The chimera's gaze bore into Gabriel, a frozen fire that chilled him to his core.
Gabriel Phillips, will you, like your mythic namesake, dare to fly too close to the sun?
Gabriel met those unnatural eyes without flinching, steeling his voice against a growing tempest within. "I think you mean Icarus, who was the one who flew too close to the sun. Gabriel is akin to Mercury, the messenger, the harbinger of dawn, not the moth drawn to flame." Silence enveloped the assembly, a hush that hung thick as a shroud, broken only by a low murmur that echoed in the shadows, the whispers of conspiracy theories, long conspiring in the world beyond the hall. Had they been the product of fevered minds, or were they truths disguised as fiction, tales of alien cover-ups, ethereal visitors that had walked among men, bending cultures to their will? Gabriel felt the weight of history heavy in the air, the elusive truth just a breath away. The creature tilted its head, nostrils flaring, a palpable hunger glimmering in its eyes.
Icarus, yes. Icarus. Gabriel Phillips.
It blinked slowly, its eyelids sliding shut only to part again with a deliberate, discomfiting slowness.
When my kind first descended upon this realm, we encountered your species as frail beings, braying at the cosmos, pleading for salvation from the very torment of your own making.
A cold shadow draped over Gabriel's thoughts, memories of ancient wars and violent betrayals flaring like dying stars across the vast expanse of his mind. Some among us view life as a mere commodity, yes, but humanity is a tapestry woven from resilience. We adapt to survive. Those traits have served us well. We need each other. The creature's mouth curled into a smirk, exposing sharp, alien teeth.
Need? No, Icarus Gabriel, you are mistaken. I am not in want of your kind. You amuse me, that is all.
Gabriel's jaw tightened as simmering rage coiled just beneath the surface, composure forged in the fires of combat. The chimera settled upon a throne carved of austere gray stone, austere yet regal, its presence reminiscent of the dark god Baal of ancient myth. The thought gnawed at him, was this being the progenitor of myth? Or had it merely borrowed the title for its own capricious drama? The throne loomed ominously, a metaphorical pit, a shadowy promise. People, mere pawns in this creature's eyes, existed solely for its amusement, a game played over epochs beyond the grasp of mortal minds. But what was the game, and who truly dictated its rules? Scanning the assembly with razor-sharp focus, the sharpness of his gaze cut through the oppressive shadows, catching the flicker of another presence, hidden amid the columns lurking a darker specter. Another pair of eyes glowed, unblinking, a watcher's gaze far more inexplicable, hinting of secrets far older and far deeper. The ancient hall was more than a mere theater. It was a crucible where the shadows of powers unseen met beneath a veil of conspiratorial silence.
Beware of the hidden agenda, Icarus Gabriel.
The creature leaned in, voice dropping to a menacing whisper that curled through the air like smoke, wrapping around Gabriel's sanity.
My people, the Eldrax, descended into this realm not for conquest, but for preservation. Your species represents an anomaly, a wild card. Your resilience disrupts the balance we have meticulously maintained.
Gabriel's mind spiraled into chaos, darting between the fragmented pages of Black Ops dossiers and discredited conspiracy theories. The Eldrax, rumored ancient architects of humanity's myths, had long been dismissed as nothing more than the fevered dreams of the paranoid. Yet here they stood, their motives shrouded in an intricately spun web of deception, clearly poised on the brink of orchestrating a play whose script had never made it to the public stage. You presume to threaten us, Gabriel said evenly, the words cut like a knife through the tension. But humanity survives not through simple adaptation. Unlike your people, imprisoned within cold calculations and insidious patience, we embrace chaos, passion, and the indomitable will to rise against the dark. The creature's eyes narrowed, narrowing with predatory focus.
Chaos is the fire that consumes the weak, not the strong. Yet, within you, I sense potential, a candidate, one who may transcend the chasm between predator and prey.
Gabriel's pulse quickened, a visceral ball of tension igniting within him. This was not merely a test of strength or resolve. It was an insidious offer, a spiraling alliance conjured from the harrowing depths of survival and unquenched ambition. He squared his shoulders, the weight of fate crashing down like a storm around him. If nothing else, I shall endeavor to amuse you. In the dim light of the cavernous chamber, the air crackled with an energy both palpable and unnerving. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like some predator stalking its prey, and the very atmosphere seemed charged with tension. Gabriel had experience etched into the lines of his face. He stood rigidly against the stark expanse of the alien space. His heart thrummed in his chest like a fighter jet launching into a high-stakes dogfight. He was acutely aware of the alien looming before him. It seemed to stretch towards the very heavens. Its metallic voice resonated through the chamber, a composite of harmonics and modulations echoing in his bones.
Human.
It declared, a singular word laden with authority, as if the fate of humanity hinged on its utterance.
Do you comprehend the precarious balance that exists between us?
Gabriel's throat tightened. The room felt smaller, constricted by the weight of that voice. I understand that we live in unique times. Raw nerves tingled under his skin as he fought to maintain composure in the presence of this alien intelligence, an entity whose very existence challenged every notion of reality he'd ever been trained to understand.
Your species is on the precipice of upheaval. Should the masses become aware of their true position, it would spark a pandemonium that very few of your military units could quell. The ramifications of insurrection would be catastrophic.
The alien's eyes, which glittered like shards of glass under a starlit sky, fixed on him, analyzing, calculating.
What is your role in this, Gabriel? Are you prepared to protect your kind from themselves?
Protect? Gabriel's voice rose slightly above a whisper. You mean to suppress? The Navy, my unit, they won't let chaos reign, but it's not just about control. It's about keeping the truth hidden. A flicker of defiance ignited within him, a small spark lending confidence against the grip of despair. The alien reacted not with anger, but an almost humorous tilt of its head.
Humanity's capacity for rebellion is both admirable and fraught with foolish ambition. Must not the military deploy advanced drone tactics, augmented reconnaissance units, and psychological operations to preemptively manage dissent? Is that not a hallmark of your advanced strategies?
Gabriel stared, struggling to navigate the flood of information. It spoke with a chilling dispassion, grounding its assertions in tactical precision, as if he were merely a pawn on a galactic chessboard. What you call suppression, we call survival, he shot back, a slight tremor of resolve threading through his voice. What of autonomy? What of the right to revolt? We're not just machines programmed for combat or compliance. The alien's laughter, if it could be called that, echoed across the stark chamber, mechanical and hollow.
Autonomy? That is an illusion maintained by your limited cognition. You misunderstand the nature of control. We do not seek to erase your species, but to recalibrate its trajectory. A consensus is essential. Your military functions, in essence, as a stabilizing force. Armed with technology far exceeding your current understanding, those who pilot your war machines must enforce order. Only they can adroitly navigate the complexities of this new world order.
Gabriel's chest tightened at the alien's calculated words. He felt the dizzying weight of responsibility, the inevitable collision of wills. And you expect us to accept that? To acquiesce to this grand design you've laid out? You won't find the Navy, hell, humanity, bowing down without a fight. The alien advanced, towering over him, radiating an aura of foreboding.
Resistance is an expected variable within your algorithms. However, understand this, Gabriel. The forces we utilize transcend all conventional warfare principles. Your weapons will falter, and your defenses will crumble. The question remains whether you will act as steward to your kind, or as unwitting harbinger of annihilation.
In that tense moment, Gabriel felt the air thicken, a palpable pressure rising in the chamber like the tension before a storm. He knew that every second spent in this surreal dialogue edged closer to the defining conflict of his life. Two worlds hung in the balance, humanity's fragile existence and the alien's inscrutable ambition. And as he searched for answers, he couldn't help but ask the burning question that clawed at his mind. What should I call you? The alien regarded him with an inscrutable gaze, as if weighing the importance of a name against the vastness of the cosmos.
In your tongue, you may refer to me as Zelthari. It is but a sound, yet it embodies the weight of our purpose.
Gabriel nodded, steeling himself for the implications of this knowledge. Zelthari, a harbinger of an age not yet realized. It was a name that would echo through the annals of history, a harbinger clasping the reins of fate tightly within its grasp, while the world outside stood blind to the closing storm. In the shadowy depths of the derelict station, surrounded by the oppressive silence of a void that had devoured countless lives, Gabriel moved with the calculated stealth of a seasoned operative, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. The Zelthari alien loomed before him, its elongated limbs twisting in a grotesque ballet rendered eerily luminescent under the flickering emergency overhead lights. With each step Gabriel took, the creature's slitted eyes narrowed, calculating, assessing, probing the intentions of this human interloper who dared trespass into its sovereign territory. No time for second thoughts. No room for doubt. Gabriel had studied the alien anatomy in detail. He could almost recite the Zelthari biological database line by line. The creature's exoskeleton glimmered menacingly, a dark armor laced with the acidic secrets of its planetary origin. Gabriel knew that to get close would require more than mere subterfuge. He was stepping into a realm where life and death weren't just concepts, but operational parameters. Feigning ambivalence, Gabriel engaged the Zelthari in meandering conversation. It seemed to eat it up as if knowledge was nutrient-dense. Occasionally it made a guttural mix of clicks and hisses, masking his true intentions within the intricate parlance of diplomatic deceit. The alien, its curiosity piqued, leaned forward, drawn into the lethal symphony of his forged conversation. In a fluid motion, Gabriel's hand slid inside the fabric of his shirt, fingers brushing against the cool surface of the acid-filled pill taken from the state trooper, concealed within the hollow of a modified subdermal pocket. The object felt like a live wire, its potential energy thrumming ominously against his palm. With a sudden, violent thrust, he unleashed the deadly projectile, jamming it deep into the alien's gaping maw. What happened next was a grotesque ballet of biological breakdown. Initially, the Zelthari exhibited no visible signs of disturbance. Its nostrils flared, nostrils that had inhaled the essence of 1,000 different worlds, yet now it faltered, as if suddenly struck by the weight of unambiguous paranoia. Then, as the potent chemical reaction ignited within its system, reality took a sharp turn. The alien began to gasp, its elongated throat constricting, racked by spasms of agony unleashed by the corrosive substance. The escape route was tight. Gabriel knew that time was of the essence. As the Zelthari's body contorted in a grotesque parody of life, other occupants in the station, oblivious to the imminent disaster unfolding before them, began to register the shift in atmosphere. Panic erupted in waves, confusion painting their faces with a palette of terror. They floundered, demanding clarity in a situation spiraling into chaos, their minds grasping at straws while the predator turned the tables. Gabriel's senses sharpened as adrenaline coursed through his veins like a potent stimulant. With calculated precision, he darted towards the nearest corridor, his boots echoing against the metallic floor, the clang ringing in stark contrast to the rising cries of alarm behind him. He navigated through the narrow passages, navigating the labyrinthine structure of the once proud outpost, now a shell of itself. With each stride, he could almost feel the piercing gaze of the Zelthari upon him, its wrath building, and knew that if the creature regained control of its faculties, it would not take kindly to betrayal. In the game of survival, where every breath could signal victory or demise, Gabriel's resolve hardened. The mission dictated no reticence. He disappeared into the darkness, a fleeting shadow leaving behind the brilliance of his stratagem, a ghost amongst the wreckage, all the while sensing the storm that brewed behind him. Chapter 29. Moonshot. Top secret //Psi, Gamma //No Forn, Joint Intelligence Operations Center. Base designator, Station Thule 0. Location, Sector 0 Arctic Circle Apex. The walls of the facility were not your typical concrete monoliths or ordinary steel barriers. No, they were a marvel of modern engineering, a synthetic composite that appeared deceptively thin yet boasted resilience, akin to that of a battleship hull. Gabriel's fingertips brushed against the surface, the material cold and unyielding, a stark reminder of the harsh environment outside. It felt eerily sterile, devoid of the warmth that makes a place feel human. A memory surged forth from the recesses of his mind, bringing with it the familiar laugh of an old Marine buddy, Devon. They had shared countless tales over frosty mugs of stout, recounting harrowing exploits under hostile skies. You can get in, but getting out? Well, that's where it gets interesting, Devon had remarked once, his face shrouded in shadows, eyes glinting with the camaraderie of shared danger. Out here, in this Arctic purgatory, the nature of warfare had evolved dramatically. Gone were the days of soldiers running headlong into the fray. The modern battlefield was shaped by algorithms, charts, and the sterile click of computer keys. The unmanned aerial systems patrolling the skies, drones equipped with cutting-edge gyros, and targeting systems were merciless and relentless. They didn't falter or hesitate, devoid of the human touch that produced doubt, wonder, or regret. As Gabriel slipped deeper into the facility's bowels, he felt the weight of this evolution pressing against him like the oppressive Arctic air. He moved with practiced stealth, the faint, diffuse glow illuminating the labyrinthine corridor ahead, casting an eerie pallor on the sightless vaults of identical gray cells. Some invisible source bathed the place in spectral light, revealing the grim architecture of despair, a long corridor flanked by rows of suffocating gray, designed to crush the spirit. There was a lingering silence, yet Gabriel knew he was not truly alone. In the shadows, he sensed the presence of other souls, imprisoned bodies adorned with the invisible shackles of hopelessness. An old man hunched silently, his gaunt frame accentuated by the abominable rations that sat like an insult above a latrine pit, nourishment stripped of purpose. 2 Asian men shared a cell, bound by taciturn solidarity. Then he caught sight of her, a woman draped in the drab monotony of a gray robe, her face ashen and eyes hollowed by the weight of an unspeakable burden. A jagged scar scarred her forearm, a testament either to brutal oppression or an act of desperate defiance that had turned into a grisly reminder of agency lost. But she was not the reason Gabriel was here. His heart quickened as his gaze flicked to the farthest cell. There, curled tight against the unforgiving cold metal grid, was the figure he had been searching for. Emmy. The small woman had shrunk into herself, drawing her knees close as if hoping to shield her essence from the harshness around her. He stepped forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins, and pressed a fingertip against the door's surface. A whisper of hydraulics broke the tension, the mechanical sigh of the panel sliding silently into the floor. In a flash, he dropped to his knees beside her. His heart thundered in his chest, the world around him faded into insignificance. His hands gripped her shoulders, firm yet tender, channeling the love of a father into that one touch. "Emmy," he hissed, voice low, like a soldier's prayer amid the chaos. "It's me, Han. It's Dad." A fleeting trace of recognition flickered in her eyes, dulled but not extinguished. Gabriel dared to hope. With the modern military's cutting-edge monitoring systems, thermal cameras, motion detectors, and laser tripwires woven into the architecture, each heartbeat resonated like the ticking of a countdown. Time was not on their side. The longer they lingered, the more vulnerable they made themselves to detection. He had only moments to act. Bootstrap protocol dictated that he reconnect with her, but instincts honed through years of combat preparation screamed at him to remain vigilant. The battery specs for the facility's surveillance grid read like a technical manual. Each unit powered by advanced lithium sulfide cells, efficient but capable of holding charge longer than the longest Arctic night. Gabriel's mind raced with tactical calculations, assessing exit strategies and the intricate dance required to evade detection. This was war of a different kind. Combat lay not just in how he could extract his daughter from the clutches of despair, but also in how he could outmaneuver the ghosts of technology and an unyielding enemy. As the glow of the corridor momentarily flickered, he felt the weight of generations behind him, the legacy of countless soldiers reduced to cold steel and buzzing circuits. It was time to bring her back, and in this unforgiving land of ice and shadows, he would do whatever it took. Her eyes flickered open, but recognition was slow, drowsy, confused. Her face twisted with effort, as if trying to pull memory back from the edge of darkness. He scooped her up without hesitation, lifting her slight frame off the cold floor. Cameras tracked their movement, but he didn't see any weaponized defenses, only automated alerts waiting to summon backup. When Emmy nestled her head against his chest, a faint scent reached him, faint cologne, a memory locked away. "Dad," she breathed, voice fragile but real. Gabriel set her down carefully. She wobbled uncertainly on her feet, but found balance after a few steps. "We need to move." "Fast," he said, gripping her hand and pulling her toward a side corridor. They slipped into a maintenance alcove where a heavy door stood ajar. The shelves were lined with magnesium flare cartridges, EMP pucks, and capsules filled with ordinary metal glitter used to thwart enemy radar. A silhouette filled the doorway, a bald man with a thick beard, broad-shouldered and calm.
"There's nowhere to run, Gabriel,"
said Omar Kanto, voice low and measured. His face was contorted with skin grafts, a scar sliced through his left eye and down through his lips. Gabriel positioned Emmy behind him, fists clenched, ready. "Step aside, and I won't have to hurt you." Kanto raised his hands in a karate stance, unflinching, waiting. Gabriel lunged, throwing a hard right jab. Kanto absorbed it and countered instantly, an elbow cracked against Gabriel's jaw, followed by a swift knee to the abdomen. The air left Gabriel's lungs, he staggered back. Now, Kanto advanced with calculated precision. Small feints forced Gabriel's arms up to block. Slowly, Kanto circled, closing distance to Emmy. Gabriel drew back for a heavy punch, then fell sideways, caught off guard. Emmy emerged from behind, gripping a long steel pipe. Her stance was hesitant but determined. Kanto turned just as she swung a wide, arcing moonshot. The pipe struck solidly against his skull with a metallic clack. Blood exploded from the impact, splattering shelves and floor alike. Kanto writhed, convulsing, his nervous system short-circuited by the blow. "Come on," Gabriel urged, grabbing Emmy's hand. They sprinted from the maintenance room into the cavernous hangar beyond. Outside, the island's runway stretched nearly 2 miles, long enough to handle a fully loaded 747 with room to spare. The hangar was massive. 7 aircraft stood ready. 4 X-35 drones, sleek, autonomous combat platforms converted from fighter jets to autonomous flight. 2 Luxliner private jets polished and primed. 3 more tucked away in maintenance bays. Gabriel glanced down at Emmy. She was steady now, eyes sharp despite everything. Gabriel's mind raced as he scanned the layout of the hangar from beneath a shadowed mezzanine. The X-35 drones were clustered near the rear, sleek, angular, and deadly silent. The composite airframes gleamed faintly under the low-hanging industrial lights. The Luxliner jets, twice the size, loomed like sleeping beasts, their engines cold but ready to roar to life in minutes. "Listen," Gabriel whispered, crouching low beside Emmy. "We don't have long before the alarm fully triggers and they send reinforcements." Emmy nodded, her grip tightening on his hand. Despite everything, there was fire in her eyes. Step 1. Get to the command center. The facility's nerve center was located in the control tower adjacent to the hangar. From there, Gabriel could override internal security, delay lockdown protocols, and open the main gates. He moved silently toward a maintenance ladder tucked behind one of the Luxliners, pulling Emmy close. The sound of distant footsteps echoed, guards responding to the intrusion. Gabriel pulled the compact EMP device from his jacket. He tapped the activation button, releasing a micro-electromagnetic pulse that would knock out nearby sensors and cameras for exactly 60 seconds. The hall lights flickered. Sensors went dark. The first wave of infrared cameras went black. "Go," Gabriel hissed. They slipped into a narrow service corridor. The walls hummed with conduit cables and cooling ducts. Gabriel's fingers flew over a security panel. The touchscreen was coated with hardened glass, but his code cracker module bypassed the lock within seconds. "Access granted," the panel chimed softly. Inside the command center, the screens glowed with feeds from every corner of the facility. A digital map showed red dots converging, security teams mobilizing. Gabriel keyed in override commands, routing power to auxiliary systems to delay lockdown procedures. He looped camera feeds near their exit points. The mechanical gates hissed and began sliding open. But the real challenge lay in the hangar itself. Outside, armored vehicles rolled toward the entrance. Gabriel pulled a tactical vest from a locker, strapping Emmy's small frame inside as he fitted his own. Weapons weren't an option, too noisy, too conspicuous. Instead, they would rely on speed, surprise, and sheer will. Gabriel's heart raced as he sprinted towards the sleek silhouette of the modified Airbus H-160. Designed for versatility in hostile environments, the aircraft gleamed with a coat of matte black paint, a predator poised for flight. The throaty roar of a distant gunshot, a warning shot, echoed in the air, punctuating the already taut atmosphere. He could feel the pulse of impending danger thrumming in his veins. A unit of heavily armed infantry was closing in fast, and time was no longer a luxury. Leaping into the cockpit, Gabriel's fingers danced over the array of switches and buttons, each one critical for their escape. The H-160 was equipped with software that could intercept incoming threats, IR sights, automated flares, and chaff dispensers ready to mislead any pursuer. He slid into the pilot's seat and strapped himself in, aware that every second extended his chances of survival and potential victory. As the cockpit enveloped him, the familiar sense of hydraulic fluid mixed with cooling and electronic circuitry calmed his frayed nerves. Switching on the primary systems, Gabriel glanced at the heads-up display, which flickered to life, revealing telemetry data, altitude, speed, and fuel reserves flickering in a symphony of green digital lights. He focused on the flight control systems, checking the cyclic and collective pitch levers, ensuring that they responded with a slight flick of his wrists. He activated the auto-stabilization systems, those brilliantly engineered gyroscopic sensors that kept the aircraft steady even in turbulence. Come on, he muttered, urgency bleeding into his voice as the muffled sounds of incoming troops reverberated through the fuselage. The rotors began to spin, a vicious whirl that crescendoed, creating an exhilarating ballet of engineering artistry. With a swift movement born from countless hours of training, he engaged the auto-takeoff procedure. The systems whirred to life, feeding data through the artificial intelligence that would guide the aircraft to lift off seamlessly, without manual intervention. Outside, shadows moved rapidly, the silhouettes of approaching soldiers just visible against the twilight sky. The distant gunfire was now a cacophony of chaos, interlaced with the sharp bark of rifle fire and the dull thud of impacts. Gabriel spared a glance at the tactical display. Troop movements, potential threats, an officer's nightmare suddenly rendered in staggering clarity. With a final, nerve-wracking glance at the approaching danger, he released the safety harness and slid out of the cockpit just as the aircraft began its ascent. The H-6D lifted gracefully from the ground, its powerful twin engines roaring like a beast unleashed. Gabriel stumbled backward as he cleared the aircraft, taking cover behind a staggered wall of sandbags, watching with bated breath as the rotor blades cut through the air, whirling into a ferocious, dizzying motion. Orders were shouted. Pursuit. 4 men climbed into a Sikorsky and waited for the slow power-up. The H-160 climbed, higher and higher, a mechanical phoenix breaking free from the shackles of the earth. Its sleek form began to fade into the dusky skies, leaving behind a plume of dust and confusion. He could see the smoke billowing from a nearby crater where enemy ground fire had struck, too close for comfort. Gabriel took a moment, the tension coiling in his gut like a spring, knowing that the moment was critical. The helicopter was now above the fray, a silent guardian, and he could only hope the tactical maneuvers programmed into its systems would keep it alive. The H-16 whipped forward, a blur of motion against the deepening blue of the sky. Countermeasures primed, and the world below thrust into chaos. Back on the hangar floor, the X-35 jet drones were configured for rapid deployment, ready to take off on remote command or manual pilot input. Gabriel sprinted toward the nearest drone cockpit, pulled down the step, and climbed up to the access hatch. The interior was cramped and filled with test equipment, barely enough room for service crewmen, but familiar. He reached in and keyed the startup sequence. Systems flickered alive, the inertial navigation, sensor arrays, and flight controls. "Emmy, this is going to be bumpy," he said. He helped Emmy climb into the co-pilot's seat and pulled the canopy closed. The drone's rotors spooled silently. No warm-up sequence for electric motors. They were ready. On the overhead console, the mission computer displayed a lock-on threat, automated turret emplacements tracking movement near the hangar doors. Gabriel engaged the stealth mode. Electronic countermeasures kicked in to scramble detection, sending shards of glowing magnesium out across the floor and into fuel lines. On the ground, the magnesium flares were not unlike thermite and bit into the metal wherever they touched. The fuel on the ground sprang to life, a red and yellow dragon tail snaking to the main tanks. He pushed the throttle forward, and the motors pitched higher as they spun up. The X-35 inched forward. The hangar bay doors groaned open just as the first armored trucks rolled through the far gate. Gabriel engaged the central power unit and the drone surged forward, slicing through the cold air. Automated turrets fired wild bursts, but the electromagnetic shield absorbed the attacks. Gabriel banked sharply, skimming just above the runway. Below, floodlights struggled to track the silhouette carving away from the island. "Hold on," he shouted to Emmy as the drone climbed rapidly, heading for the storm clouds rolling in from the north. Behind them, alarms blared. Chapter 30. Analog. Arctic sky, North Pole Radiation Detection Base, night. Gabriel tightened his grip on the throttle of the X-35, feeling the pulse of the machine resonate beneath his fingertips as it sliced through the tumultuous air above the frigid expanse of the Barents Sea. The icy winds clawed at the sleek composite airframe, a stark contrast to the raw electric power coursing through the fighter's veins. The jet was not merely a vessel. It was a living entity, a predator in its element, and it thrummed in anticipation. Unlike the lumbering turbine engines of yore, the X-35 was propelled by 6 independent electric motors, their magnetic coils generating instantaneous torque with a whisper of sound, an eerie serenity in the chaos of the night. Glancing at the cockpit's display, Gabriel noticed a troubling trend. The primary battery, composed of high-density lithium titanate cells, was rapidly approaching critical depletion after the furious escape from their Arctic base. Lithium characteristic profile was rapid release, but it did not fare well in icy temperatures. Heaters kept the cells above freezing, but the heaters needed power that came from the cells. It normalized. Protocol dictated a grim reality. If power levels dipped below 20%, it demanded the immediate ejection of the depleting battery. As the first muted hues of dawn began to unfurl over the horizon, casting an ethereal glow against the darkness, Gabriel initiated the emergency battery swap sequence. The machinery whirred with clinical efficiency, and with a discreet mechanical thud, the spent battery pack detached and plummeted into the icy abyss below, disappearing into the dark waters with a dull, muffled splash. Almost instantaneously, the backup pack surged to life, revitalizing the drone's systems. Gabriel felt the surge, a potent wave of renewed vigor coursing through the jet, a promise of agility regained. The drone could operate a 24-hour mission, but that was without the added weight of 2 people. Yet, behind him, the 5 modified X-35 interceptors closed in like a pack of wolves. Each drone, with its sleek lines and menacing design, propelled forward with relentless determination. Their electric motors shrieked in unison, a cacophony of advanced engineering that bespoke danger. With algorithms designed for combat efficiency, their AI pilots communicated in a silent ballet of tactical maneuvers, weaving and banking with a predatory grace as they encroached upon his position, determined to prey upon their old quarry. "Emmy," he called, his voice steady, meticulously masking the undercurrent of dread that threatened to spill over. "Stay down. Whatever happens, you stay low." Emmy whispered to herself, her eyes slowly filling back up with their old life. Gabriel's heart clenched slightly at the thought of danger, but the faint mingling of her whispers with the cockpit's sterile air provided an odd sense of grounding amidst the tempest surrounding them. The clock was ticking, and his resolve hardened as they skimmed low over the undulating ice-capped surface of the sea, deftly evading sensor sweeps and the barrage of jamming signals emanating from the enemy ships lurking beneath the waves. This was no ordinary engagement. This was a high-stakes game of cat and mouse in one of the world's harshest landscapes. Sudden bursts of magnetic interference from the chaotic auroras high above cascaded downwards, wreaking havoc on traditional navigation systems. But the X-35 was engineered to endure. The inertial guidance systems and satellite uplinks worked in unison, anchors to reality in a world of chaos that threatened to consume them. As the enemy drones closed the distance, Gabriel steeled himself for the inevitable clash, the electric air crackling with tension and the weight of impending conflict. The outcome lingered in the balance, uncertain. Time had become both an ally and a foe, and every second pulsed with the promise of heroism or disaster. Search and destroy. Vancouver. Emerging from the tempestuous embrace of swirling clouds, Gabriel wrestled with the controls of the X-35 as it sliced through the crisp Canadian air. Behind him, Emmy's wide eyes reflected a cocktail of anxiety and exhilaration. She gripped her seat. Beneath them, the rugged majesty of Canada's boreal forests unfolded in a patchwork of greens and browns, the dense treetops stretching toward the horizon like a vast ocean of wood. Steep mountains jutted into the sky, their jagged peaks brushed with the last remnants of winter's icy grip, while the serpentine rivers shimmered like silver ribbons laid across the canvas of the land. But there was no time to admire the breathtaking landscape. The stakes surged higher with every second. Gabriel's mind raced as he scanned the radar display, the ominous blips of 5 modified X-35s, a lethal configuration of cutting-edge drone technology, closing in fast. Except for one. A sleek black drone flew above the clouds, a shadow of the X-35, carbon fiber, silicon-coated. The ghost in the machine, Kanto pushed the craft harder, up to the red line. Each second ticked away, bringing them closer to the glittering urban sprawl of Los Angeles, their destination veiled in the chaos of the chase. Gabriel's fingers danced over the glass cockpit display, initiating the ignition of stealth mode, a critical maneuver in the intricate ballet of aerial combat. The jet shuddered as its magnetic field generators activated, scrambling and diffusing its heat signature, rendering them invisible to hostile tracking arrays in a miraculous display of electromagnetic wizardry. The drones played cat and mouse, hunting for a hint of signature, a glimmer of radiation, a mistake. For a fleeting heartbeat, a mere whisper of time, they slipped into a cocoon of silence, shrouded in a narrow corridor of invisibility against the high-tech eyes of the enemy, darting out just ahead of an avalanche of missiles likely being launched from behind. Gabriel needed eyes on the back of his head. "Emmy, I need you to find 3 buttons for me, okay? One is slide R. Can you see it? Under the screen." Emmy scanned the console in front of her. A veteran of Sims and Stardew Valley, finding a single item in a sea of labels was easy work. "Got it. Do I push it?" "Yes." Then look for a dial that has SL aft on one side. Turn the dial. A pause. Done. Last one, free RN, top of the screen. Gabriel's secondary display changed from blue to orange. 5 vectorized shapes rendered in 3D on the display showed the attacker's pitch and roll and position. "Dad? Is it okay?" "Perfect, honey." Gabriel tested the stick and pulled them up higher. 4 of the followers mimicked his action with less than a few milliseconds delay, automated follow mode. They were closing in. The last craft lingered. Yet tension pulsed through the cockpit like a live wire, as the battery levels choked down, flickering warning lights fiercening in his peripheral vision. The power management system chimed in, a cold, clinical alert that brought a primal urgency to the forefront of Gabriel's mind. Not now. He would not be winning this battle with altitude. The lighter drones could outpull him at his best effort, and there was no way Emmy was going to survive 8G combat maneuvers without a pressure suit. They were running low on oxygen. He needed to get down and gulp some air. He initiated another battery drop, his fingers moving with mechanical precision. A silent clunk echoed through the internal systems as the spent pack fell from the underbelly of the drone, disappearing stealthily into the lush expanse of the forest canopy below. A fleeting moment later, the second pack hummed to life, unleashing a cascade of energy bolting through the motors, sustaining the jet's fluid and nearly silent flight. But it wouldn't last long. Now they were matched. Another cell and he'd have a weight advantage, but he'd run out of power. There were no chutes, nowhere to land in the forest. A river landing would be 50-50 if the batteries got wet and ignited. Lithium exploded in water. As if sensing their fleeting advantage, the pursuers pressed their assault with relentless determination. One of the drones, a sleek machine with sharpened edges designed for speed, flanked low and fast, engaging in a high-stakes game of cat and mouse. Gabriel pitched down and felt his head clear as new oxygen found its way into his brain. He was forced into the tight confines of a mountain pass, the granite walls looming like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets of the world. The X-35's electric motors howled in defiance, each transformable piece of engineering compensating with ferocious torque, pulling against the forces of G-forces as he executed a desperate spiral maneuver over the rugged terrain. With each violent twist and turn, miles vanished beneath them, a blur of greens, blues, and the deep, earthy browns of the wilderness. But the looming specter of Kanto's black drone tailed closely, a predator locked onto its prey. They barreled toward the border, engines high-pitched, screaming. Search and destroy, Los Angeles. The sprawling metropolis of Los Angeles stretched beneath the X-35 like a maze of steel and glass, a congested tangle of highways, skyscrapers, and urban sprawl. The drone's onboard sensors juggled a chaotic airspace crowded with civilian aircraft, commercial delivery drones, and the ever-present threat of hostile units. 2 of the following X-35s switched to INTI-CEPT and flanked Gabriel, their electric motors humming with lethal precision as they closed in, AI pilots calculating the kill with ruthless efficiency. Their targeting systems locked onto his position, feeding missile launchers and electronic countermeasure arrays. But then, slicing through the gray blanket of low-hanging clouds, the new threat emerged, a much larger silhouette. Gabriel's display showed the words X-45E Phantom, its sleek, angular frame cut through the sky like a predatory hawk, its radar-absorbing coating shimmering faintly under the diffused sunlight. Gabriel's HUD blinked urgent warnings as the Phantom locked its advanced multispectral sensors onto him. Unlike the X-35's general-purpose design, the X-45E was built for one purpose: to hunt down and neutralize rogue assets with overwhelming firepower. The Phantom surged forward, weapons systems arming silently. Gabriel pushed down into the city. The drone accelerated, weaving sharply between high-rise buildings in downtown LA. The Phantom's AI followed, ruthless, predicting his every move with machine precision. A missile lowered into firing position. Gabriel was fighting against a machine. He needed a limit, a weakness, anything. But what was the Achilles heel of a machine? Chaos. The city was the embodiment of chaos. Millions of human lives moving around in imperfect trajectories. Gabriel rolled the craft over early rush-hour traffic. Thermal sensors tried to lock on to 1 million signals and failed, ground to a halt as the recognition algorithms backed up the processor trying to perform machine learning, image segmentation on every bounding box, every vehicle. Skyscraper glass facades reflected sunlight in dazzling shards, creating a shifting kaleidoscope of glare and shadows, multiplying the heat signatures tenfold. If he was blind, they were blind. "Hold on," Gabriel shouted. Using the drone's sensor suite, Gabriel executed a calculated maneuver, banking sharply so that the sun's reflection from a cluster of towers temporarily blinded the Phantom's optical sensors. Emmy screamed as a Sidewinder shot past into dead air and locked onto the sun. The X-45E's targeting system faltered, its infrared and visual tracking scrambled by the urban mirage. The X-35 had limited armament, configured for long-range surveillance. Seizing the moment, Gabriel fired a bank of flares from along the X-35's wing. 2 flares hit the Phantom's power bank and bit in. The battery flared up like a welding torch, the bright heat of magnesium-lithium thermite shearing off the Phantom's wing. A plume of smoke trailed from the damaged wing as the Phantom lost stability, spiraling away from the pursuit until it crashed on the outskirts of the city. The 2 X-35 pursuers, deprived of their bigger brother's command and control signals, hesitated briefly before resuming their chase. Gabriel's pulse hammered as he pushed the drone to its limits, weaving deeper into the urban labyrinth. Below, unaware commuters hurried through their day, looking up at the deadly drone battle ripping through the skies above their heads and thinking it was another film production. The battered X-35 shrieked southbound like a steel arrow, slicing under high-tension power lines and tearing above the traffic. Snarled 101 freeway. Gabriel gritted his teeth, one hand on the override throttle, the other feathering the yaw controls with military finesse. Emmy lay strapped in tight behind him, groaning softly, barely conscious from the earlier jolt during the power drop. The 2 remaining AI-driven X-35s kept formation with cold precision machine minds, calculating every evasive maneuver, every microburst of thrust, every air pressure differential off nearby buildings. Gabriel's own drone was running hot, its battery reserve flashing at 12% and dropping fast. He disabled the ejection warning. Lithium could ignite spontaneously if it was used while under 20% charge. Ahead, the familiar silhouette of the Golden Gate Bridge loomed, a miracle of civil engineering, 3,000 feet of orange-red steel suspended over the icy mouth of the Pacific. Gabriel pulled hard on the stick and nosed the craft down, angling for the gap just beneath the main span. The X-35 dove like a raptor, its electric motors whining under stress. Crosswinds hit them like hammers, and the craft veered towards a concrete and steel pillar. Emmy screamed. Gabriel didn't resist the wind but rolled the craft over, using the extra force, and then they were under the bridge, metal trusses rushing past inches from their heads, concrete pylons flickering by in blurs. The pursuing drone wasn't as agile. AI or not, it miscalculated by a fraction of a second. A rounding error. One carbon wing clipped a steel beam, and the entire airframe shattered in a silent bloom of shrapnel and fire, flaring behind them like a sunburst as it detonated against the South Anchorage Tower. "One down, asshole," Gabriel hissed, his voice hoarse. But the black drone wasn't giving up. It had recalibrated, matching Gabriel's tactics, cutting corners through downtown San Francisco, dodging commercial towers and crisscrossing trams. It was only when it flew close to try and ram the cockpit, shatter it with the port wingtip, that Gabriel saw the pilot, Kanto. Gabriel banked hard to port, swinging low over Daly City. Below, residential homes passed in a blur, and just ahead, nestled quietly in the green valleys of the peninsula, lay Colma, the city of the dead. Tens of thousands of tombstones, Russian Orthodox, Catholic, Buddhist, stood silently in the vast cemetery parks like a field of bone-gray teeth. Gabriel dropped altitude again, threading between headstones and tree-lined mausoleum rows. He let the pursuing drone close, allowed it to think it had a kill. Then, at the last moment, he jinked vertical, using the thermals over the burial grounds and the radar-reflective tombstone field to scatter the drone's lock-on system. Kanto's pursuing X-35 tried to compensate, jerked left, too late. It slammed into the granite edge of the Russian cemetery's tall east pillar, disintegrating in a plume of fire, carbon, and dust. Tombstones shattered, and the earth groaned beneath the mechanical wreckage. Gabriel didn't look back. Forgive me, ancestors. Approaching USS Blackthorn, 1800 hours. Battery critical. 3.1% remaining. Miles to target, 200. Radio link established. USS Blackthorn. The relentless sun sank beneath the horizon, transforming the expansive Pacific into a molten cauldron of orange and crimson. There, on the undulating waves, the USS Blackthorn emerged, a leviathan of steel, her deck bristling with cutting-edge technology, tactical weaponry, and the unmistakable aura of American military might. Radar dishes rotated with measured precision, scanning the skies like hungry hawks, while surface-to-air missile launchers stood in vigilant readiness, silent sentinels protecting their floating fortress. Once again, Gabriel tightened his grip on the control column of the X-35, the throaty whir of the aircraft's electric motors now audible to the crew on the carrier below. Beside him, Emmy's voice rang out, almost frantic, as she recited the dwindling battery percentages, her small fingers dancing rhythmically over the console's screens, an ode to youthful resourcefulness. "Dad! 2.0%. Got it, Emmy." His voice strained under the weight of the emergency, every word weighted with the gravity of their situation. The drone's battery reserve dropped like a thief in the night, each percentage point slipping away faster than he could calculate. The onboard systems began warning him with a cacophony of alerts, red lights flashing ominously around the cockpit, an orchestra of impending doom. Emergency systems engaged, override function activated. As the tactical systems came online, Gabriel felt the sudden surge of adrenaline mixing with the bitter residue of anxiety. He had practiced emergency landings in simulation after simulation, but nothing, not a single virtual exercise, could prepare him for this. The thrust began to wane, the electric motors churning with diminishing efficacy. The controls felt sluggish, unresponsive, as if the machinery itself sensed the urgency of their plight and was reluctant to comply. He swept the X-35 in desperate arcs, his eyes darting across the expansive carrier deck, now coming sharply into focus, a vast steel tableau bustling with frenetic energy. Ground crews scurried in technicolored jerseys, their movements a beautifully orchestrated ballet of discipline and urgency. Yellow shirts, the aircraft handlers, waved signals with authority, green shirts perched like sentinels poised for maintenance, and purple shirts crouched over refueling rigs, a rainbow amongst a storm. Each figure was a cog in this immense military machine. The defensive guns turned and pointed at the X-35. Gabriel cycled the radio, looking for the ship's emergency broadcast channel. "Mayday! Mayday! Give me a net!" He had no idea if anyone heard. He repeated the plea. As the drone slid into the landing lane, the arrestor cables, thick and daunting, glinted menacingly under the harsh glare of floodlights. They formed a formidable gauntlet, and Gabriel focused, aligning the drone meticulously with the landing zone, breathing in sync with the machine as he fought against the mechanical murmurs of an aircraft on the brink of failure. Only mere meters above the deck, the forward sensor locked onto the Fresnel lens optical landing system, the so-called meatball, glimmering like a last beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The amber orb served as his guiding star, the series of green and red lights flickering around it, whispering secrets of glide slope data that would either bring him home or spell doom. "Wind at 10 knots, Dad," Emmy shouted, her voice infused with enthusiasm, slicing through the tension like a knife. Gabriel squinted through the cockpit, acknowledging her calculated observations with an appreciative glance, even amidst the storm of anxiety. As the drone approached its final destination, crewmen brandished signaling wands, their movements precise and urgent, conveying winds and shifts in deck position. The aroma of salt water mixed with jet fuel and pure adrenaline filled the cockpit, an intoxicating blend that sharpened his senses. Gabriel ejected the last remaining battery, smoking, into the ocean. The thrust faltered, but Gabriel countered with flaps, keeping the nose up, and then the abrupt tactile response as the aircraft skids met steel, the muted scrape against the deck muffled by the storm of sounds surrounding them. With the thud of the landing, the arrestor hook deployed, snagging the third cable with an exhilarating clang, bringing their harrowing descent to an abrupt and jarring halt. In the flurry that followed, crewmen surged forward, chains rattling like an army of metal beasts while they secured the drone, their actions swift with practiced confidence. Gabriel's heart raced as he was unstrapped from the cockpit, the world spinning around him like a high-stakes game of roulette. Emmy was tenderly lifted from her seat, a medical technician cradling her, scanning her with practiced efficiency as a power unit hummed to life, maintaining the drone's critical systems. The deck officer gave him a low whistle. "Now there's a face I thought I'd never see again. You had us thinking we were under attack, we were ready to pop your clock." Gabriel touched fists with Deck Officer Newell. "Glad you didn't. Something tells me you have something to do with the Chinese fleet entering U.S. waters." "Stand them down. They think it's us, we think it's them. It's neither. I'll explain later." Gabriel pushed on. Newell ushered him forward. All around Gabriel, the din of alarms and urgent radio chatter erupted like a war zone. Gabriel felt the weight lift marginally from his chest, only to be replaced by the worry that encircled them like a predator seeking its next meal. He watched Emmy's face, calm as ever, a beacon amidst the chaos. And in that moment, as Gabriel stood firm on the deck of the USS Blackthorn, he felt familiarity, an old home revisited. He knew the pitch and roll of the deck. He felt old muscles find their balance. He knew where to go. He put his arm around Emmy's shoulders and only then realized she had grown. She was starting to look like her mother, 2 years older than when he picked her up from baseball. USS Blackthorn, Flight Deck Level 3, Flag Officer's Quarters, 0450 hours, Zulu. The USS Blackthorn was not just a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. It was the last of its kind, a floating city of war, 102,000 tons of American steel drifting somewhere off the Pacific coast with a singular purpose: to project power. The kind of power men like Vice Admiral Howard Milgram believed they alone could wield. Gabriel moved silently through the passageway, boots ghosting over the non-slip epoxy floor. His flight suit was still streaked with soot and carbon residue from the X-35's emergency landing, and his ribs ached from the impact with the arresting cable. But he wasn't here to rest. He was here to settle a score. He passed damage control lockers, exposed hydraulic conduits, and a red-lit watertight door bearing the designation COC. Emmy trailed close behind, still pale but alert now, her posture tense, cradling a hardened military tablet in her hands. "Are you sure he's in there?" she whispered. Gabriel nodded once. "Flag officer stateroom, level 3, west corner. I've been stationed here. He doesn't move unless it's to deliver bad orders." The hatch was closed, but unlatched, unusual for a man as paranoid as Milgram. Gabriel pushed the door open slowly and stepped inside. The room was stark, military minimalism, metal desk bolted to the deck, bulkhead-mounted comms terminal glowing faint blue, a twin rack bed with immaculate white sheets, and in the center, seated calmly in his tailored navy blues, was Vice Admiral Howard S. Milgram, nursing a half-drunk glass of scotch. "Well," Milgram said, not looking up, "they told me you were dead. I should have known better." Gabriel closed the hatch behind him with a slow, deliberate click. Emmy stayed just out of sight in the hallway, camera trained over Gabriel's shoulder. The audio streamed live through a military-grade relay directly to Rachel Lamar, now watching from a secure location inside Naval JAG headquarters, sipping coffee she'd forgotten to swallow. "You're going to tell the truth," Gabriel said, "right here, right now." Milgram chuckled bitterly. "I wondered when you'd put it together. The bombing, the false strike. You think I gave that order?" "I don't think." Gabriel stepped closer. "I know. I saw the modified flight log. I saw the erased signatures on the mission data server. You authorized the drone strike using my credentials. Then you scrubbed it with a Q-level crypto burn. But all that means little to what I saw over the ice wall." Milgram leaned back in his chair, sighing like a man finally shedding a weight. "You know what your problem is, Phillips," he said, swirling the glass. "You never understood the bigger picture. You saw one dead village. I saw a political time bomb. Intelligence said there were rogue operators using that area to funnel stolen drone tech to hostile state actors. You think I was going to let that compromise a decades-long black program? You killed civilians to protect some creature. A creature that doesn't care about humans. It cares about greed, about ownership. I made a choice. One mission, one signature, one cover-up, and you were the perfect fall guy. A pilot with a complicated record, isolated command link, plausible mental fatigue from ops tempo, and, of course, a missing daughter, a convenient liability to exploit." Gabriel's jaw tensed. "You had Emmy taken." Milgram finally looked up, his face a shade paler now. "I had her protected. She was a lever, Phillips. Insurance. If you ever got too close, I could always trade her back for your silence. But they wanted to keep the girl. Apparently she's got genes from her mother's DARPA work. You didn't know that, did you?" Gabriel didn't move, but Emmy stepped silently into the room, her eyes burning. "I know everything, you son of a bitch. That Exceltari or whatever it was is dead." Milgram's eyes flicked to Emmy, his demeanor changing fast. "Wait, what is that?" "She's streaming, Admiral," Gabriel said. "To Rachel, to the Legal Oversight Committee. Hell, probably to NORAD and Homeland by now. You're done." Milgram shot up from his chair. "You think you're a hero, Phillips? You think they'll believe your cockamamie story about aliens and government conspiracies? You forced your way onto my ship and coerced me into saying things under duress. They will have you locked up where you belong. You're a fugitive." "Wrong," Gabriel said. "I'm a witness." Milgram's face twisted into a cocktail of rage and calculation. He lunged for the terminal, probably hoping to cut the stream. But Gabriel intercepted him, slamming the Admiral's chest against the bulkhead with the force of 20 years of betrayal. "I should put you through the deck," Gabriel whispered into his ear. "But the world deserves to see what you are." Behind them, Emmy turned the tablet so Milgram's face filled the screen. A voice crackled through the speaker. "Howard Milgram, this is Special Counsel Ibrahim Amar. As of this moment, you are under investigation for unlawful military conduct, conspiracy to commit war crimes, and obstruction of justice. Remain where you are." For a moment, it looked like Milgram would fight, but his shoulders sagged. His composure drained from him like oil from a ruptured line. Outside, the red lights on the flight deck began to pulse. An SH-60 Seahawk spun up nearby for prisoner transport. Marines were already converging on the passageway. Gabriel stepped back, breathing hard. Emmy exhaled slowly, lowering the camera. "It's over," she whispered. Gabriel didn't answer. He stared at Milgram, a man once respected, now hollowed out by ambition, power, and the lie of security at all costs. He turned and hugged Emmy tight. Chapter 31. Epilogue. System offline. The sun hung low in the azure sky, casting elongated shadows on the grass beneath the sprawling oak trees, an ideal setting for a picnic. Gabriel absently picked at his turkey sandwich, feeling the familiar warmth of camaraderie envelop him like a cloak. Emmy sat cross-legged on the checkered blanket they had laid out, her laughter bubbling forth like the frothy waves lapping at the shores of distant seas. Across from them, Rachel Lamar adjusted her sunglasses, the reflection momentarily casting a false glow over her perceptive gaze. Her husband, Ibrahim, ambled nearby, prepared for his next round of banter, the muscles in his arms flexing as he reached for a can of sodas, his movements languid yet deliberate. "It's amazing they have those XR-45 drones still stationed up at the North Pole Research Facility," Gabriel said, lifting his gaze towards the clouds. "Weather's getting hot up there, more volatile. It's our front line, you know. Those drones are our eyes in the sky. Real-time imaging, data aggregation, and surface analysis, they are a technological marvel." Rachel nodded, her interest piqued. "Didn't they have an incident last month?" "Some kind of communications jam. I read they temporarily lost satellite linkage, risky considering the Arctic's changing conditions. I can only imagine the implications if they failed to relay vital intelligence during a critical operation." "Right," Ibrahim chimed in, his brow furrowing. "We're talking about a potential breach that could lead to some unforeseen consequences or even a security vulnerability. The military wants those drones to be a game changer, and an isolated mission can radically shift the operational paradigm." Meanwhile, Emmy, oblivious to the technical intricacies of her father's conversation, was busy crafting what she fancied was a makeshift baseball mitt from several large leaves, her creativity soaring with boundless enthusiasm. "Dad, you think Kenny wants to come and play baseball with us later?" Her voice was an insistent melody peeking through a forest of grown-up discourse. "Sure thing, Em," Gabriel replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth twitching upward as he imagined the two youngsters chasing after an elusive fly ball, their laughter intermingling with the whispered secrets of the evening breeze. "Invite him over. It'll be a great break from all that gaming you kids do. If he can hit a curveball, that is." "I bet he can. I heard he's been practicing," she chirped, exuberance radiating from her that seemed to transcend the weighty conversations surrounding her. The complexities of international relations and technological warfare faded into the background as sun-dappled shadows danced across the blanket, except for the echoes of hushed, urgent whispers that hinted at the realities awaiting up north in the ice-laden expanse. Deep inside, Gabriel felt the expansive divide, the stark contrast between the innocent joys of family life and the encroaching shadows lurking beyond the horizon, looming, waiting for the right moment to strike. A torrent of thoughts swirled through his mind. The remote, tranquil beauty of the Arctic hideaway, the constant battle for resources, the delicate balance of power. Dark clouds might not be visible in the azure sky, but they were always there, just along the edges, just beneath the surface. He scanned the clouds for any sign of a gray bird, a curling vortex, but there was none. It was a good day. As he glanced at Emmy, spinning in carefree delight, Gabriel felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily on his shoulders. Today they were picnicking under the sun, but tomorrow? Tomorrow would be a different story altogether. The end. The Eichmann Defense was written by John Walker Lee and narrated by Oliver Hankton. The Eichmann Defense was written by John Walker Lee and narrated by Oliver Hankton.